Chapter 1. The most unsuccessful villain in legend. Riels, you need to apologize to Kenna. I understand there are issues between you two, but tricking him into fetching soap for Kant is going too far. You know Kant. Oh, for heaven's sake, Riels, can you just listen to me? In the Baisha Street orphanage, Mrs. Aina gazed at Riels with a sense of helplessness. At 10 years old, Riels boasted red lips and white teeth, the kind of appearance that affluent women found appealing. Of course, some men were also drawn to it, given the corrupt nature of the country. Mrs. Aina, don't worry. I'll apologize to Kenna in the proper way. Riels raised his head, sporting a seemingly innocent smile. To an observer, it appeared as if he genuinely intended to apologize. However, Mrs. Aina, familiar with his antics, recognized him as a little devil, especially in the past 2 years, where he became notorious for his lack of residence for 3 days straight. What started as harmless pranks led other children to develop peculiar interests. From inexplicably sourced fireworks causing havoc in the bathroom to the unforgettable scene. Mrs. Aina still shuddered at the memory. Riels had managed to create chaos. Mrs. Aina sighed. I hope so. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. I don't want to hear about you sacking anyone else tomorrow. After her admonition, Mrs. Aina turned and left, ensuring to close the door behind her. Mrs. Aina has no choice but to +1. The sudden mechanical sound didn't faze Riels. Instead, he calmly sat down on the wooden bed. System. How much emotion do I have? The host's current emotional value, 1003 points. Glancing at the 4 digits on the light screen, Riels sighed in relief. All the mischief this year wasn't in vain. Finally, I've accumulated enough, 1000 points, and the system will redeem it for occlumency. Occlumency redemption is successful, consuming 1000 emotional points. Occlumency. The counter-spell of legilimency, which can prevent some non-coercive means of memory reading. Riels squinted, sensing a coolness in his brain. It felt as refreshing as consuming ice cream with a chilled beverage on a scorching summer day. With occlumency, I can conceal the fact that I'm a time traveler. In 2 years, the wizard's bloodline was traded in the first year, and the occlumency technique was acquired in the second year. I can consider myself fully prepared. A decade for rebirth into this world and 2 years to unlock the emotional value system. In that time, he had likely mastered the system's functions. The emotional value system was simple to manipulate. To gain emotional value, one only needed to evoke emotions in others. These could range from anger, jealousy, pity, happiness, to excitement, and more. The higher the status and strength of the individual generating the emotion, the higher the value produced. Ordinary people, when extremely angry, might generate only 2 points of emotional value. However, those with higher status could generate 2 points or even more. Riels suddenly jumped off the wooden bed, squatted down, and peered under the bed. A person and a mouse locked eyes, the little fat mouse wearing an expression of utter confusion. The cookie in its hand fell to the ground. Riels extended a hand and said coldly, Avada Kedavra. The little fat mouse closed its eyes in despair, expecting imminent death. However, when it reopened them, Riels was already back in bed, muttering about animals being incapable of producing emotions and the fatness of the rat. The little fat mouse, though not entirely comprehending, caught onto the word fat at the end. What happened to me being fat? Eat your rice. Oh, I've eaten it, then it's okay. The little fat mouse angrily picked up the bare biscuits, seemingly venting its frustration. Riels rubbed his chin. Considering my age and the time, the acceptance notice from Hogwarts should be delivered by the round-faced Fat Chicken Express. Yes, the acceptance letter to Hogwarts. The world he traversed was none other than the magical realm with the most unsuccessful villain. Though his ambition was world domination, he couldn't even conquer a school and met his demise. Truly the most failed villain. I hope the plump ones with round faces aren't lazy on the road. Otherwise, not only will I give them bad reviews, but I'll also prepare a crucible for them. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I had chicken stewed with mushrooms. I wonder how a round-faced fat chicken tastes when stewed. Riels smacked his lips a few times, seemingly lost in nostalgic thoughts. Observing the bright moonlight outside the window, Riels closed his eyes and drifted into sleep without satisfaction. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, a round-faced fat chicken flapped its wings. Clutching a letter tightly with its paws, it diligently carried out its task of delivery. Unaware of the close call with a bad review and personal attack from a customer, the oblivious courier continued its work. Chapter 2. Hogwarts Admission Letter and the Senior Catgirl. The morning sun cast its golden glow, illuminating the surroundings. After bidding farewell to another couple interested in adopting Riels, who ended up having an unfortunate incident in the bathroom, Mrs. Aina was livid and decided to confine Riels to his room. "I asked you to behave, not to indulge in mischief. This is not amusing at all. You should reflect on your actions. Think about it in the room until lunch." Bang! Mrs. Aina angrily slammed the door shut before she could finish speaking. Mrs. Aina is angry, and her emotional value increases by 1. Riels curled his lips. "One more thing. It seems we really need to get to Hogwarts quickly, or Mrs. Aina might explode in anger." Boom, boom. The tapping on the window caught Riels' attention. Outside stood a round-faced fat chicken, holding a letter in its beak and looking at him with a cute expression. Approaching the window, Riels first examined the fat chicken, then took the letter with a hint of regret. "So thin, I fear it's all feathers and bones. I might only get 2 sips of soup from a pot of stew. What a pity, I thought I could enjoy a hearty meal." The fat chicken tilted its head in confusion, unaware that it had narrowly escaped a culinary fate at the hands of the cooking god. Ignoring the round-faced fat chicken, Riels focused on the letter adorned with the school badge. It featured a unique emblem combining a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger. "Is this an invitation to Hogwarts? I never expected to receive one someday?" Despite living 2 lives, Riels felt a surge of excitement. Who hasn't dreamed of receiving an invitation from a round-faced fat chicken? Riels composed himself and opened the letter. Open black lens bracket Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin, President of the Wizards Association. We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. School starts on September 1st. In view of your situation, we will send a professor to answer your questions and arrive no later than 12 noon today. Close black lens bracket. Riels folded the letter, rubbed his chin, and pondered, who could it be? Dumbledore, the old bee? Professor McGonagall, the elderly cat lady, or Snape, the wind-walking old bat? Unable to deduce, Riels opted not to dwell on it. There were still a few hours until the appointed time. Boom, boom. Riels, there is a lady outside who wants to see you. The knock on the door coincided with Lady Aina's voice. Riels stowed away the letter, responding, "Coming." Now that he had an inkling of the visitor's identity, the answer to his earlier question unfolded. Outside the Baisha Street Orphanage Alley, Professor McGonagall, draped in dark green wizard robes, regarded the slender Riels with a touch of concern. "Mr. Riels Thomas, I am Minerva McGonagall, one of the professors at Hogwarts House. I know you have many questions. Don't worry. I will address them for you. Now, we must head to Diagon Alley to procure some school supplies." The senior catgirl, leaned down and spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone. She felt deep empathy for this young wizard from an orphanage. Life here could be challenging, and being a little wizard might amplify the difficulties, including potential ostracism as a perceived monster. Professor McGonagall's pity +5. Riels lifted his head in surprise. Did he just contribute so many points at once? This senior catgirl was like a walking treasure trove of emotional values. Don't be astonished. You'll get used to it. You belong here, and you are merely returning to where you belong. Let's go. We need to quickly visit Diagon Alley. Time is of the essence. Professor McGonagall issued a serious warning. It may feel uncomfortable later, so remember not to let go of my hand. Riels nodded in understanding and with a sense of numbness, disapparated. He couldn't comprehend it, but he knew how to execute it. Curious about whether the experience lived up to the hype, Riels wondered if people who tried it once never wanted to try it again. Professor McGonagall grasped Riels' small hand and waved her wand gently, disapparate. In the next moment, a tall figure and a short figure vanished into the alley. Chapter 3. That man doesn't want to be a dragon knight? In a narrow London alley, Riels clung to the wall, unable to cease his retching. Professor McGonagall gently patted his thin back, saying, "This is what first-time apparition feels like. Give it a few tries, and you'll get used to it. It's still much more convenient than flow powder. Try a few more times." Riel's mouth twitched. He feared he might not survive the attempt. Disapparition truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most disliked spells. The sensation it invoked felt like a magical force rounding and flattening his body, then tossing it into a drum washing machine at maximum power. Trying it once would likely render him silent forever. Now, he contemplated taming a giant dragon as a mount in the future. Dreams of becoming a dragon knight were entirely normal for men. "Alright, I sense you're eager to experience the real wizarding world." Observing Riel's recovering, Professor McGonagall led him to a nearby bar. Gazing at the overlooked, dilapidated establishment nearby, Riels couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Hogwarts, wizards, magic, Diagon Alley, fantastic beasts. These fantastical elements would soon materialize before him. The leaky cauldron. Professor McGonagall guided Riels inside, hushing the noisy bar in an instant. After glimpsing the newcomer, patrons turned back with a tinge of disappointment. Old Tom enthusiastically waved. "Professor McGonagall, care for a glass of butterbeer?" Professor McGonagall politely smiled, gesturing towards Riels, whose face still held a trace of pallor. "Not today, I must accompany Mr. Thomas to purchase school supplies. You know how much people look forward to this." Old Tom leaned out, offering a kind smile to Riels. "Hey, young wizard, welcome back to your rightful place. Time flies. I didn't expect another batch of freshmen. Hannah is enrolling at Hogwarts this year. I hope you two get along." Hannah Abbott, a Hogwarts legend. The resilient Hannah, the flowing water protagonist. Riels smiled. "Uncle, don't worry. I'll be good friends with Miss Hannah." Old Tom is happy +2, Professor McGonagall is satisfied +3. Another 5 emotional points recorded, and Riels felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Even the air, tinged with the scent of alcohol, seemed sweeter to him. This wizarding world was indeed a treasure trove, contributing several emotional value points to anyone who entered. Could even Dumbledore amass 180 points at once? As for how to provoke mood swings in the old bee. Ahem. "Professor Dumbledore, I heard you and Grindelwald were once quite close. Friends, true or false?" If 1,000 emotion points were missing, he'd suspect the system had embezzled them rather than suspect Dumbledore lacked enough emotion. "Well, I believe you two will become great friends. Remember to drop by the bar for a drink when you have time. Of course, once you're of age. But I've got milk and juice, too, so feel free to try them without getting drunk." Old Tom's humorous jests elicited laughter from the patrons. Riels raised an eyebrow. "Drunk breasts. It depends on their size. He had a good amount of breast milk. It's getting late. Let's first go shopping in Diagon Alley. Until next time." Having said that, Professor McGonagall led Riels towards a corridor deep within the bar. Once the two left, the bar's patrons resumed their previous noisy state. Soon, they reached a blind corner surrounded by red brick walls on 3 sides, with only a trash can on the ground. Count 3 bricks up from the trash can, then go 2 across, and tap a few times with the wand. Demonstrating with her wand, Professor McGonagall instructed Riels. The wand touched a red brick a few times, and the entire wall started to shake. The red bricks orderly retracted to both sides, revealing a hole wide enough for 2 people to pass through side by side. Professor McGonagall warned, "Mr. Thomas, remember these steps. Whether entering or exiting Diagon Alley, repeat them." Riels nodded absently, eyeing the trash can in the corner with some mischievous intent. If the trash can were moved elsewhere, would someone be unable to find it? As if sensing Riel's thoughts, Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "That trash can has been enchanted. I don't think you'd want to test that spell, Mr. Thomas." This was a blatant threat. Riels chirped a few times, responding with wandering eyes. "Certainly, Professor McGonagall, I'm not very curious. You know I'm very obedient and well-behaved." Professor McGonagall heard this and nodded with a half-smile. "That's good. Just a friendly reminder. The last child who entertained a bad idea received a serious demerit." Chapter 4 Robbery of Gringotts. No, help the fire dragon get paid. It also appeared in the Daily Prophet. Well, it is a very famous newspaper in the wizarding world. You will come into contact with it frequently in the future. Let's go, Mr. Thomas, we have to get you the college's subsidy first. Professor McGonagall is funny +7. Close black lens bracket. Another 7 emotion points were obtained, but Riels was not happy. He is really thinking now whether catnip is useful to older cat ladies. After being threatened so many times, asking him to move a few times is not too much, right? Just think of it as a little comfort to his young heart. But soon, his attention was attracted by the bustling and strange Diagon Alley. Along the cobbled streets are various shops with strange shapes. Many of the shops have crooked signboards, either because of their style or because they are in disrepair. There were groups of wizards on the lively streets, and from time to time, a few rays of light belonging to flow powder flashed in the dark alleys. Hogwarts has prepared a subsidy of 10 gold galleons for special students. Gold galleons are the currency of the wizarding world. Others include silver sickles and copper nuts. 1 gold galleon can be exchanged for 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver galleon can be exchanged for 493 copper nats. Each store in Diagon Alley provides subsidies to special students, and the prices of items will be very cheap. Of course, Hogwarts will ultimately pay for these. So you only need about 7 gold galleons to purchase admission items. For the rest, you can also buy a companion, such as an owl or a toad. Professor McGonagall handed Riels 10 gold galleons taken from Gringotts and gave him basic information about the wizarding world. Riels listened silently, and at the same time looked back at Gringotts, which was tilted. He remembered that there seemed to be a fire dragon watching the gate. Well, if you have a chance, you can come and visit, and rob. Well, ask for hard-earned money for the poor fire dragon. The fire dragon has been looking at the gate here for so long. What happened to getting some gold galleons as wages? It's reasonable, legal and compliant. Well, that's what we'll do from now on. Professor McGonagall stopped and said, "Here we are, your first stop in Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blott's bookstore. There are books for all grades here, as well as many books on professional knowledge." Riels raised his head and looked at the bookstore in front of him. Flourish and Blott's bookstore has a large space. It may be the eve of the start of Hogwarts, so the bookstore is packed with people. Professor McGonagall opened the door. "Come on, let's go buy wands after we buy the books." As soon as the two entered the door, they attracted everyone's attention. Because most of the people here are Hogwarts students, they all greet Professor McGonagall politely. Professor McGonagall also responded very kindly, and then led Riels to the bookshelf. "Is that the freshman next to Professor McGonagall? He looks so cute. I wonder which house he will be assigned to. It would be great if he comes to Hufflepuff. Such a cute boy must be very brave, and he will definitely be a brave little lion in the future. I think this young man will definitely come to our Ravenclaw. Knowledge is always the most attractive thing." Several girls gathered around, arguing with each other in hushed tones. But they couldn't suppress their noise, and soon attracted the attention of everyone in the bookstore. Riels couldn't help but interject. "Why can't it be Slytherin? To be honest, he never thought he would go to that academy. Gryffindor has the protagonist group, Ravenclaw has the largest collection of books, Hufflepuff can enjoy life, and Slytherin has little snakes to bully. There is no best choice among these 4 colleges, nor is there a bad one. It's good to be able to get into one by chance." Before the quarreling girls could reply, a sound of ridicule sounded not far away. "Slytherin? Show noble Malfoy that it's that filthy mudblood who wants to enter Slytherin." Malfoy's ridicule +5. Others fear +9, regret +3, close black lens bracket. Malfoy. The white-haired young man who fell in love with Harry Potter. Oh no, without love, at best, you can't get what you ask for. He wanted to be friends with Harry Potter, but Harry Potter chose Ronald and rejected him, so he started targeting Harry Potter and Ronald. Abbreviation. Ask for it and get it. Professor McGonagall frowned when he heard the name Mudblood, his face full of displeasure. Mudblood is not a good name. She was about to speak, but before she could say anything, Riels spoke first. "Noble Malfoy. How noble. How filthy is a filthy mudblood." Riels's words attracted the attention of everyone in the bookstore. They looked at him with surprise in their eyes, as if they didn't expect him to ask such a question. Malfoy and the house elves squeezed out of the crowd, adjusted their sleeves, and looked up at Riels with disdain. Mudbloods are mudbloods, and they don't even know this. The noble Malfoy is one of the 28 pure blood families. At this point, Malfoy raised his head again and looked at people through his nostrils with hatred. Malfoy is proud +7, Professor McGonagall is surprised +8, others are helpless +6, close black lens bracket. Riels hesitated to speak. Whether it's noble or not, let's not talk about it. You have vegetable leaves in your teeth. God could see how pitiful he was, and he swore that this was a sincere reminder. After all, Malfoy had already contributed more than a dozen points of emotion points just after he showed up. Everyone looked sideways after hearing this, and sure enough they saw a conspicuous green leaf on Malfoy's tooth. For a moment, everyone's expressions became a little weird, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Malfoy's eyes turned red with anger and he glared at Riels angrily. What do you know, you dirty mudblood? A mudblood is a mudblood, and if he still wants to enter Slytherin, just dream on him. Malfoy +15 points, others gloating +8, anticipation +6, close black lens bracket. Chapter 5 Hey, the white-haired young master that Harry wants. With another 10 points of emotion points reached, Riels wanted to whistle happily, and even looked at Malfoy with a much kinder look. He is worthy of being the white-haired young master who is tit for tat with Harry Potter in the original work. He is simply a tool to increase his mood value. What else is this called Malfoy? Just change his name to the wealth-giving boy. But that didn't mean he let Malfoy go. He is a bit special, he can hold grudges. Professor McGonagall clenched her wand, her face extremely gloomy. She thought it was necessary for her to discipline Malfoy on behalf of Narcissa and Lucius. Malfoy was so insulting when he was young. If he didn't correct himself, wouldn't he be even more outrageous in the future? Professor McGonagall had a cold face and opened his mouth. Mal. Before she could say anything, she was stopped by Riels. Professor McGonagall looked doubtfully and saw Riels shaking his head at her, and then said to Malfoy. This self-proclaimed Malfoy, you haven't told me what makes you noble. Is it because you have nothing to offer except blood? Let me help you think about it. Talent? Glory? Character? Or words and deeds? Are you gifted enough to know magic spells at a glance and become a powerful wizard as a teenager? Or have you won various honors as a teenager? Or is it that your character is impeccable and you are respected and loved by everyone? Or is it that your words and deeds are consistent with your identity? Being born into a noble family only means that someone in your family has been noble, but does this nobleness belong to you? Is Master Malfoy, who considers himself noble, really noble? The series of words not only confused Malfoy, but also caused consternation among others. But after being stunned, they couldn't help but fell into thinking. How many items did they have? At the corner of the bookstore, a pretty girl squinted her eyes and looked at Riels with interest. Professor McGonagall looked at Riels in surprise. These are not words that a person who grew up in an orphanage could say. But Riels did say it, which is a bit intriguing. Malfoy's face turned green and red, and finally turned extremely gloomy. Veins popped out on his clenched hands, and his eyes were bloodshot. He doesn't take advantage of anything, Riels said. It's obvious that he is targeting it. A noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy. Malfoy was furious and revealed the reward. 100 gold galleons, close black lens bracket. Professor McGonagall is surprised +11. Others are surprised +9, and shocked +5. Close black lens bracket. 100 gold galleons. Riels felt the heavy galleons in his pocket, his face kept changing, and he secretly questioned the system in his mind. Why didn't I know that I could still get rewards? What other functions are you hiding from me? When a person's certain emotions reach the extreme, there will be a chance that talents or items will appear. Close black lens bracket. Other functions can be explored by the host yourself. Close black lens bracket. You are vicious. Riels silently made a mental note to the cheating system. He actually had to explore such an important function by himself. Is there such an irresponsible system? He must severely complain about the system's inaction. Before he could criticize the system for a few words, Malfoy's angry roar reached his ears. Dona, teach this mudblood a lesson. Let him know why Malfoy is noble. Yes, little master. Dorna, the house elf in rags, nodded and pointed at Riels. gray-white light condensing between his thin fingers. This turn of events shocked everyone in the bookstore and changed their minds, but Riels was extremely calm and even wanted to laugh. "Fuck you. Professor McGonagall is still here and there. Even though the older Catgirl is older, she is still very strong, right?" As he expected, Dona's magic was interrupted by Professor McGonagall waving his wand before it could be cast. Professor McGonagall tightened his wand and said displeased ly. "This matter ends here, Mr. Malfoy. This is Diagon Alley, not your family's manor. I will tell Narcissa what happened today and ask her to discipline you." Malfoy's anger suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him, his heart was filled with pain and his heart was soaring. It wasn't until his eyes met Riel's that the anger he had just extinguished was reignited. This dirty mudblood insulted the noble Malfoy and even caused him to be reprimanded. "It's all this damn mudblood's fault." Malfoy's anger +1 2, Professor McGonagall's anger +3, close black lens bracket. With another 10 points of mood points in his account, Riels was in a good mood and felt that the air felt much fresher. However, Riels's good mood did not last long before he was reprimanded by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Thomas, you seem happy. Don't you think you did something wrong?" Riels lowered his head and admitted his mistake obediently. "Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry that my behavior has caused you trouble." When Professor McGonagall saw this, his heart softened and his anger dissipated. Riels grew up in an orphanage, and since he is a young wizard, he will definitely be ostracized. Maybe it was in this environment that he developed a layer of armor to protect himself? What's more, if what happened just now is really up to par, it's not Riel's fault. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall's tone became much gentler. "It's good if you know you're wrong. Mr. Thomas, after buying the books, we should go buy wands. I think you are looking forward to it, right?" Professor McGonagall has pity +7, Malfoy has jealousy +6, close black lens bracket. "I think so, Professor McGonagall. I look forward to." Riels glanced back at Malfoy and gave him a friendly smile. "Little by Mal, we won't have much time when we get to Hogwarts. It will definitely drain you to the point where you won't have any emotional value left." Malfoy shuddered, an inexplicable chill rising from the bottom of his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. The bad feeling made him leave without looking back, leaving everyone in the bookstore still talking about it. Chapter 6 The Strange Ollivander. Malfoy is one of the 28 pure blood families. Draco has been taught to uphold the honor of the pure blood family since he was a child, and this is how he developed his current temper. But I believe his nature is not bad. You might become good friends with him in the future. As Professor McGonagall walked, he explained Malfoy's situation to Riels. Riels just listened silently, nodding in response from time to time. "It's so funny. Does it have anything to do with whether Xiao Bai Mao's bad nature has anything to do with him? He only looks at money, and of course this money refers to emotional value. The most important thing is that he likes Lolita, royal sisters, and even married women, but he just doesn't like men. Malfoy should continue to ask for it and not get it. This is his fate." Professor McGonagall continued. "You don't have to worry about Malfoy. It's not your fault. His mother and I are good friends and will explain today's events clearly." Riels said very obediently. Trouble with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall is satisfied +6. Close black lens bracket. Wow, another considerable emotional value. Recalling the days when I wanted to blow up the orphanage and only had a dozen or so emotional points, Riels was filled with guilt at this huge contrast. There really is no harm if there is no comparison. His life in the past 2 years was really in vain. Orphanage. So, love disappears, right? Ollivander's wand shop. Ding bell. The crisp sound of wind chimes covered up the noise of opening the door, and also alerted Ollivander, who was wiping his wand behind the counter. After seeing the person coming, Ollivander put down the wand in his hand. The core of the wand is made of dragon heartstring, and the body is made of fir wood. It is 9 3/4 inches long. It is suitable for powerful transformation magic. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, long time no see." Professor McGonagall twitched the corner of his mouth a few times and smiled politely. "Mr. Ollivander, long time no see." It was still a familiar word, and it was still a familiar smell. She could hear it several times every year from when she was teaching at Hogwarts to now. She never understood it until she learned that the same thing happened to other professors, and she realized it. The old man said this not for any special reason. He just wanted to attract the admiration of the young wizards. In the words of Muggles, it was pretentious. Riels looked at Ollivander strangely. Why did he feel that the old man was showing off? Illusion? Time flies so fast. It's the beginning of another year. Are these the new students entering Hogwarts this year? Little wizard, are you here to buy a wand? I want to tell you, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. Ollivander held the measuring stick and approached Riels like a kindly grandfather. But combined with his words, it gave people a threatening sense of déjà vu. Everything I said is right. You just need to listen quietly or nod in agreement. Otherwise the measuring stick in my hand is not for fun. Riel's lips twitched a few times, and he had a new understanding of the image of Ollivander's master wand maker. However, he still stretched out his arms to cooperate with Ollivander's measurement. Although strange, it is undeniable that the wands made by Ollivander are definitely the top ones. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was not surprised and was savoring the black tea that he didn't know where he came from. Oh, your body proportions are perfect, but you are a little thin. But I already know that wand is suitable for you. Ollivander put down the measuring stick and hurriedly ran to the back of the cabinet to rummage around. Ollivander's excitement +5, Professor McGonagall's sympathy +8, close black lens bracket. Would you like something to drink? I have pumpkin juice and black tea here. How about pumpkin juice? It's very sweet. Of course it's up to you to decide what you want to drink. Professor McGonagall waved his wand and conjured a cup of black tea and a cup of pumpkin juice, both filled with mist. She truly deserves to be an older cat lady. Her elegance never goes out of style. Is it okay to have afternoon tea anytime, anywhere? Only children make choices, adults must want them all. Riels secretly murmured something and reached out to take 2 cups of hot drinks. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall, I happen to be a little thirsty. Speaking of which, I haven't drunk pumpkin juice yet, and I don't know how sweet it is. Professor McGonagall is distressed +9. Close black lens bracket. The pumpkin juice, which originally tasted a little strange, instantly became extremely sweet after this sound. Riels squinted his eyes in comfort, and felt that he felt refreshed. He couldn't be more comfortable. Mr. Thomas, there's no need to drink in such a hurry. If it's not enough, I still have it here. When you get to Hogwarts, you can drink whatever you want, except wine of course. You won't be ostracized at Hogwarts, and you will make many good friends. I believe everything will get better. Professor McGonagall looked at Riel's distress edly and comforted him softly. Riels also drank the bowl of chicken soup without ceremony. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. In fact, you can call me Riels, just like Mrs. Aina. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Riels, you know this is really a pleasant thing. Professor McGonagall is happy +9. Close black lens bracket. Just when the two were getting along well, Ollivander ran out with a grey face in his arms, holding a rectangular box. Come here and try it. This wand is definitely a perfect match for you. Chapter 7. Mom, there is a little shabby shop flying in the sky. The core of the wand is made of unicorn feathers, and the body is made of ironwood. It is 11 inches long, suitable for casting dexterous spells. Ollivander rubbed his hands excitedly. Wave it a few times and show me. Riels held the wand with some hesitation. As soon as he got the wand, he felt something was wrong. After getting the wand, the magic power in his body kept boiling like boiling water, seeming to be fighting to come out. Although Riels doesn't understand, he feels that this is not a good sign. Mr. Ollivander, this wand doesn't seem to be a good match for me. As you said, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. I can feel this wand repelling me. How about we get a different one? Just kidding, he had just entered the wizarding world and unlocked the true uses of the system. It would be so much fun if you were killed by yourself while choosing a wand. Ollivander is angry +6, speechless +11, Professor McGonagall is surprised +5. Close black lens bracket. Ollivander is speechless now, really speechless. He really didn't expect that these words, which were too high-spirited, would be used on him like this. Now he feels like he shot himself in the foot. Ollivander frowned. Mr. Thomas, I think you should trust my judgment. There is a great possibility that this wand will suit you. Professor McGonagall also spoke at the right time. It's okay, Riels, just listen to Mr. Ollivander. Seeing both of them saying this, Riels stopped saying anything and just silently leaned towards Professor McGonagall. I hope the older catgirl's strength is still online and she can protect him from harm. After doing this, Riels waved slightly towards the vase not far away. In an instant, a white fluorescent light lit up at the top of the wand. Perfect fit. Just look at it and I'd say it's a perfect fit. Before Ollivander could finish his cheerful words, he was blinded by the brighter and brighter light. Professor McGonagall also noticed something was wrong and was about to take out his wand, but it was too late. Boom! A dull loud noise resounded throughout Diagon Alley, attracting everyone's attention, and then they all froze in place. Mom, look, there's a little shabby shop flying in the sky. The little girl's mother's mouth twitched a few times. Mom saw it. Ginny, please follow your brothers here first, don't run around, I'll go over and see what's going on. After saying that, she waved her wand and disappeared. The same scene appeared everywhere in Diagon Alley, even alerting the patrolling Aurors. The sun was very good at noon, and it was warm on my body. It's just that none of the three of them were in the mood to enjoy it. They all stared blankly at Ollivander's wand shop flying in the sky. It wasn't until more and more wizards gathered that they came back to their senses. Professor McGonagall said resolutely, "Please join me in casting a floating spell to catch it." Although the wizards who arrived did not know what was happening, they still cast spells and cooperated with Professor McGonagall obediently. In the end, Ollivander's wand shop, with the cooperation of everyone, landed safely on the ground, only retreating slightly more than 1 meter than before. Professor McGonagall was stunned and revealed the reward: top-grade transfiguration talent, close black lens bracket. Ollivander eats a lot and reveals a reward: a talent for making high-quality wands, close black lens bracket. Mrs. Weasley was shocked plus 13 points. Auror Phil was shocked plus. The total emotion of everyone was plus 666 points, close black lens bracket. He looked at the emotional value balance that was approaching 4 digits, and then looked at Professor McGonagall, who was explaining to everyone that there was no terrorist invasion. Riels touched the tip of his nose. Is this a blessing in disguise? Not only was he not injured, he also gained 2 top-grade talents and amazing emotional points. Although having a talent is useless, it is better than nothing. It is a good thing to have it for free. Now he seems to have opened the door to a new world, and his future is bright. It's amazing. I have never encountered anything like this in all my years of making wands. Mr. Thomas, please let me make your wand for you without any charge. Ollivander patted his chest and said excitedly, I guarantee that the wand I make will fit you perfectly. Ollivander is excited plus 16. Close black lens bracket. Riel's eyelids twitched a few times, and he took a few steps back silently, looking at Ollivander strangely. This old man. Doesn't he have masochism? He blasted the store into the sky with his front foot, and instead of being angry, Ollivander became excited? Is this the reaction a normal person should have? Professor McGonagall, who had just sent away the wizards, also looked strange. She seems to have discovered Ollivander's amazing hobby. We're very sorry about what happened today. I'll leave it to Mr. Ollivander about the wand. Let's go buy other things first. Before Ollivander could reply, Professor McGonagall grabbed Riels and ran away. She was really afraid that Ollivander had some weird hobbies, which was not uncommon in the Rotten Country. If Ollivander targets Riels, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. 2 days. Come get your wand in 2 days. I promise it's a match made in heaven. Ollivander's shout sounded behind them, but instead of stopping, the two of them ran faster. Chapter 8. Big Melon and Black Dragon Egg in the Mall? The Leaky Cauldron, in a not-too-shabby room. Professor McGonagall looked apologetic. You can stay here for the next 2 days. I will go to the orphanage to talk to you. You can rest assured. I have bought all the wizard robes and other things. You can take a good stroll around Diagon Alley these 2 days, but be sure not to go to Ollivander's wand shop again. She was really afraid, not only because she was afraid that Ollivander would have a weird hobby, but also that something would happen to Riels. After all, it was the first time in the wizarding world that a magic wand blew up the wand shop into the sky. This time it was good luck and no damage was caused. Who knows if I will have the same luck next time? Professor McGonagall is worried +9. Close black lens bracket. Thank you Professor McGonagall, just. What about my wand? Riel scratched his head, a little worried. To be honest, he really didn't expect such a mistake. Is it okay to try a magic wand and blow up someone's store? Although Ollivander was not angry and was very enthusiastic about making him a wand, this made him even more afraid. Boys should protect themselves when they are outside. Don't worry about the wand. I will come over to pick it up with you in 2 days. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. I still have things to go back to deal with. Don't worry, it will be fine. All the unpleasantness will pass. Professor McGonagall gently touched Riel's head and disappeared with a wave of his wand. She was so anxious to get back and tell Dumbledore the situation that she didn't even have time to go out and use magic again. Professor McGonagall is distressed +3. Close black lens bracket. Well, it hurts a little, but not much. But Riel's is not disappointed. After all, he is now considered a small upstart. Lying in bed, looking at the emotional value balance of 1025. How can I describe it with one sentence? The wizarding world is worthy of being a wizarding world. In just half a day, it has brought in the past year's income, which was simply unimaginable before. Riel sat up. Consumption, must consume. A light curtain visible only to him appeared out of thin air, with densely packed high-grade products on it. From ancient forbidden magic to snacks and daily necessities, it can be said that they have everything. The forbidden magic has 1 million emotional values. The 3 unforgivable curses have 100,000 emotional values. It's good. It saves money. I can't afford it anyway. System, it seems like you don't know how to do business at first glance. Why don't you quickly list the things I can afford? The system did not answer, but the things in the mall changed. What was once a sky-high price item has become something Riel's can afford. Riel's looked a little serious and began to rummage carefully. Elementary Potion Mastery. Contains some basic potion secret recipes, and the pharmaceutical level is comparable to the first grade. Price: $999. Close black lens bracket. Elementary Transformation. Can transform some small animals and items, but has no attack power. Price: $999. Close black lens bracket. Excellent Wand. It can automatically adapt to the host and become a perfect match. Price: $999. Close black lens bracket. Needless to say, Riel's was moved for a moment when he saw the exquisite wand, but it was only for a moment. Again, you can suspect that Ollivander has strange habits, but you can't doubt his wand-making skills. Being one of the 3 master wand makers is not an empty name. Tisk, it seems that this sentiment value can't be spent. System, you don't want to do any business at all, so I'll keep this sentiment value. Just as Riel's finished speaking, the mall page suddenly turned red, followed by the sound of the system. In view of the fact that the host has not purchased the desired item in the mall, a flash sale event is open. Close black lens bracket. The flash sale event lasts for 1 minute, and 3 high-value items will be randomly refreshed. The host can only purchase one of the flash sales. Close black lens bracket. You need to wait for 1 month before opening again after the event ends, so please cherish it. Close black lens bracket. Product flash sale. Riel's clicked in doubtfully, and saw the light screen flashing red with a 1-minute countdown above it. The originally dazzling shopping mall now only has 3 items left. Avada Kedavra. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. You will die if you are hit. Flash sale price: 1,000 emotion points. Close black lens bracket. Riel's breath froze, and he almost reached out to buy Avada Kedavra's life. The 3 unforgivable curses, which were originally priced at 100,000 yuan, now only cost 1,000 emotional points. This is simply a piece of cake. However, he still rationally chose to look at the remaining 2 products first. Hesidian Island's Black Dragon Egg. A powerful fire dragon that automatically recognizes its master after hatching. Flash sale price: 1,000 emotional points. Close black lens bracket. The Hesidian Island's Black Dragon Egg. Riel's took a breath and couldn't help but feel excited. This is a black dragon egg, the kind that is automatically recognized after hatching. As long as he has 1,000 emotion points, he can get a cool mount and a thug. What kind of wizard is this? He directly changed his profession and became a dragon knight. You will definitely gain a group of little fans when you go out, and you can also try the Black Dragon Collapse Hogwarts Express. That emotional value can definitely explode. Therefore, the Black Dragon Egg is much higher than Avada Kedavra in terms of value and effect. If the next product doesn't work, then he will choose the Black Dragon Egg. Riels suppressed his restlessness and looked at the last product. Chapter 9 Professor McGonagall is hard. Bang Bang is hard. Please give me a monthly ticket. Heart of Magic. God-level talent. The owner has 30% of the power of all magic. Unique. Flash sale price, 1000 emotional points. Close black lens bracket. Riels jumped out of bed and looked at the products on the light screen in disbelief. The power of all spells is increased by 130%. Is there such a good thing? Buy it, you must buy it. After making the decision, Riels did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and resolutely chose the curse heart with only 10 seconds left in the countdown. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1000 emotional points and successfully killing the talent. Heart of Curse. Close black lens bracket. Note: this talent is a god-level talent, unique and will not be produced again in the future. Close black lens bracket. The flash sale mall has been closed, and the countdown until the next opening is 29 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Close black lens bracket. Riels ignored the sound of the system, just closed his eyes, silently feeling the magic power flowing through his body. Now he can clearly feel the difference in himself. It seems that every trace of magic power has been purified and the quality has changed. Riels clenched his fists and squinted his eyes comfortably. There was only one thought in his mind. Return. Have. Who? With the bonus of the Heart of the Curse, he will be invincible with the same strength in the future, and killing him by leapfrogging is as easy as eating and drinking. Don't underestimate the 30% bonus. The magic spells are just there. If you have a bonus but your opponent doesn't, there is no comparison at all. I got so many things on my first day in the wizarding world, it's really a good start. This is just Diagon Alley. Wouldn't it be great to go to Hogwarts? You must know that Hogwarts is a real crouching tiger, hidden dragon, especially the professors who are not very simple. The principal, Dumbledore, is the strongest white wizard, the director of the Lion Academy is an older cat girl, and the director of the Eagle Academy has won the duel competition. The director of the Badger Court is a master of herbal medicine and has a wide range of connections. The director of the Snake Court, the Walking Bat Snape, is not only powerful, but also the leading potion master in the wizarding world. There were hundreds of students, and it was a paradise for him. Riels was very happy to have just obtained the Curse Heart. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Hogwarts principal's office was a bit strange. Minerva, there are no outsiders here. If you have anything to say, just say it. There is no need to worry about anything. Dumbledore picked up 2 strange flavored beans and said, "Would you like some? They are freshly grown and taste very fresh." Even though he was used to it, Professor McGonagall's eyelids still twitched slightly. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, she said, "No, Professor Dumbledore. Just keep the strange flavored beans for yourself." Dumbledore, who was rejected, stuffed the strange flavored beans into his mouth with some regret. "Well, it's chocolate flavored, very sweet. If you have anything to say, just say it. Just don't talk about Severus. You know I trust him to do no wrong." Severus Snape, a former Death Eater, is still the potions master even though he is now the head of Slytherin. But his former identity is still criticized, but few people say it openly. Professor McGonagall rolled his eyes. "I also believe Professor Snape. I'm here to talk about what happened in Diagon Alley today. You should also know that when Riels Thomas tried out the wand." As Professor McGonagall spoke, Dumbledore's expression gradually became serious, and finally became extremely ugly. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised when he saw his expression. "Professor Dumbledore, you don't have to worry too much about that child." Before she finished her words, she saw Dumbledore grimacing, picking up the black tea on the table and drinking it in one gulp, and then looked like he had regained his life. "You know, sometimes there are always some strange flavors mixed into the strange flavored beans. They may be sweet at first, but then they change the taste. I think their magic spells should be improved. I've already eaten the 3rd one today with these weird flavored beans that have inconsistent taste. It's hard, the fist is hard." Professor McGonagall resisted the urge to punch. She was afraid that Dumbledore would become a national treasure of some eastern country. Well, I understand your concerns, but don't worry. Garrick has devoted his whole life to the wand. To him, what happened to Mr. Thomas was a surprise to him, and that's why he reacted that way. Dumbledore noticed the change in the atmosphere, coughed twice and explained seriously to Professor McGonagall. Joking should be done in moderation. If Professor McGonagall is really pissed off, he will be in trouble. The most obvious bad fruit is the trouble at Hogwarts. Oh, Merlin's beard. He didn't want to deal with the mountain of things he had to do before school started. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. I hope so. Seeing that Dumbledore wanted to recommend strange flavored beans to her, she turned around and left without mercy. Dumbledore was not embarrassed, but smiled all over his face. Riel's Thomas? Interesting little guy. Maybe we can become good friends with that kid. Chapter 10. A Riel, man only wants the biggest, Miss Granger. The sun rises, the leaky cauldron. After breakfast Riels went to Diagon Alley. I was in such a hurry yesterday that I didn't have time to take a stroll around Diagon Alley. Now when I go shopping again, it's really no different from when I went shopping yesterday. At most, there is a new batch of wizards on the street, but the rest is the same as yesterday. While shopping, Riels stopped in front of a store. Open black lens bracket Ela owl shop close black lens bracket looking at the various owls inside through the transparent glass. Riels pushed the door open and went in without much hesitation. Welcome to the Ela owl shop. I am Angeloy, the owner. Is there anything I can help you with? Angeloy, who was behind the counter, greeted Riels warmly. He did not look down upon Riels being alone, even though Riels was wearing shabby clothes. Being able to open a shop in Diagon Alley is enough to show that his character has been approved. Riels nodded politely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Angeloy. I need a round-faced owl to help me deliver the letter. You know it would be inconvenient without an owl. Angeloy's expression froze. Round-faced and chubby, right? This kid must have been talking about a round-faced fat chicken just now, right? Although he wanted to say something, his good professionalism did not allow him to do so. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced various owls to Riels. Angeloy is speechless +6. Close black lens bracket listening to the reminder sound in his mind. Riels raised his eyebrows happily. It's another beautiful day. I recommend you buy a snowy owl. Their feathers are as white as snow. They are very beautiful, have excellent abilities, and are very loyal to their owners. Angeloy took down a cage and pointed at the sleepy snowy owl to recommend to Riels. The pure white snowy owl has always been the most popular type among young wizards. There is no reason why Riels wouldn't like it. That's why he recommended Snow Owl to Riels first. However, Riels showed no interest and instead pointed to the eagle owls in the cage. Mr. Angeloy, could you please bring me the largest eagle owl to see? The eagle owl is the largest owl, reaching an adult length of nearly 1 meter. It's so funny, if a man wants to choose, he must choose the biggest one. Although the little one is cute, Riels must be the biggest one. Angeloy is speechless +3, hesitant +7. Close black lens bracket. Eagle owls are generally purchased by adult wizards. They are too big and not suitable for young wizards to raise. Do you want to think about it again? Angeloy wanted to persuade Riels a few more words, but seeing the determination on his face, he had no choice but to give up. He turned around and selected the largest one among several eagle owls and brought it down. Eagle owls are large and eat a lot, but because of their size, they fly faster, have greater strength, and of course are more ferocious. Riels ignored Angeloy's knowledge and bent down to make eye contact with the eagle owl. This eagle owl is an adult eagle owl. It is so big that the cage containing her seems a bit crowded. Most of the feathers are yellowish-brown, and they seem to gleam under the sunlight, making them look very majestic. Please Mr. Angeloy, please prepare a bigger cage for her and some owl feed. I think she will become a good partner of mine. Riels looked at it for a while, then took out a gold galleon and handed it to Angeloy. Angeloy, who was still trying to persuade him, couldn't say anything when he saw the money, and turned to look for a bigger cage. Angeloy joy +5. Close black lens bracket. Riels ignored the sound of the system and took advantage of the time to change the cage and began to wander around the store. The Ela Owl shop not only sells owls, but also sells various cats and toads. Toad. I hope you can still call me that when you go to court. Professor McGonagall, after buying the books and robes, are you going to buy the wand next? Miss Granger is right. When you get the wand, you will be a real little wizard. You are looking forward to it, right? Hermione nodded in response. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I was so excited that I couldn't even sleep last night. In fact, I have been looking forward to it since I received the admission notice. The little girl with curly brown hair answered very seriously, which made Professor McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Granger feel very happy. While talking and laughing, Professor McGonagall suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the three of them stopped and looked at her curiously. Hermione looked around, but found no shop selling wands. Instead, there was one selling owls. I'm sorry, I met an acquaintance. If it's convenient, I'd like to go over and say hello. That kid, like Hermione, is also a muggle. But his life experience is somewhat bad. He came from an orphanage, so. Professor McGonagall did not finish her sentence, but Mr. and Mrs. Granger already understood what she meant, and neither of them had any objections. Hermione had already been attracted by owls and cats. The little girl was always irresistible to furry animals. Can I buy a cat? I'll feed him shit. I'm sure I can raise him well. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Of course, we believe you can take good care of him. After receiving the approval, Hermione excitedly pushed open the door of Ella's owl shop. Professor McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Granger entered the door shortly after. Chapter 11. Oh, you are really the cat in my dreams. Ela Owl Shop. Angeloy didn't know where to find a cage for the eagle owl, and Riels was the only one left in the store squatting in front of the cat cage. He seemed to have seen something good, and he didn't even notice the four people approaching him. Hermione looked at the person of the same age in front of her with some curiosity. She wanted to step forward to choose a cat several times, but she was stopped again. What if Riels was doing something important and was interrupted by her? The four of them looked at Riels's back quietly, somewhat curious about what he was doing. Oh, you are so fat. You are a gas tank in disguise, right? Oh, you asked me to touch you. You are simply the cat in my dreams. Riels stretched out his hand and kept stroking the gas. Big orange cat with dead fish eyes. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the word, big orange is the most important. He had seen this kind of cat that was as fat as a gas tank on a video in his previous life, but he really didn't expect to see it here. Professor McGonagall is speechless +3, funny +6, Hermione is curious +8, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are funny +2, close black lens bracket. The sudden system beep made Riels a little confused. When he turned around, he saw three adults and one loli standing not far behind him, looking at him with an incomprehensible expression. Even though he was as thick-skinned as a city wall, Riels was also a little embarrassed. Wouldn't those words just now be heard? However, the embarrassment only lasted for a moment, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Professor McGonagall, I really didn't expect to see you here. Who are these? Riels's appearance as if nothing had happened once again surprised the four of them. Professor McGonagall is surprised +5, funny +2, Hermione is curious +9, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are curious +2, close black lens bracket. Although he gained more than a dozen emotion points, Riels was not very happy and even couldn't hold back his smile. Riels, it seems that you are in a good mood today. I am really happy for you. At least, you have found the cat of your dreams. I think this is a good start. Professor McGonagall's tone was teasing Riels very funny. Regarding her words, Riels just wanted to say, tired, destroy it. However, Professor McGonagall was also very measured. After teasing, he began to introduce she. These two are Mr. and Mrs. Granger, and this is their daughter, Miss Hermione Granger. She is a little wizard like you. This is Riels Thomas. Like Miss Granger, he is a new student at Hogwarts this year. I think you guys should become good friends. After Professor McGonagall's introduction, Mr. and Mrs. Granger nodded politely to Riels, but Hermione took a few steps forward. She looked at Riels curiously. Are you also a little wizard? Then you should have a wand, right? Do you know magic? Are you easy to learn magic? I just bought a lot of magic books. I read some and they felt very magical. Have you read those books? Hermione seemed to have endless things to say, and she liked to ask questions to herself when she spoke, as if she was speaking to herself. Riels can somewhat guess why. Unlike him, Hermione couldn't take it seriously when she was ostracized by others. At her age, she was in need of friends. Her efforts to express herself are just to attract people to make friends with her, which can be seen from the original work. But the effect was minimal, and instead he was ridiculed for showing off. I've read some spellbooks, but I don't have a wand due to some accidents. I'm not a little wizard now. After all, I can't do spells and I don't have a wand. I don't know if spells are easy to learn, but I think they are easy to learn, and magic is inherently magical, isn't it? Riels smiled and responded to Hermione's questions one by one without any impatience. It's funny, although he likes the big ones, it doesn't mean he doesn't like the small ones. That kid Ronald is quite a good guy, especially when he was a kid. As soon as he met Harry Potter, he instilled in him the idea that all Slytherin snakes were dark wizards. Later, he kept telling Harry Potter to stay away from this and that. As a result, she heard him saying bad things about Hermione, causing her to almost be attacked by a troll. Although Ronald helped defeat the troll and rescued Hermione in the end, this does not mean that he was not responsible for the matter. So instead of leaving such a cute little loli to Ronald who bullies her, it would be better for him to cut off her beard. Hermione was a little in disbelief. Huh? She thought about various possibilities. The best one was that Riels would nod in response, and the worst one was to just ignore her. She was even mentally prepared to accept the worst outcome. But she really didn't expect that Riels not only didn't ignore her, but also responded to her questions very patiently, which really flattered her. Hermione was overjoyed and revealed the reward: photographic memory, close black lens bracket. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are grateful +3, happy +3, and Professor McGonagall is happy +3, close black lens bracket. Riels closed his eyes, and the cool feeling spread from his brain to his whole body, so comfortable that he almost screamed. The memories that were originally somewhat vague became extremely clear at this moment, and he could even remember some details clearly. Riels? Chapter 12 Hermione Little Angel Granger's Strange Hobby. Were you just talking to me? Hermione looked expectantly and looked at Riels cautiously. Although the question seemed silly and there was no need to ask, she just wanted to get the answer from Riels. It's not that she has any special feelings for Riels, it's just that he is the first peer who doesn't seem to reject her or ignore her. Hermione expects +9, fears +3, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger expect +3, close black lens bracket. Treasure girl. Definitely a treasure girl. Not long after they met, he just said a few words, and Hermione directly contributed a talent and dozens of emotion points to him. This is simply a little angel with wings. Hermione Little Angel Loli Granger looked at Riels carefully. The fear and anticipation in her eyes were beyond words. I was probably answering Miss Hermione Granger's question just now. I think you are the only one here, Miss Granger, right? Riels replied, pretending to be surprised, while turning his head around as if looking for another Miss Granger. This funny look made Hermione, who was originally worried, burst into laughter and feel relieved. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's faces were filled with relief, and their eyes were a little red. Hermione is happy +13, joy +11. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are pleased +3, Professor McGonagall is pleased +6, close black lens bracket. Oh, Professor McGonagall, and a few others. I'm sorry that I wasn't here just now. Angeloy walked in from the back door holding a particularly large birdcage and saw several people in the store at a glance. He quickly put down the birdcage and greeted Professor McGonagall and the others warmly. I haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Angeloy. It seems that the food here is very good, and the owl and cat look very happy. Professor McGonagall looked pointedly at the big orange cat lying in the cat box. She had never seen a cat of this size in her life. It was almost as fat as a bucket. Angeloy also noticed this and couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. Speaking of cats, Hermione then remembered that she was here to choose a cat, only because Riels had forgotten about it. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't wait to run to the cat box and look at the various cats inside. Riels, can you come over and help me choose? I think your vision must be very unique. As if remembering something, Hermione turned her head to look at Daju, who was staring at him with dead eyes. Well, Riel's vision can only be described as unique. For a moment, Hermione was afraid that Riel's would choose this big orange for her. If that was the case, she could only bite the bullet and admit it in order to maintain her friendship with Riel's. Just a bucket, as long as Riel's helped her choose it, she didn't expect the cat to be of much use anyway. It's just a pity that she couldn't choose her favorite cat this time. Hermione is determined +6, regretful +7. Close black lens bracket. Riel's looked at Hermione with some confusion, as if she was about to die, and then looked at the cream cat he had chosen for her. Does this little loli have different hobbies? In the original work, she seemed to have a ginger yellow cat with a pie face named Crookshanks? The cat also seems to have the ability to identify bad guys. Riel's hesitated for a moment and began to search for a suitable cat among the many cats. The hard work paid off, and after searching for a while, he found the suitable fat ginger cat in the corner. Round, flat, and ginger, it doesn't make sense even if it's not Crookshanks. Hermione, what do you think of that one? I think she's a little special. As soon as Riel's finished speaking, he turned around and saw Hermione looking at him with excitement. The sound of the system also came to his ears at the right time, and Hermione contributed another dozen emotional points to him. Riel's was a little confused and could only blame Hermione's liking for this big pie-faced cat. Then it's this cat, Mr. Angeloy, please help me take her out and put her in the cage. Hermione was in a happy mood and looked at the pie-faced cat much better. Although this cat looks ugly, it is a testimony of her friendship with Riel's. It was because of this cat that Riel's called her by her name for the first time. Therefore, this big-faced cat is the hero, and she will provide for this cat until he retires. Mr. Angeloy, please help me pack up this big orange cat. I want the eagle owl as well. Riel's pointed at the big orange cat, with no intention of getting started. Just kidding, he is a wizard, not a strongman. It's fine if he can be picked up, but it will be more fun if he can't. The last Black History had just passed, and he didn't want another one to happen again. Angeloy is shocked +3, surprised +6, grateful +7, Professor McGonagall is puzzled +3, Hermione is helpless +6, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are shocked +2, close black lens bracket. Riel's couldn't handle the series of prompts, especially since Angeloy actually contributed more than 10 points to him. Just because he bought an eagle owl and a big orange cat. How long has it been since Angeloy opened? Riel's hadn't figured out what was going on here, but Angeloy on the other side was so grateful that he almost cried. Chapter 13. Although the cat girl is old, she is still strong. Mr. Thomas, it's great that you are interested in this cat. As a discount for your purchase in our store, I will give you a 50% discount on this cat. In addition, I will give you 2.5 months worth of cat food. I will pack it for you now. As if afraid that Riel's would regret it, Angeloy picked up the big orange cat and walked quickly to find a cage that could accommodate her. This cat is like a living ancestor in his shop. It eats a lot, has a fierce temper, and most importantly, it cannot be sold. A normal cat eats cat food for a month, but it takes less than a week to eat it in her mouth. Keeping her alone is better than raising several cats. Now that Riel's can be blamed, a kind-hearted person bought her, which is like Merlin's apparition. Angeloy is grateful +9, excited +6. Close black lens bracket. A truly good national boss. He has engraved the principle that customers are superior. Merlin into his bones. Riel's was so moved that he almost laughed out loud. Buying a cat netted him dozens of emotional points. Is there anything more comfortable than this? Diagon Alley Street. If you buy a cat and an owl, won't you be able to keep them? I think they must be very edible. Hermione held the cat carrier and looked at the big orange cat with some concern. Isn't it possible for people with such a body type to show off their food in pots and basins? If it weren't for the magic on the cage, Riel's probably wouldn't be able to lift them. It doesn't matter, I should be able to raise it. By the way, Professor McGonagall, are you going to the wand shop to choose a wand? Riel's looked forward to it. Can I come along? I want to see how my wand is being made. To be honest, he really wants to learn magic now, especially when he is carrying these 2 cages. If he knew magic, a floating spell would completely free his hands, and he wouldn't have to work as a porter. Professor McGonagall smiled and asked, "Why not? Riel's, you have to be more confident." After talking to Dumbledore last night, She no longer had to worry about Ollivander having any weird hobbies. In addition, Riels and Hermione became friends today. Well, this should be the first wizard friend of the same age for both of them. Two children redeem each other. Is there anything more beautiful than this? Professor McGonagall is pleased +9, happy +5. Close black lens bracket. The older catgirl is truly an older catgirl, she is still so awesome. Riels was in a good mood and his smile deepened a bit. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. After politely thanking her, Riels turned to talk to Hermione again. Hermione was talking most of the time, and he was responsible for listening, nodding from time to time. The three adults behind them were extremely pleased to see the two little ones holding their cages next to each other. Riels also gained dozens of emotion points again, including Hermione's happy and excited emotion points. Soon, the group arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's wand shop has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Hermione was surprised. Doesn't that mean this store has existed for more than 2,000 years? Faced with her inquiry, Professor McGonagall gave a positive reply. The Ollivander family has been making wands for generations. The shop owner of this generation, Mr. Ollivander, is also one of the three greatest wand-making masters in the wizarding world. The wands that come out of his hands are all excellent wands. While giving Hermione some information, she opened the door and walked into the store. But when she stepped into the door and saw obvious traces of movement on the ground, she was silent for a moment. Several other people followed Professor McGonagall into the store. Ollivander's wand store is not big. The items inside are very old, and there is a thick layer of dust on the cabinets. It was obvious that Ollivander wasn't much of a cleaner. But everyone present didn't care about this. The only one who cared a little was Mrs. Granger. As soon as they entered the door, several people saw Ollivander lying on the counter and sleeping soundly. Professor McGonagall said, "Mr. Ollivander? A young wizard has come to choose a wand, Mr. Ollivander?" Ollivander raised his head when he heard the noise, revealing a tired face and bloodshot eyes. He was still a little sleepy at first but became energetic the moment he saw Riels. Ignoring greeting Professor McGonagall, Ollivander excitedly crossed the counter and ran to Riels. He also held a red rectangular wooden box in his hand, and he knew what was inside without even thinking about it. He looked like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw meat. Hermione was so frightened that she took several steps back, and Riels also took a few steps back. But Ollivander didn't pay attention to this, he just opened the wooden box excitedly. "Although you came one day earlier than promised, it doesn't matter. I made your wand for you last night. The core of the wand is made of Vela hair, and the wand body is made of acacia wood. It is 11 inches long. It can guide powerful magic and is suitable for casting powerful spells." Ollivander raised his head proudly. "Although this combination is strange, I think it will definitely suit you." He had thought about it last night, that Riels would have that kind of strange phenomenon, probably because the wand was unable to guide his magic. This means that if you can successfully channel the flow of Riels' magic, the wand will be a perfect fit for him. The acacia wood is curved on the inside and folded layer by layer, which can be used as a channel. Vela's hair can guide magic very well. This is absolutely the best wand material for Riels, bar none. Ollivander's excitement +9, anticipation +9, close black lens bracket. Chapter 14 The Enchanting Magic Wand? Riels ignored the system prompts and stared closely at the pale silver wand. This wand is different from other wands that are straight, but slightly twisted, but it does not look ugly, but adds a bit of inexplicable flavor. At first glance, it looks like a beautiful woman dancing with her waist twisted. As soon as I took the wand into my hands, a strange feeling hit my whole body. As if he sensed something, the magic power in his body began to rush forward. It's just that this time the flowing magic has order, instead of flowing freely like before. Hurry up and give it a try. I believe this wand is a perfect match for you. Ollivander took a few steps back, his eyes filled with feverish anticipation. However, Riels did not wave his wand immediately, but looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall also thought of the shop flying in the sky yesterday, silently pulled out his wand, and his expression became serious. To be honest, she was actually a little panicked. After all, there were Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Hermione here. It would be better if Hermione had magic in her body, but Mr. and Mrs. Granger were real muggles, so they might be accidentally injured. If what happened yesterday happens again, it will be really fun. Ollivander expects +9. Professor McGonagall is nervous +11. Hermione expects +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels ignored the system's voice, took a few deep breaths, and flicked his wand at the vase not far away under the gaze of everyone. In an instant, a strange aroma wafted out from the tip of the wand, and soon spread to the entire room. The aroma was very unique, and I couldn't tell what it tasted like, but after just taking a few sips, everyone's eyes became blurred, as if they were drunk. In a trance, there seemed to be a beautiful white-haired woman dancing gracefully. The woman's face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful and graceful. Before anyone could take a second look, the woman disappeared along with the fragrance, as if she had never appeared. Riel stroked the wand in great surprise. Is this my wand? It is indeed a perfect match for me. The feeling just now was really comfortable, and he could feel it. The unique structure of this wand can accumulate magic power, which means that during a duel, it can hit the opponent unexpectedly and hard. Hermione regrets +6. Professor McGonagall regrets +7. Ollivander regrets +3. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger regret +2. Close black lens bracket. Along with the sound of the system, several people came to their senses one after another, but there was a touch of regret on their faces. I don't know whether I am regretting the peculiar fragrance or the dancing woman. But soon, Ollivander dismissed his regrets and turned to look at Riels with great excitement. How about it? Am I right? This wand and you are definitely a perfect match. It's not in vain that I worked all night last night. Merlin's beard. I hope you never know what it's like to work all night. Although he said that, in fact, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep last night. He couldn't stop making the wand. By the time he finished making it, it was already broad daylight. Ollivander is excited +9, Hermione is happy +9, and Professor McGonagall is happy +7. Close black lens bracket. Another dozen points of emotion points were received, and Riel squinted comfortably. Any harvest is the result of his 1 week in the Muggle world. The wizarding world is simply paradise to him. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I will take good care of this wand and remember that sentence. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Riels bowed and thanked Ollivander very solemnly, without a trace of falsehood. He sincerely thanked Ollivander. Ollivander not only contributed his talent and nearly 100 emotion points to him, but also made him a wand that fit him so well. He deserves to thank him, and Ollivander can bear his bow. Ollivander is happy +7, Professor McGonagall is happy +5. Close black lens bracket. The prompt sound made Riels even more happy, and the smile on his face deepened again. He loves the wizarding world so much. Professor McGonagall pointed at Hermione and said to Ollivander, Mr. Ollivander, I would also like to trouble you to choose a suitable wand for Miss Granger. Hermione blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Ollivander expectantly. What just happened was simply indescribably magical to her, and it made her look forward to having her own wand even more. Of course, no problem. Come, cooperate with me to measure your body data, so that I can find a suitable wand for you. Ollivander picked up the measuring tape and began to measure the length of Hermione's arms and height. Hermione also stretched her arms very cooperatively. After measuring the data, Ollivander dropped the measuring stick and hurriedly ran to the back of the cabinet and started rummaging around. Seeing Hermione's questioning look, Riel smiled and explained, I think Mr. Ollivander already knows that the wand is suitable for you. Hermione's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Really? After receiving Riels's reaffirmation, the little girl excitedly grabbed his sleeve and shook it constantly, her brown eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 15 Hermione's unique bait to seduce Riels. Soon, Ollivander walked out with a wand box and introduced it to everyone as he walked. The wand is made of grapevine wood and the core is a dragon's heartstring. It is 10 3/4 inches long. It is suitable for smart little wizards. Hurry up and wave it around to see the effect. I can feel that this is a perfect match for you. After making a perfect wand for Riels, Ollivander's confidence greatly increased and he became more confident in this choice. With starry eyes, Hermione reached for the brown wand with great anticipation, and then waved it gently at the vase not far away under the encouraging gazes of everyone. Under everyone's nervous and expectant gaze, a delicate flower suddenly bloomed from the top of the wand. There seemed to be water droplets on the flower, which looked so delicate under the sunlight. If you taste it carefully, you can smell a faint floral fragrance in the air, which is not greasy and very pleasant. A match made in heaven, and indeed another match made in heaven. Ollivander screamed excitedly, puffing out his chest, and his old face was full of pride and pride. He looked around, as if telling everyone, "Look, this is the wand he made, the wand he selected for the little wizard in one go." Everyone also applauded Mionzi very much, making his already happy mood even happier. Professor McGonagall said softly, "Mr. Ollivander, you are truly a respectable wand master." What she said was not flattery, nor was it false, but she meant it sincerely. Remembering that she had previously suspected that Ollivander had an unusual hobby, she felt a little ashamed. She shouldn't have that kind of doubt in the face of the master who devoted his entire life to the wand. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, you not only helped me make a suitable wand, but also helped Hermione choose a suitable wand. I think your staff-making skills are unparalleled in the wizarding world." Riels complimented him at the right time, and as expected, he gained more than 10 emotion points, which made him smile. This is truly a pleasant transaction for two people. Finally, after Hermione's compliments, Ollivander, who was in a comfortable mood, waved his hand and waved her wand money. Although the Grangers repeatedly tried to pay, Ollivander stopped them sternly. In his words, he opened this shop just to let more little wizards get suitable wands, not to make money. Otherwise, given his status, he would never open a store in a place like this. Several people had no choice but to thank them again before leaving. Diagon Alley. Mr. Ollivander is truly a master staff maker of both virtue, and he deserves the respect of all. Hermione opened her big eyes and looked at the shabby shop behind her with great respect. She could feel that everything Ollivander said was sincere, and it was really just the reason he said he opened a store here. In response, Riels nodded silently. To be honest, he was used to seeing people who were striving for fame and fortune, and he couldn't believe that people like Ollivander existed. It is really rare to find such a person who does not pursue fame, fortune or money, but only works hard for the persistence in his heart. Professor McGonagall smiled and asked, "Mr. Ollivander has gained the respect of everyone, hasn't he? Okay, Miss Granger, today's trip to Diagon Alley is over. It's getting late. It's time for me to take you back." Hermione's smile froze when she heard this, and she looked at Riels hesitantly, wanting to say something but not daring to say it. The three adults saw this and guessed that she was reluctant to let go of the friend she had just made. But there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Besides, it doesn't mean we won't see each other again after separation. However, none of the three adults spoke to persuade them. Instead, they took a few steps back to leave space for the two little ones. "Riels, I'm going home. Will you come and play with me? I can share my books with you. They are all wonderful." Hermione, who had never made many friends, all she could think of at the moment was to seduce Riels with something. In her world, only books are the most exciting things, so she chooses to use books as bait. Hermione's nervousness +9, anticipation +1-2. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the prompts in his mind, he looked at Hermione, who was rubbing her clothes nervously. Riels didn't understand what she was thinking. Just using the book as bait. That's nice and very Hermione. "I'm sorry, Hermione, although I also want to read the books you mentioned, but I guess I will live in Diagon Alley before school starts. As you know, I came from an orphanage. I haven't learned a lot of things, so I have to study magic knowledge in Diagon Alley, read the magic books I bought, and try to accumulate as much as possible. I think you should do the same. And it's only half a month until school starts, so we can meet at Hogwarts." Riels was not lying when he said this. He was indeed planning to use this half-month to cram in some magic knowledge. After arriving at Hogwarts, his main energy will still be spent on improving his mood points, and he may not be able to keep up with the teaching progress. So the best way is to rely on photographic memory and learn all the knowledge in first grade in half a month. In this way, he can concentrate on improving his emotional value without having to worry about being targeted by some professors. "Well, that's you, Snape, the walking bat. Chapter 16 Women affect the speed of drawing the sword. What does it have to do with my wizard? Outside the leaky cauldron, Riels and Hermione said goodbye reluctantly. You must remember our agreement and wait for me at the Hogwarts Express. I will read the magic book carefully when I go back. If you don't understand when the time comes, I can teach you. Hermione's eyes were red, she looked at Riels pitifully, and gave him 1,000 instructions. This look made Mr. and Mrs. Granger feel extremely distressed, and Riels couldn't laugh or cry. It's not that he doesn't want to go with Hermione, it's just that the situation doesn't allow it, otherwise he would definitely want to spend more time with the little loli. After all, in this short period of time, Hermione's mood value prompts never stopped. From Diagon Alley to outside the leaky cauldron, she directly contributed nearly 100 emotion points to him, but this just showed that she was really sad. Riels composed himself and his expression became serious. Miss Hermione Granger, I swear to Merlin, I will definitely keep my promise. The brief separation is for a better encounter. Hermione, we will meet again at Hogwarts. The previous words startled Hermione, thinking that Riels was annoyed and angry, and almost made her cry. But what he said next made him burst into tears of joy, and he grabbed Riels's sleeves in excitement and couldn't stop shaking them. Seeing this, the old father and mother felt heartbroken again. Their smart daughter seemed a little too good to be deceived, and could be abducted if she wasn't careful. But they couldn't get a word in, so they could only sigh secretly. If they were abducted, they would be abducted. At least she could be happy. It's getting late, Miss Granger. You will be reunited at Hogwarts, so there is no need to be so sad. Professor McGonagall's words made Hermione reluctantly let go of Riel's sleeves. This was her first real friend, and she didn't want to be separated. The longer she was alone, the more afraid she would become of being alone. The Grangers could give her love, but they couldn't save her from loneliness, because this loneliness came from her friends, not her parents. Hermione turned back 3 times. Riels, remember our agreement. In the end, Professor McGonagall spoke up and left with a reluctant Hermione. In just a short period of time, the little angel Hermione contributed more than 30 points of emotion points, all of which were filled with reluctance and loss. Riels was even a little soft-hearted and wanted to stay at her house several times, but his reason told him that he couldn't. Sure enough, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. But fortunately, I am a wizard and not a swordsman. Laughing to death. What does the speed of drawing the sword have to do with me, a wizard? Who can draw a wand faster than you? I just cast the spell without a wand. In the leaky cauldron accommodation room, Riels sat cross-legged on the bed and tapped the day's results. 530 emotion points, gifted with photographic memory, although not as good as yesterday, but still pretty good. Yesterday's emotional value was high entirely because he blew up Ollivander's wand shop and attracted the attention of everyone in Diagon Alley. Without this incident, yesterday's emotional value harvest would actually not be as good as today's. It's a pity that my name was not written on the Daily Prophet. Otherwise, the emotional value would be quite high. If such a big thing happens in Diagon Alley, the Daily Prophet will definitely report it. In fact, he saw the report this morning. It's just a pity that the above just said that there was an accident when a little wizard tried the magic wand, which led to the accident, and it didn't identify who it was. Riels didn't need to think twice to know that this was Dumbledore's handiwork. There were not many people who could influence the Daily Prophet, and Dumbledore happened to be one of them. That's fine. It's not necessarily a good thing to attract attention too early. If someone is interested in me, I will be the one in trouble. After all, this is probably the first time in the wizarding world that a wand test blew up a wand shop. It wouldn't be fun if someone took it away and sliced it up. Riels shook his head and turned his attention to the mall, ready to see what he could afford. It is far better to keep the emotional value than to use it directly. The wizarding world is not peaceful. If you seek death without the ability to protect yourself, you will really die. After searching for a while, Riels settled on something that was currently useful to him. Elementary magic potion. After taking it, it can increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 500 emotional points, close black lens bracket. What is the basis for releasing the curse? Yes, it's magic. The more powerful the spell, the more magic power is consumed, which means that the amount of magic power is directly related to the strength of the spell. There is no cooldown time for spells. After you release a spell, you can immediately connect to the next one. Theoretically, as long as you have enough magic power, you can even use the melon as a machine gun. On the contrary, there is very little magic power, and even a floating spell may directly lose the ability to fight. Men can eat, but they must not be empty. If you buy it, you must drink it like water from now on. Riels waved his hand and bought the primary magic potion directly. Consume 500 emotional points and successfully purchase a bottle of primary magic potion. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, a test tube-like glass bottle appeared out of thin air in Riel's hands. In the glass bottle is a light blue to white liquid, which also exudes a light herbal aroma. Riels didn't hesitate and drank it all in one gulp very proudly. A real man would never keep a fish, no matter if it is wine or not. Chapter 17. Taking drugs makes the strongest achievements, moved Mrs. Aina. Is this what it feels like to increase your magic power? Just one bottle of primary magic potion increased my magic power by half. It's really worth every penny. Feeling the surge of magic power in his body, Riels was so comfortable that he almost made an indescribable sound. He had the heart of a curse, and the magic power in his body had been purified, but he didn't expect that the magic power increased by taking drugs had also been purified. According to the instructions, as the number of times you take the primary magic potion increases, the effect will gradually weaken until it finally stops growing. At that time, you will have to take the intermediate magic potion. By analogy, after the intermediate potion, there will be the high-level magic potion. Riels opened them all and rummaged through to find intermediate magic potions, high-level magic potions, and the top-notch magic potions. But the price made him a little heartbroken. Intermediate magic potion. Taking it can increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 2,500 sentiment value. Close black lens bracket. Advanced magic potion. Taking it can greatly increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 5,000 emotional value. Close black lens bracket. As for the ultimate magic potion, Riels didn't even want to take a look. It's so funny, as long as I don't look at it, I won't know how expensive that thing is. If I don't know how expensive something is, I won't know how poor I am. As long as I don't know, my happiness will never slip away. There will be bread and chicken drumsticks. He has only entered the wizarding world for 2 days. Worrying about these is just asking for trouble and is meaningless. Riels lay down on the bed very single and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the relatively clean and tidy ceiling, his thoughts drifted back to the shabby little room in the orphanage. I wonder if Mrs. Aina has seen the pounds I put under the pillow. With that money, her pressure will be much less, right? In the past 2 years, Riels relied on the system to exchange some pounds, and he also dreamed of taking control of the economic lifeline at an age when his hair was still young. Until he later learned that this was the world of Harry Potter, he never had that idea again. Who would engage in business if he could be a wizard? Are the spells not fun, or are the potions not tasty? Before leaving the orphanage, he stuffed all the pounds he had exchanged during that period under his pillow, and left a special letter to explain the origin of the money. Otherwise, Mrs. Aina would never use the money. Mrs. Aina is moved +1, happy +1. Close black lens bracket. The system's beep made Riels completely relax, and the stone weighing on his heart fell to the ground. Just get it. Riels yawned, turned over and closed his eyes to sleep. Tomorrow he would continue his great work of improving mood values, but he couldn't stay up too late. Riels was lying on his back in sleep, but Hermione on the other side was not sleepy at all. It was almost midnight, but she still stayed up late reading, no matter how much the Grangers tried to persuade her. In Hermione's words, she had to learn these things before she could give Riels extra lessons. For this reason, the old father and the old mother could only accept it silently and could not say anything to refute it. After all, Riels was Hermione's only friend, so it was normal for Hermione to value him. In the end, the Grangers had no choice but to go to rest, leaving Hermione alone in front of the window, reading a book. Hermione's expectation +6, joy +3, longing +9, Granger and his wife helplessness +2, close black lens bracket. Riels turned over, chirped a few times and continued to sleep soundly. The leaky cauldron. Hey, Riels, come over and have a drink together. Look at my memory. I almost forgot that you are too young to drink." These words caused everyone in the bar to laugh. Old Tom is happy +3. Others are happy +8. Close black lens bracket. Riels had long been accustomed to this. Instead of being angry, he raised his head and smiled brightly at Sam, who was speaking. His smile and cute little face made him look very comfortable, but Sam and everyone who were familiar with Riels were silent for a moment. After 6 or 7 days of getting along, they already knew what kind of little devil Riels was. If they believe in God, they will definitely think that Riels is the reincarnation of Satan. He is simply a little devil. "Uncle Sam, I almost forgot to tell you that Mrs. Lena will come to see you later, but don't worry, I have helped you persuade her to go back. It's just that she was in a bad mood. She was yelling about something, looking for 2 thorny wooden boards, and throwing 2 quilts in the toilet, as if she wanted someone to make the floor." Riels looked like he just remembered it, but the smile on his face betrayed his heart. These words frightened Sam so much that he was half drunk. He didn't even have time to say anything, so he dropped a few silver coins and ran out of the bar. Seeing this, other people in the bar also closed their mouths and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. Just kidding, Riels are not pushovers, and Sam is the perfect example. There are also those who were tricked into doing striptease a few days ago. I heard that they still have no shame to go out. Sam fear +8, regret 5, others fear +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels smiled with satisfaction, and just as he was about to continue talking, he heard the clear sound of the wind chime sweeping through the bar door. For a moment, everyone in the bar looked sideways, including Riels. Chapter 18. A rebellious little fanboy. Professor Quirrell, with a bird's nest on his head, received everyone's attention as soon as he entered the door. His expression suddenly changed, and he thought he had been exposed, and subconsciously wanted to touch the wand. But then he reacted, and his hand stopped the moment it touched the wand. Quirrell stiffened his face and stammered, "Sorry, I didn't come at the right time. I wanted to have 2 glasses of butterbeer." He was already feeling guilty, and when so many people looked at him, the tight string almost broke. If he hadn't reacted at the last moment, the consequences would have been so beautiful that he couldn't even imagine it. "Professor Quirrell, it's great to have you here. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. Riels, I think you should talk to him. Professor Quirrell should give you a lot of surprises." Old Tom brought 2 large glasses of butterbeer and placed them in front of Quirrell, and then looked at Riels with meaning. "This little devil has been acting lawless in the bar for more than a week. Every time a professor comes, he always brings a new little wizard with him, and he can't say much to avoid being retaliated by Riels. Professor Quirrell is alone this time. Is it okay for him to give a small report?" Others in the bar also knew Old Tom's intention, and looked at Professor Quirrell and Riels with a bit of schadenfreude and a bit of anticipation. Old Tom expects +8, is happy +5, Quirrell is curious +6, others expect +12, and gloats +9, close black lens bracket. Riels, who had dozens of emotion points in his account, was in a very happy mood. What is this called when dozens of emotional points can be recorded without doing anything? This special code is life. "Professor Quirrell, are you the professor of this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class? It's such an honor to see you here." Riels pretended to be very excited, his eyes were almost starry-eyed, and he almost grabbed Quirrell's sleeve and shook him. As for why it wasn't pulled? Give me a hint, ugly and refuse. Riels's appearance made everyone in the tavern jump with their eyelids, and they all looked at Professor Quirrell with pity in their eyes. Even if they think with their toes, they can understand that Riels is pretending, and the purpose must be to trick Professor Quirrell. Everyone silently mourned Professor Quirrell in their hearts, and then looked at the 2 of them expectantly, waiting for Riels to show off his true skills. Quirrell is surprised +4, happy +7, sad +3, others expect +11, close black lens bracket. Quirrell looked at Riels, and for a moment he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. Fortunately, Quirrell also has a little fanboy. Sadly, he is just a puppet now, not a real professor. I'm honored to be able to teach. Professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Are you the new student this year? The violent mood swings made him, who was already stuttering, even more incoherent. But Riels didn't care, His smile became even brighter, and he answered obediently. Yes, Professor Quirrell, I am admitted to Hogwarts this year. I am a Muggle born. I am currently living in the Leaky Cauldron. I have read a lot of books on the wizarding world during this period. I have a few questions that I wonder if Professor Quirrell can answer for me. Riel's performed very well. He looked like a little fanboy who met his idol, and he vividly played the attitude of studying. This greatly satisfied Quirrell, who waved his hand generously and stammered. Ask as much as you like, I will tell you everything I know. Quirrell is happy +6. Others are looking forward to +8. Close black lens bracket. Riel smiled brightly. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I read in a school history of Hogwarts that all defense against the dark arts professors in the past would leave for various reasons before they could finish teaching for a semester. I wonder how Professor Quirrell, who is a new generation of defense against the dark arts professor, feels about this. Are you confident that this curse can be broken? Most of the professors in the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts are powerful wizards from the outside world. Every professor who serves will leave after less than 1 year due to various reasons, and rumors gradually arise. It is said that the defense against the dark arts class is cursed, and no one can teach it for less than a year, let alone expect to be in the position for a long time. Some professors were even seriously injured due to special reasons, and some even died on the spot. This also made this rumor become more and more outrageous. For a time, the dark arts professor at Hogwarts became a high-risk profession, and no one was willing to teach. Now that Riel's mentioned it, everyone remembered this rumor and their expressions became strange. Quirrell's face turned blue and purple, and he opened his mouth to say something, but was so angry that he couldn't even speak. What kind of little fanboy is this? Even if he is really a little fanboy, then this little fanboy weighs 100 kilograms, at least 99 kilograms of which are traitors. On purpose? This guy must have done it on purpose. Quirrell is embarrassed +9, angry +9, Voldemort is funny +6. Others are happy +13, close black lens bracket. Hey, isn't this noseless? Riel's grinned, his eyes flashing with amusement. I wonder what good things can be revealed without a nose to break the defense. It's a starting point for top talent, right? Ding, ding ding. The sound of wind chimes accompanied two figures, one large and one small, entering the bar. Hey, long time no see, old Tom. Chapter 19 Harry Potter was molested in public. True protagonist treatment. Long time no see, Hagrid. How are you lately? Let me guess if you are still hanging around those magical animals. Old Tom joked with a smile on his face. Remember your dream was to raise a giant dragon, has it come true now? Hagrid, who had just walked in, heard this and scratched his messy hair in embarrassment. A giant dragon or something, although he really wanted to keep one, but the danger factor of that thing was too high. An adult dragon requires several elite wizards to defeat it reasonably. Let alone breeding, the Ministry of Magic will never allow it, and of course Hogwarts will not allow it either. After all, that thing is big, which means it eats a lot, and it can easily destroy the ecological environment of the Forbidden Forest. At first, for some reason, he often went to the Leaky Cauldron to drink away his sorrows. After getting drunk, he would brag to everyone. It's just that he didn't expect that old Tom not only remembered it, but also said it directly, which somewhat made him feel a bit paralyzed. Dragon? Do dragons really exist? Hagrid, have you ever seen a dragon? Are they big? Can they really breathe fire? In fairy tales, the evil dragon will steal the princess, and then a brave knight will defeat the dragon. In the end, the knight and the princess will live happily together. Harry Potter tugged on Hagrid's sleeve and looked at him expectantly. That was a dragon, a creature that only appeared in fairy tales. If given the chance, no one would not want to meet the legendary dragon, and he was certainly no exception. Facing Harry Potter's question, Hagrid opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. He can't say that the dragon is just a precious magical animal in the wizarding world, can he? Poachers often hunt down giant dragons to obtain precious materials from them. If he said that, wouldn't Harry Potter's expectations for the dragon collapse? There are no knights or princesses in the wizarding world. Although there are dragons, they are not divided into good and evil. The dragon is just a magical animal. If you are strong enough, I think taming a giant dragon as a mount would be a very cool thing, don't you think so? Riels stepped forward and explained to Harry Potter with a smile. This is the protagonist. Although his strength is a bit weak, does the protagonist depend on his strength? Have you not seen how many great villains have died at the hands of weak protagonists? Of course, he wasn't licking Harry Potter, he just wanted to see if Harry Potter could bring him any surprises. For example, there are piles of emotional values, or some kind of talent. He is very satisfied. A low-grade talent is not too low for him, a top-grade talent is not too high for him, 100 points of emotion value is not too much for him, and a 50-point emotion value is not too little for him. Hagrid is surprised +2, happy +5, Harry Potter is scared +3, nervous +8, Voldemort is disdainful +11, others are funny +9. Close black lens bracket. It's you again, no nose. Disdain? Take off your nose, oh sorry. I forgot you have no nose. Riels curled his lips and looked at the back of Professor Quirrell's head unintentionally. Although there was a bird's nest made of cotton cloth, he knew what was underneath. Volume: the most failed villain, Earth Demon. The awesome second-generation Dark Lord. The master of the Death Eaters, and the shadow of the wizarding world. In the end, he was killed while assassinating others, and he was killed by a baby. Isn't he invincible? The most ridiculous thing is that after he was resurrected, he started to raise the flag of rebellion with great force, clearly pushing him all the way. As a result, Hogwarts collapsed after losing Dumbledore. They were just a group of students, no matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than the elite Auror force? He can kill an elite Auror troop, but he can't kill a group of students. This not only shows that he is the most failed villain, but also proves the power of the protagonist's halo. So Harry Potter should be able to give him some unexpected surprises. Harry Potter was surprised. Tame a dragon as a mount? Is it really possible? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Harry Potter. You can call me Harry. I am a Muggle-born, so I don't know much about these things. Harry Potter scratched his head, a look of surprise and shy embarrassment on his face. It was obviously the first time for him to encounter this kind of situation, and he was surprised that Riels said about taming a dragon as a mount. At the same time, he was curious about Riels, a little wizard of the same age. He wanted to make friends but was afraid of being rejected. Harry Potter is nervous +9, anticipating +9. Close black lens bracket. Son of Destiny, Riels, recognize your aura as the protagonist. Riels, who had reached his peak mood again, became extremely happy, and even looked at Harry Potter with a much kinder look. Harry Potter? Are you Harry Potter? The boy who lived Harry Potter? Oh my god, I actually met Harry Potter. Harry Potter, welcome back, really welcome you back. Boy who lived, would you like a couple of butterbeers? My treat. Before Riels said anything, everyone who learned Harry Potter's identity couldn't sit still. They were waiting here not just for drinking, but their real purpose was to meet the boy who saved the wizarding world. In just the blink of an eye, Harry Potter was surrounded by everyone, and many people started to touch him. That scene was really sad to see and made anyone who heard it cry. This is the boy who lived. Needless to say how lucky he is, right? If you touch it a few more times, maybe you can transfer it. Chapter 20. Harry, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. Tisk. This kind of treatment for the protagonist is really not something ordinary people can enjoy. Riels leaned against the bar and looked at Harry Potter, who was being abused, and was amazed. To be honest, even though I only touched my head and arms, there was also the lightning-like scar on my forehead. But Riels was still all Harry, especially among the people he touched, most of whom were men. Hagrid stood aside and watched this scene with relief. Sure enough, Harry Potter was as popular as he thought. When Harry Potter returns to the wizarding world, he returns to his own home, and will no longer be bullied or treated unfairly. Although he didn't want to waste time on this, he was happy to see Harry Potter becoming popular. Old Tom, bring me a cup of butter. Milk, hot, remember to give me a big cup. Hagrid grinned and said, I think Mr. Harry Potter will stay here for a little while. He did not stop him, nor did he see the cry for help in Harry Potter's eyes. Instead, he and Old Tom chatted happily. Harry Potter's pleas for help were in vain, and he was so anxious that he almost cried. Well, he had to urinate urgently. Just when he was about to give up asking for help and try his best to get out, He suddenly saw Riels, who was watching a show. With the idea of treating a dead horse as a live doctor, Harry Potter cast a look for help at this peer. Harry Potter expects +1 fears +5. Close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but with so much emotional value, it just didn't make sense. So he stood up and walked towards the crowd, stretched out his hand and poked the waist and shoulders of the person on the outside. The person in pain screamed, "Ah!" This wailing sound made the excited crowd look sideways, and what came into view was the middle-aged man with a painful look on his face, and Riels with an innocent look on his face. Riels spread his hands. "If I said that I didn't exert any force, it was because this uncle was too weak, would you believe it? It's so unfair, he really didn't use any force, it could even be said that he was very gentle. This uncle is really too weak. He poked his waist and it hurt so much that he couldn't stand up. How much indulgence must he have to be like this?" Facing Riel's explanation, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at the tall man who fell to the ground and then at the skinny Riels. Harry Potter was shocked +3, moved +8. Others were shocked +1, scared +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels touched his nose and was about to continue explaining, but found that the people who were still gathered around him had already dispersed like a mouse seeing a cat. Harry Potter was left alone to look at him with admiration, as if he had seen God. Oh no, Merlin come to the world. Admiration for Harry Potter +9, happiness +8, fear of others +7, helplessness +9. Close black lens bracket. The corner of Riels's mouth twitched a few times. He really didn't want to, seriously injure, that burly man. For the first time, this emotion was worth his displeasure. Riels, in a bad mood, decided to take revenge on the culprit of everything. That's right, it was an organized, premeditated, and extremely cruel revenge on Harry Potter. Then, "Riels, are you sure that in the wizarding world this sign is the men's room?" Harry Potter crossed his legs and looked at the toilet with the little skirt logo in front of him, trembling all over. If someone told him that this was a men's bathroom, he would definitely not believe it, and would even laugh at that person for lying. But if the target is Riels, that's a different matter. After all, Riels just saved him from the fire and water, so how could he lie to him? But he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had lived for 10 years and still had basic common sense. In this regard, Riels said that it was probably because the deception was not done properly, and a few more deceptions would have been enough. Riels patted Harry Potter on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I'm watching out for you, there's no one inside, everything will be fine." Sometimes people have to learn to accept changes and adapt to changes in order to live a better life, right? It's a pity, it would be nice if there was a camera, then Harry Potter's dark history would be preserved. If you take it out after a few years, it may have a lot of emotional value, and it may even give you a good reward. After hearing Riel's words, Harry Potter thought about it and nodded seriously. Well, he can't hold it in any longer. "Riels, thank you for teaching me this, you are truly my best friend." Before he finished speaking, Harry Potter rushed into the toilet, no longer worrying about whether it was the south toilet or the women's toilet. Harry Potter is grateful +9, happy +8. Quirrell is shocked +7, and Voldemort is happy +1 close black lens bracket. "Oh, you have no nose again, right?" Riels turned his head and saw Quirrell standing not far away with a bird's nest on his head and a wand in his hand. He didn't need to think twice to know that the wand was not for scratching. "What a coincidence, Professor Quirrell, are you here to use the women's room too? I didn't expect you and Harry to have the same hobbies, it's really rare." Riels shook his head pretendingly. "The women's restroom in the leaky cauldron is new and has not been used yet. You can express your little fetishes as much as you like. I will help you keep a lookout, and I will also help you keep this secret, you can rest assured." "Damn it, am I afraid of you with a magic wand? My last name is not Potter, and I don't have a lightning scar on my forehead. Can you still use a wand to swipe it?" Quirrell is shocked +8, angry +9. Voldemort is shocked +1 suspicious +1 close black lens bracket. Voldemort was really doubtful at this moment. What was he doubting? I wonder if Quirrell really has this hobby. Chapter 21 Professor Quirrell. Thank you, I'm offended. Toto. Mr. Thomas, I think you have misunderstood. I don't have this kind of hobby. I just saw Mr. Harry Potter coming here, so I just came over to take a look." Although Quirrell was explaining, his ugly face and tightened wand showed how angry he was inside. Now he is sure Riels is absolutely rebellious. Asking him that kind of question before would have made him unable to get off stage, but now he is spreading rumors that he has this habit. It's a good thing no one else here heard it, otherwise his reputation might be ruined. Voldemort. Whoosh! Does a dead person without a nose count as a human being? Riels smiled and said, "Professor Quirrell, you don't need to explain more. Who doesn't have a little secret? This very unique bird's nest on your head. I think it must be related to something, right? For example, there is something underneath. What do you think?" Quirrell was frightened and revealed the reward: thousands of bullets, close black lens bracket. Voldemort is furious +2-1. Close black lens bracket. Riels squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feeling the sudden addition of magical information in his mind, feeling so comfortable that he wanted to scream in the sky. When it comes to truly special brews, wealth can be found in danger. Is he seeking death? Well, it could be said that he was seeking death, but he was sure that he would not die. This is the Leaky Cauldron, close to Diagon Alley. If something happens, it won't take long for the patrolling Aurors to notice it. In addition, there were all wizards outside, so it was absolutely impossible for Quirrell and Voldemort to take action unless they were blinded by anger. Of course, being targeted by these two people is definitely inevitable, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, these two products are good score-boosting machines, and they are best used to boost emotional points. Let them take the initiative to deal with it, and then let their plans fail later, and it will be easy to increase the emotional value. I don't quite understand what you mean. This hat. My hat was given to me by my friend. It's not to hide any secrets. Quirrell subconsciously held up the bird's nest on his head, and when he saw nothing strange, he spoke with a smile. If you look closely, you can see that the veins on the hand holding the wand are bulging out, and the magic spell is trembling slightly. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Riels, but everything around him prevented him from doing so. Putting aside whether Riels really discovered something, the location alone ruled out the possibility of him taking action. Even if he could kill Riels by force, he would never be able to run away, and then all plans would be ruined. Even the news of Voldemort's comeback will be noticed by the higher-ups in the wizarding world. So he couldn't take action against Riels, at least not in the Leaky Cauldron. I know Professor Quirrell, if I didn't say it, who wouldn't have a secret? Hey, Harry, how are you? There shouldn't be anyone in there, right? If there were, you would be considered a gangster. Riels, who was in a good mood, pretended to comfort Quirrell, and then changed the subject after seeing Harry Potter from the corner of his eye. You need to be relaxed when doing things, neither tight nor loose, such as repeatedly jumping horizontally on Voldemort and his baseline. Annoy them first, then pour a basin of cold water on them to cool them down. After a while, annoy them again, and then pour cold water on them to help cool them down. To achieve this, these two idiots have murderous intentions, but they will not give up everything and try their best to kill him. Quirrell is relieved +8, angry +3, Voldemort is strange +1-2, murderous intent +9, Harry Potter is confused +9, nervous +8. Close black lens bracket. Can you always use one word to describe it? Riels's already happy mood became even happier. It seemed that he would be able to drink the primary magic potion again tonight. He was happy, but Harry Potter was about to cry. Even if he was tricked into entering the women's restroom, at least it looked new inside and no one would know. But now, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has seen him. He hasn't even entered school yet. If it is rumored that he has a special hobby, then he will really have no chance at Hogwarts. Quirrell forced a smile. Bobo. Mr. Potter, you. Professor Quirrell, I didn't, this was all an accident. Riels can prove it to me, you have to believe me. Before Quirrell finished speaking, Harry Potter interrupted him, followed by a frantic explanation. Afraid that his words were not convincing, he cast a pleading look at Riels again, hoping that he could help explain a few words. This series of words confused Quirrell, and when he came to his senses, he was overjoyed. If he could use this to threaten Harry Potter, then I'd be afraid of him. Don't worry, Harry, Professor Quirrell is here to use the toilet too. You can talk more, after all, we all have the same special hobby. Riels smiled and waved his hand. I still have something to do. You guys can chat slowly. I'll leave first. Wool cannot be harvested in one day. You must know how to do it step by step and stop in moderation. So he is no longer in the mood to spend any more time with these two men. If you have this time, wouldn't it be better to go back and see what you have gained? As soon as Riels left, Harry Potter and Quirrell were left staring at each other. Me. Harry Potter stammered and couldn't form a complete sentence. Quirrell said he was offended. After saying goodbye without a smile, he turned around and left. The handle he finally obtained was gone, and he had a strange hobby for no apparent reason. Who could he cry to? For a moment, Harry Potter was left standing there with tears in his eyes and was at a loss. Chapter 22 Voldemort. People are sitting on the back of their heads, bad reviews are coming from the sky. Quirrell's anger +9, murderous intention +6, Harry Potter's worry +9, nervousness +6, close black lens bracket. After Riels finished testing and fired thousands of bullets, he was just about to sit down on the bed and take a rest when he heard another announcement. Tisk. What the Dark Lord exploded is not as good as that of a younger brother, and he didn't respond directly this time. A negative review, a negative review. Riels really wanted to point at Voldemort's nose and sneer at him, well, if he even had a nose. Quirrell finally fired a salvo of thousands of bullets at him, which was a very powerful spell. But as the Dark Lord, Voldemort only had such a small amount of emotional energy. If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. If you don't have a nose, you might as well step aside and give way to someone more talented. After complaining, Riels got down to business. System, redeem the primary magic potion. Consume 500 emotional points and successfully redeem a bottle of primary magic potion. Close black lens bracket. The next moment, another familiar test tube appeared in his hand. Riels had already drank it twice, so he drank it without hesitation. The already full magic power increased again at this moment, and the comfortable Riels lay down directly on the bed, not wanting to get up for a long time. The first bottle increased the magic power by nearly half, the second bottle only increased the magic power by 1/3, and the effect of the third bottle was further reduced by half, only half of 1/3. According to calculations, it is expected that drinking 3 or 4 more bottles will not have much effect, but my current magic power reserve far exceeds that of wizards of the same age. Riels clenched his fist. This magic reserve is even more powerful than some weak adult wizards. Again, as long as there is enough magic power and the magic spell does not stop, there will be no enemy that cannot be defeated. If you can't beat it, it only means that you didn't choose the right spell and your magic power reserve is not enough. Directly use the fire shield to protect your body, supplement it with the Patronus charm, and add the non-stop release of the big melon. May I ask how you deal with it? It's too early to think about this now. Not only is the magic power not enough, but none of these spells are cheap. But it's just a matter of time. I haven't deliberately improved my mood this week, and it's close to 800. This is still in the leaky cauldron. If it were Hogwarts, it would have to be at least double. Looking at the remaining 132 emotion points, Riels not only didn't feel distressed, but was actually a little amused. He is not the kind of person who is so ambitious, compared with those people who are pretentious and wish to be invincible at once. What he values more is the present. Now that he is getting stronger every day, it is only a matter of time before he becomes invincible. Rather than doing a big death to increase his emotional value, he prefers to increase his emotional value that is not dangerous, at least he thinks there is no danger. For example, today's Quirrell and Voldemort, he only dared to play like that because he expected that these two people would not dare to do anything. If there were no other people around, he would definitely be able to understand what the 3 unforgivable curses felt like. Riels shook his head and began to think about what to do next. There are about 7 days left before the start of school. I will probably be able to produce another bottle of primary magic potion in the next few days. By then, I will start far ahead of others. Hermione's photographic memory is really useful. I've read about half of the first grade subject books during this period, and I should finish them by the time I enter school. Oh, by the way, I also need to write this thing quickly. I'm really looking forward to what kind of impact it will have. Riel slapped his forehead, picked up a luxurious-looking book, opened it, and started writing quickly with a quill. This thing is his secret weapon, and it will definitely gain a lot of emotional value when the time comes. You might even get a chance to see a lot of interesting scenes. There were already many people sitting in the leaky cauldron in the early morning. Of course, this does not mean that they got up early, it just means that they were drunk and forgot to go home last night. Old Tom, who was cleaning the bar, saw Riels walking downstairs and greeted him warmly. "Riels, would you like a cup of hot milk and a sandwich?" "Oh, are you going to go on the Hogwarts Express now? Time flies so fast, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye." Seeing Riels carrying his backpack and carrying the fat cat and owl downstairs, old Tom couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Riels mentioned the cat cage and owl cage. "I don't think they will let me have my hands free. Thank you for taking care of me recently." In half a month, he and old Tom got along quite well. Although old Tom spent most of the time teasing him or telling about Hannah. But it is undeniable that old Tom is very funny. Even if he is joking, he knows his limits and will not be annoying. Old Tom smiled and said, "I think I should welcome you to come again." "What? Do you want me to give you a ride by apparating? Of course you can also take the night bus." Riel's face froze, he quickly shook his head and refused, and ran out of the bar as fast as he could escape. Just kidding, even if he was walking to take the Hogwarts Express, he wouldn't be able to use apparition again. Seeing Riels running away, old Tom couldn't help laughing. The other drunkards who were woken up also started laughing when they saw this, but their smiles still couldn't hide the reluctance in their eyes. For half a month, although Riels often did some pranks, it was undeniable that he was easy to get along with. And it's a pleasure to get along with him, especially when we play pranks together. Riels can always come up with some weird new ideas. Old Tom is reluctant to give up +5. Others are reluctant to give up +7. Close black lens bracket. Well, it's a bit sad, but not much. Chapter 23 Jumping on the car. No, it's the disco-riding night bus. Ah, dear little wizard, you are welcome to take the night bus again next time. After the conductor said with a smile, the night bus danced away. That's right, I just danced away. Riels held onto the street lamp and retched again. He was a little lucky that he hadn't eaten anything in the morning, otherwise he would have definitely vomited. Next time, there is absolutely no next time. Even if I lose everything, I will still have to buy a flying dragon as a mount. After recovering, Riels leaned weakly against the lamppost. He was really speechless. He thought that apparating was already painful, but he didn't expect that the strongest has its own strong hand. There is also a night bus on top of apparating. If apparating is like crushing people and throwing them into a drum washing machine, then night bus takes you to experience the thrill of disco dancing on the road. The feeling is not only dizzy, but also very painful, especially since this thing can jump. He now felt like there was a swelling on his head. Well, there was no doubt that it was caused by a close collision with the roof of the night bus. I don't know if Hermione has arrived. If I had known, I would have taken a taxi. Anyone who likes to do this crap night bus can do it. There is absolutely no way I will do it again. Night bus has permanently lost a customer. After Riels recovered, he found a luggage cart and threw all the large and small bags onto the luggage cart. Then he ignored the strange looks from the people around him and walked straight to the station. Passers-by are confused +5. Close black lens bracket. Riels curled his lips and was confused. Didn't he see anyone who went to school? If passers-by knew what he was thinking, they would definitely shout that he was wrong. It's not that they've never seen someone go to school before, it's just that they've never seen someone like Riels carrying luggage, a cat, an owl, and most importantly, a pot. Are you attending the culinary god school? Who is a good person who brings these things to school? King's Cross Station. As soon as Riels entered the station, he saw Hermione standing there looking around, and Hermione happened to see him at a glance. Hermione waved her arms excitedly and ran quickly. Riels. The Grangers behind her were silent, pretending not to see anything. What can they do? Beating a mandarin duck with a stick does not mean beating a little mandarin duck. Hermione and Riels are friends at best now, so what can they do? Prevent Hermione, who already has no friends, from making friends. How sad was Hermione? Maybe even hate them. Hermione is excited +11, excited +9, happy +9, And the Grangers are helpless +3. Close black lens bracket. Little Angel. Although Riels has seen strong winds and waves in the past half-month, he still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They just met, and without even saying a few words, their emotional value reached nearly 30 points. What is this if not an angel? Riels, I have learned nearly half of the knowledge in the past half-month, especially potions. I heard that the professor who teaches potions is very strict. If you don't understand, you can ask me. How have you been in the past month? And has your cat been named? I named my cat, and her name is Crookshanks. Hermione's mouth was like a small machine cannon, and she seemed to have endless words to say. Her questions were numerous and complex, and coupled with her habit of asking and answering herself, sometimes Riels couldn't even get a word in. But he wasn't angry either, let alone a machine gun. Even if it was a laser cannon, he was still a little angel. The two talked while walking, standing out among the cluttered crowd. When passing by Sister Gran and his wife, Riels nodded politely and said hello. Sister Gran and his wife responded with a smile, then pushed their luggage and silently followed the two little ones, quietly looking at the energetic Hermione. It seemed like they hadn't seen Hermione looking like this for a long time. The last time I saw her was half a month ago in Diagon Alley, and in the next half month, although Hermione was smiling, it was not this kind of smile that came from the heart. Instead, it's more like a smile that can be faked so as not to worry them. Their daughter is a little more mature than ordinary people. Platform 9 3/4, I think this is it. Riels stopped and looked at the thick brick pillars in front of him. Hermione also stopped, seemingly unable to finish her words, and looked around the pillar curiously. She had no doubt about Riels' words, but was a little surprised that this pillar was platform 9 3/4. How are we going to get in? Just walk in? Will we hit our heads, or is there some special spell? If she had read the history of Hogwarts, she would definitely know about platform 9 3/4. But for half a month, she focused on studying and wanted to help Riels with tutoring knowledge after entering school. I don't have time to read those miscellaneous books, so naturally I don't know these things. Riels looked at her funny, shook his head and said, no need for any spells, just go in. A Muggle expulsion spell has been cast here. We won't arouse the Muggles' suspicion if we go in directly, so you can rest assured. Chapter 24 The Sad Little Angel Hermione meets Harry Potter again. But before that, I think you should go say goodbye to your family. The school year at Hogwarts lasts close to a year. Although there are owls to send messages, owls cannot convey my feelings of longing. Riels looked at the Granger couple behind him with meaning. Hermione's smile froze, with some complicated emotions appearing in her eyes, and then she smiled and ran quickly to the two of them. I'm going to be a little witch. Remember not to miss me too much. When I come back, I will perform magic for you. Very magical magic. Although her words were cheerful, if you listen carefully, you can hear subtle tremors and a faint cry. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's eyes were slightly red, but they forced a smile and took turns giving Hermione instructions. A parting conversation ended with Hermione's eyes red, holding back tears and running into platform 9 3/4 with her luggage. Riels smiled and said, I will take care of Hermione, you can rest assured. There was no falsehood in what he said. Hermione was a treasure girl, and she also had a deep love for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he would take good care of Hermione, at least not letting her suffer the same injustices as in the original novel. That wasn't something she should have to bear, and it wasn't her fault. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other and thanked each other in unison. Thank you, Riels. Hermione, we will leave it to you. You are her only friend and we trust you to take good care of her. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are grateful +3, Hermione is touched +9, and looking forward to +9, close black lens bracket. After chatting for a few more words, Riels pushed his luggage cart into the stone pillars. Hogwarts Express. In the not-too-crowded carriage, Riels and Hermione sat opposite each other. Seeing Hermione with red eyes and a bad mood, Riels persuaded her with some distress. Remember what I said. The separation is for a better reunion, and being separated doesn't mean we won't see each other again in the future. Next time we meet, you have to show them with a new attitude what a great little wizard their daughter is. He didn't say this to increase his mood points, he simply wanted to comfort her. No matter how smart Hermione is, she is only a teenager and has never left her parents. It has been nearly a year since they left her, so it is normal to be reluctant to leave them. When a young boy leaves home and his boss comes back, this is never a very happy thing to say. Hermione is touched +9, happy +3. Close black lens bracket. Hermione sniffed and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I won't let them down. I will make them proud and make them proud of me." She was extremely firm when she said this, and her brown eyes were full of seriousness. In response, Riels just smiled and didn't say much. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are proud or not, it's not what parents care about, at least it's not what most parents care about. Time passed little by little, and soon it was time for the Hogwarts Express to depart. A few people wanted to enter the carriage along the way, but after seeing Riels and Hermione inside, they all left with good sense. Although they are only teenagers, they all know what they should know, and the light bulb is not a pleasant existence. Hermione shared with Riels what she had learned from reading at night during the past half-month, and received Riels's approval. She raised her face with great satisfaction, and at the same time contributed dozens of emotional points to Riels. But soon, she began to yawn, her eyelids began to fight, and she almost fell asleep several times. "If you're tired, just take a nap. I'll call you when you get to Hogwarts. If you can't wake me up, I can carry you up. You know I'm quite strong." Riel's joke made Hermione roll her eyes angrily, but she still obeyed and fell asleep on the table. She had not had a good rest in the past half-month, and now she had experienced great joy and sorrow. It was normal for her body to be unable to bear it and fall asleep. Hermione is +3 for being shy, +5 for being angry, and +6 for being funny. Close black lens bracket. This little girl is really a little angel. Even when you are asleep, you don't forget to contribute your emotional value. I'm asking you, who else can do this? Riels smiled and shook his head, without disturbing her, but took out the luxurious book, held the quill and began to write rapidly. This book looks like one of those magic books at first glance, but in fact it is just a blank notebook. Of course, whether this is used for taking notes or for other purposes is another matter. Boom, boom. There was a knock on the carriage, and Riels saw the people outside through the glass, and suddenly burst out with a bright smile. He put away his quill, stood up with the book in his arms and opened the carriage door. However, he did not invite anyone in, but walked out of the carriage directly, closing the door at the end. Obviously, his gesture was just that he didn't want anyone to enter the carriage. "Harry, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. My little buddy, how are you doing recently?" That's right, it was none other than Harry Potter who was tricked into going to the women's room. Having said this, Riels still has some regrets. If he could have recorded it with a video recorder, it would have been explosive news. Especially after Voldemort died and he showed it to Harry Potter, the scene. You don't need to think about it to know that it is wonderful. Chapter 25. Harry Potter. What are you holding in your hand? I'm sorry, I just want to find a seat. The other carriages you know are full of people. I can go to other carriages to have a look. Harry Potter waved his hands in panic, and his broken glasses almost fell off several times. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to run away, as if he was afraid of Riels. Harry Potter fear +5, anxiety +9. Close black lens bracket. The system's beep made Riel's smile become even brighter. Seeing that Harry Potter was about to leave, Riels quickly stopped him and continued speaking with a half smile. "Harry, why are you running away after not seeing me for so long? I don't mean not to welcome you. In fact, I welcome you very much. It's just that my friend fell asleep in the carriage. I was afraid that our conversation would wake her up, so I closed the door and came out to talk." Harry Potter's steps froze. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't move forward. He could only turn his head with a grimace. "Riels, I'm sorry to disturb you and your friends. I think it would be better if I went to another carriage." If possible, he really didn't want to be in the same car as Riels, or didn't want to spend more time with him. After all, being tricked into going to the women's restroom seemed like it happened yesterday. In fact, it only happened a few days ago. Every time he thought of this incident, Harry Potter felt angry and helpless, and the bitterness on his face deepened. At such a young age, there is a sense of bitterness and hatred on his face. Harry Potter's bitterness +8, helplessness +9, fear +3, close black lens bracket. Riels smiled even brighter. "Harry, I think my friend will also welcome you very much. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 days, right? I remember the last time we met. Mr. Potter accidentally entered the women's bathroom. Well, I will keep it a secret, so don't worry. To be honest, Harry Potter is really interesting, and he is very simple and easy to fool. It was so deceiving that he felt a little guilty, but this feeling of guilt only lasted for a short moment. Just kidding, he still has to save money to buy a giant dragon as a mount. How can he let such a rich boy go? And he didn't hurt Harry Potter, he just pranked him a few times. Isn't this a normal thing? For example, Ronald's twin brother is the most famous prankster at Hogwarts, and even opened a shop selling prank props. Are they not equally popular? Even became a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team? As long as pranks are moderate, they will not offend others or harm others. Harry Potter is scared +9, embarrassed +9, angry +6, close black lens bracket. The system's prompts kept ringing, making Riels feel extremely happy. But Harry Potter was not so happy. He looked around nervously and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one in the corridor. If there was something he didn't want to be known about the most, then the incident of being tricked into the women's bathroom a few days ago was definitely at the top of the list. It is said that the male and female toilets in the wizarding world are used upside down, which is completely different from the Muggle world. This is a complete lie. It was obviously such a lie, but he actually believed it and actually went in. Fortunately, there was no one inside, otherwise he would not be embarrassed, but would be executed as a pervert. Harry Potter showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Riels, I can really go find another carriage. Okay. I will try to keep my voice as low as possible so as not to disturb you and your friends. Finally, forced by the pressure from Riel's eyes, Harry Potter could only walk into the carriage with tears in his eyes. This will be the thing he regrets most in the future, bar none. Countless times in the middle of the night, he secretly regretted why he didn't turn around and run away, but entered the carriage instead. Harry Potter worries +9, fears +9, close black lens bracket in the carriage. Who do you think you are? Harry Potter. The rumored boy who lived Harry Potter. Hermione, who was woken up, sat next to Riels and looked at Harry Potter sitting opposite in surprise. Although she didn't read many miscellaneous books, it was no exaggeration to say that Harry Potter's name could be seen everywhere in the wizarding world. In Diagon Alley, there are many products related to Harry Potter, such as baby blankets and so on. The same baby blanket as Harry Potter, your baby can also become the boy who lived. There are not a few things like this, and no one says anything, but they are very popular. So even if she doesn't read miscellaneous books, she still knows something about Harry Potter. Harry Potter scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I should be the boy you mentioned, but I'm not very lucky. After saying this, he regretted a little and glanced at Riels quietly. Seeing that Riels kept reading the book and didn't care about what he said, he was relieved. Then he became curious about the book in Riel's hands. Seeing that Hermione was about to ask another question, Harry Potter hurriedly said, Riels, what book are you holding in your hand? Is it a first-year magic book? I didn't expect you to be so diligent. You have to study hard even in the car. Harry Potter has helplessness +9, admiration +8, Hermione has curiosity +6, doubts +9, close black lens bracket. When Riels heard this, the corners of his lips raised slightly. Good, the fish is hooked. Chapter 26 Wild history does not keep the truth, but it guarantees wildness. It's not that I love learning, I just saw a very interesting book. Speaking of which, there is your book in it, but. Riels appeared to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something but unable to. This made Harry Potter and Hermione, who were already curious, even more curious and wanted to grab the book and read it themselves. The feeling of curiosity is very uncomfortable, as if there is an itching hand in my heart. It makes people want to scratch it but cannot, but it itches fiercely. Harry Potter is curious +9, anxious +9, Hermione is curious +9, anxious +9, close black lens bracket. Another small 40 arrived in the account. Riels smiled with great satisfaction, and then stopped making excuses. Before the two couldn't help but ask, he raised the book and introduced it to them. The name of this book is Unknown History of the Wizarding World. I got it by chance. It talks about some secrets in the wizarding world. First of all, let me state that this book is not true, but it is guaranteed to be wild enough, and it definitely deserves the name of wild history." Riel stretched out his hand and put the book on the table. "It's up to you to read what's written in it and what it has to do with you, Harry." This is a masterpiece that he spent half an hour every day and compiled for half a month. Every item in it can bring a lot of emotional value to the person involved as long as it is shown to him. Of course, what he is writing now is mainly for Harry Potter. There is no way, who made Harry Potter the protagonist? This is how the protagonist is treated. Harry Potter is grateful +9. Hermione is curious +7, and suspicious is +9. Close black lens bracket. Harry Potter said sincerely, "Thank you, Riels." After saying that, he looked at Hermione first and saw that Hermione's attention was entirely on Riels. Only then did he tentatively reach out his hand, take the book to himself and look through it. Hermione didn't say anything, but looked at Riels with a strange look. This book seems familiar. Well, it can no longer be described as familiar. If she remembered correctly, she still knew the author of this book. But she didn't explain it. Since Riels did this, there must be a reason. Hermione doubts +7. Close black lens bracket. Riels didn't change his expression, but secretly praised Hermione in his heart. She was truly a little angel, and she did a great job of seeing through things without telling her. It's normal for it to look familiar. The textbooks we bought all use this kind of writing. Noshima, you know, this thing is always interesting. At least I saw a lot of interesting things in it, such as Harry and. At first he sounded like he was explaining to Hermione, but at the end he deliberately stopped and silently observed Harry Potter's reaction. It's so funny, that's the content of that book, and the thing he wrote is in the front. Harry Potter definitely saw it. As he expected, Harry Potter immediately raised his head after hearing this, with a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at Riels and then at Hermione, suddenly a little shy on his face. Is everything in this book true? Do I really have a fiancé, or is it a baby marriage arranged by my parents for me? As if he had thought of something, his face became even more shy, but there was a touch of sadness between his brows. Harry Potter is nervous +7, excited +7, expectant +9, Hermione is confused +6, and curious +9, close black lens bracket. Before Riels could answer, Hermione snatched the book from Harry Potter's hand and looked through it carefully. Soon, her expression became strange, and she looked at Riels with deep shock and confusion. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking him, "Is everything you wrote above true? Is there really such a nonsense?" Harry Potter also looked at Riels nervously and expectantly, waiting for his answer. Cough. Riels coughed dryly and took the book with a calm expression. "Didn't I say it before? Wild history is not true, but it is guaranteed to be wild enough. As for the fiancé, you have to make sure for yourself. According to the book, that person is about the same age as you and should enroll in Hogwarts with you. And the characteristics of that person are very obvious. You just need to look for it. It should be easy to find it. Let's look for it. What if it is real?" Just kidding. Come to this point, there's no reason why Harry Potter shouldn't be fooled. If Harry Potter was really that smart, he wouldn't have been tricked into the women's bathroom before. Sure enough, when Harry Potter heard what he said, although he was a little hesitant, the expectation and curiosity in his heart still overcame this hesitation. Just like what Riel said. What if it's true? It's not a bad idea to go and look for it. Maybe you can also find out what kind of people your parents were back then. Having made up his mind, Harry Potter stood up and said very solemnly, "Thank you, Riels, you have guided me in a new direction. I'm going to find that person now. If I find him, I'll ask him about the engagement and my parents." Harry Potter solemnly thanked him again, and then opened the carriage door and left with excitement and apprehension. For a moment, only a smiling Riels and a shocked Hermione were left in the carriage. Harry Potter expects +12, is nervous +9, is apprehensive +6, Hermione is confused +3, shocked +9, curious +7, close black lens bracket. Hermione was dumbfounded. Does he believe it like that? Didn't he see that the ink on it hasn't dried yet? Chapter 27. Hey, the white-haired young master is here to cause trouble again. Riels rubbed his nose. Maybe you believe it. Who knows this? Maybe this is true. As he spoke, he picked up the unofficial history of the wizarding world again, picked up a quill and started writing quickly. This thing is not a one-time use, and it will continue to be used in the future. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use it once every half a month. Well, who will be the next lucky guy? Riel subconsciously wanted to bite the pen barrel twice, but then he remembered that this was a quill pen, and if he bit it, it would definitely be a piece of hair. It's impossible, right? Even if this is true, how did you know about it? You're not. Wait. Hermione sat up straight and stared straight at Riel's, her little face full of seriousness and suspicion, and she looked like she was going to accuse him. Riel's raised his eyebrows and sighed secretly in his heart. He really deserves to be Hermione, the brains and strategist of the Iron Triangle. Although he knew that with Hermione's intelligence, it wouldn't take long to figure it out, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. You're not trying to play a prank, are you? Who are you writing about with those characteristics? Oh my god, this is really an interesting thing. A smile broke out on Hermione's serious little face, completely gone from her previous look of asking for guilt. Although she doesn't like playing pranks or playing pranks on others, it would be a different story if the prankster was Riel's. Just play a prank, it won't hurt anyone anyway. Riel's must have some sense of proportion. Hermione is happy +3, helpless +1, funny +9. Close black lens bracket. I don't know if it was because of the system's beep or Hermione's bright smile that made Riel's feel extremely happy. He held up the unofficial history in his hand and said, "Would you like to come together? I think this is a very interesting thing. For Merlin's sake, please show off your talent. If there is one person who can help compile and write unofficial history, the efficiency can definitely be doubled many times. Especially when this person was Hermione, the efficiency was absolutely amazing." Hermione expects +8, joy +9. Close black lens bracket. Hermione raised her lips slightly, and without much hesitation she moved closer to Riel's, and the two of them looked through unofficial histories next to each other. In this regard, Riel said that he is still young and really doesn't have any special feelings. To put it bluntly, he is a bit alienated. Well, Hermione is too skinny, with no flesh on her arms or anything. She needs to be well taken care of after arriving at Hogwarts. Just like that, the two of them, each with a quill, began to make up random things, and write unofficial history. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After knowing the reason for writing unofficial history, there was no dispute over what to write. For a moment, the only sounds left in the carriage were the two people talking quietly and the sound of quills scratching the pages of a book. I don't know how much time passed, but the two of them put away their quills with some unfinished thoughts and prepared to appreciate their masterpiece. However, as soon as the two people put away their pens, the door of the carriage was pushed open violently, making a loud crash sound, which showed how much force the person pushing the door used. Crabbe, Goyle, come and take a look. Isn't this the mudblood who hopes to enter Slytherin? Tisk, what a coincidence, we meet again. Malfoy held the wand and smiled evilly. Professor McGonagall is not here this time, dirty mudblood, what should you do? By chance he didn't know, but he knew he had been looking for it on the Hogwarts Express for a while. It's all this damn mudblood's fault. Otherwise Professor McGonagall wouldn't have complained and he wouldn't have been reprimanded. Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe also drew out their wands and looked at Riel's and Hermione unkindly. Malfoy's excitement +4, sarcasm +7, excitement +3, Hermione's confusion +8, nervousness +5, anger +9. Others' hatred +6, close black lens bracket. Riel's comforted Hermione, there was no anger on his face, but a simple smile. Very good, Mr. Bai Mao, the money-giving boy, brought his two younger brothers to give emotional value. He just happened to be thinking about who should watch unofficial history next, but now he didn't even have to think about it, it was delivered directly to his door. Again, he is a bit special, vengeful. Riel smiled and said, "Hey, Master Malfoy, who doesn't know where he is noble, but feels that he is noble." What? Are you trying to figure out what makes you so noble? That's really interesting. Tell me about it and it will make me happy too. As he spoke, he crossed his legs and looked at Malfoy with a half-smile. Coupled with what he said, at first glance, one might think that he was educating a child. I just had to tell you quickly. After I finished speaking, I praised you so much that it was written on your face. Hermione looked at his appearance, a smile flashed in her eyes, and the anger on her face eased a lot. As smart as she is, how could she not see what Riel's meant? Every time she did something and wanted to take credit, her father would act like this and then praise her. But Malfoy didn't take credit with Lucius, and there was nothing he could take credit for, so he couldn't see what Riel's meant. On the contrary, Goyle and Crabbe looked at each other and wanted to remind them several times, but they didn't know how to say it. You can't say that this mudblood treats you as his son, right? They don't know what the result will be for Riel's, but they know what the result will be for themselves. Hermione is funny +9, helpless +1, Malfoy is angry +9. Others are helpless +3. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 28 The Unwritten Tradition of Hogwarts. A noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy. Mudbloods like you have no idea what the 28 pure blood families are. If you are brave enough, stand up and fight me. I will make you understand the difference between a pureblood and a mudblood. Malfoy pointed his wand at Riel's, an annoyed look on his face. Although he didn't understand what Riel's gesture meant, he could feel that something was wrong, and what Riel said made him very angry. In his understanding, a noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy, and there is no reason for being noble. What Riel said were just fallacies directed at him, and their purpose was just to maintain the poor dignity of the mudblood. At least that's what his father, Lucius Malfoy, told him. That's right, if you have the ability, stand up and duel. We can make you understand the difference without Draco taking action. When you come out to hang out, you must not only talk about your strength, but also your background. If a pure blood family wants to kill you, it will only take a matter of minutes. Goyle and Crabbe spoke to each other, showing their arrogant posture vividly. When Malfoy heard this, the smile on his face became even bigger, and the look he looked at Riel's became more mocking. You can rest assured that this matter is our own business. I will not rely on the power of the family. Of course, if you agree to duel with me. Otherwise. Hey, I swear to Merlin's beard, your life at Hogwarts will never be easy. Malfoy held his head high, as if giving alms, as did Crabbe and Goyle behind him. These children of pure blood families have been exposed to magic since they were young, and they began to practice magic after experiencing magic riots. As for Muggle-born children, they still know little about the wizarding world, let alone have access to any powerful magic spells. They are also new students at Hogwarts, and the gap between those born from pure blood or wizarding families and those born from Muggles is so big. Although these can be made up through study in the academy, when you first enter school, this gap is like a chasm, and it is difficult to cross it. Malfoy is proud +9, taunting +6, Hermione is angry +9, others are proud +7, close black lens bracket. Why does Riel's want to duel with you? Even if you are a mudblood, it doesn't necessarily mean how noble you are. What? You run Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You want to be powerful when you come out to hang out. Why don't you say that the wizarding world is yours? Hermione couldn't bear it any longer, stood up and started to yell at the three of them, causing them to be stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know what mudblood meant, she could guess that it wasn't a good word. Riel's is obviously so good, he won't do any big or bad things, he only likes to do some pranks. Why do these people want to duel? Why do you say he is a mudblood? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If she hadn't known any offensive magic, she would have pulled out her wand and hit them twice. The Malfoy trio, who had been scolded, looked at Hermione with ugly expressions. They were about to retaliate, but were interrupted by Riel's, who suddenly stood up. A duel, right? Yes, I'll take it, but not now. We'll have a duel when we get to Hogwarts. Before that, I think you should first think about how to deal with the entrance examination. Your noble family didn't tell you, right? Oh, I almost forgot. Riel's picked up unofficial history, and after finding what he was looking for, he continued. Let me take a look. Oh, here it is. The pure blood family will conceal the Hogwarts entrance examination to test the ability of the heir. Is Mr. Malfoy, who thinks he is noble, ready to face the entrance examination? There is an unwritten tradition at Hogwarts. Every year during the freshman orientation season, the senior students terrorize the new students. He said that Hogwarts has an entrance examination, where he has to fight a dragon, steal insect eggs from the Acromantula's lair, and have a fight with a sphinx. In this regard, there are very few freshmen who are fooled, but there are always exceptions to everything. Every year there will be some freshmen who really believe it and are scared to tears. But obviously, Malfoy was not one of these exceptions. After hearing what Riel said, he curled his lips in disdain. I have never heard of any entrance examination. Only mudbloods like you can believe these crappy books. You have agreed to the duel, I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, he wanted to say a few words to Hermione, but looking at Hermione with an angry face, Malfoy closed his mouth very wisely. Just kidding, Hermione was able to fight 3 people by herself just now without even pausing in the middle. He didn't think he could fight Hermione, and his main target this time was Riel's, not Hermione. Hermione could wait until she had the chance to retaliate, there was no need to humiliate herself now. Hermione is angry +9, Malfoy is proud +9, everyone else is proud +5. Close black lens bracket. The Malfoy trio came and left quickly, but in just a short period of time, they contributed dozens of emotional points to Riel's. Riel's was not very happy, not because of Malfoy's provocation, nor because Malfoy was not fooled. Of course, it is too early to make a conclusion as to whether Malfoy will be fooled or not. We will have to wait a while before we can draw a conclusion. Let the bullets fly for a while, and someone will be tempted to shoot, right? Chapter 29 Voldemort. Please watch your words. The reason he was in a bad mood wasn't because of Malfoy or the others, but because of Hermione. Malfoy and the others are his tools to increase his emotional value. The more targeted at his later emotional value, the easier it will be to increase his emotional value. So he just laughed at Malfoy's words. If the tool was disobedient, he could just beat him 3 times a day. But Hermione didn't know that she was very angry at Malfoy for teasing him, as you could tell just by looking at the mood value. This little girl is like a dynamite barrel that is set on fire, the kind that really explodes. It's not that he was angry with Hermione, on the contrary, he was very satisfied and moved by Hermione. After all, Hermione was so angry because of him. The only reason why she was unhappy was because Hermione was difficult to coax, especially because of him. What if the little angel was so angry that he would be heartbroken? What tool to increase emotional value can be as important as the little angel Hermione? Hermione understands +9, anger +1 too. Close black lens bracket. After Riel's explained the cause and effect, the little angel Hermione once again contributed a lot of emotional value to him. At the same time, he was even more angry with Malfoy, but with Riel's comfort, his anger had dissipated a lot. Hermione puffed her face and comforted Riel's. Don't worry Riel's, I will tell Professor McGonagall about this when we get to the academy. You don't have to go to that duel. It's not our fault, it's Malfoy's repeated provocations. I don't believe Hogwarts can still favor them. Boys and girls at this age are at their most righteous. Especially when the ones being bullied are their good friends. She already has a sense of justice, not to mention, Riel's is her only good friend. So no surprise, Hermione once again contributed dozens of emotional points to Riel's, but the emotions generated were really worrying and comforting. Riel's shook his head dumbfounded. My stay in Diagon Alley for the past half-month was not in vain. I specially learned attack spells from Uncle Tom. And since I agreed to a duel, I can't break my promise. I will win this duel, so you can rest assured. After drinking 3 bottles of primary magic potions in a row, his magic power reserves were already considerable, far beyond what Malfoy and the others could match. To put it lightly, even if the Malfoy trio came together, he was confident that he would be able to defeat them all in one move. What does 10,000 bullets fired at the same time mean? Please understand it accurately. Moreover, this duel is a good opportunity to increase the emotional value. I chose Hogwarts because there are enough people there. A new Muggle-born student defeated the young master of the Malfoy family. This would definitely cause a sensation in Hogwarts. By then, won't the emotional value come flooding in? Hermione is hesitant +9, curious +9, worried +1 too. Close black lens bracket. Angel, definitely an angel. With another 30 points of mood points recorded, Riel's was in a good mood. Sure enough, it's the treasure girl Hermione. One person can match several others. Well, I'm talking about the Malfoy trio. Look at the gap. The little villain who fell in love with and killed Harry Potter. Even worse than having no nose. Voldemort. Watch your words. Hermione warned in a very serious tone. Then you have to be careful. What if those guys use dirty tricks? If you really can't beat them, just admit defeat without any shame. In response, Riels just listened silently and nodded in response from time to time. But there was a warmth gradually rising in his heart. If the emotion value is high, doesn't it mean how much Hermione cares about him? Because some small things can cause such big mood swings, his position in Hermione's heart is evident. Draco, do you think it's possible that what that kid said is true? What should I do if there is really an entrance examination? Yes, it's okay for us to beat little wizards of our own age. If we go to beat those magical animals with a high degree of danger, wouldn't we be going to die? Crabbe and Goyle looked sad. They were self-aware. If that were the case, they would never pass the test. If the admission test is true, then the only person who has some hope of passing the test may be Malfoy. His parents were both very powerful wizards, and Malfoy, who was taught by them, was definitely among the top 3 in his age group. Can you please ask Merlin to grow a beard and think about it? Do you believe such nonsense? Let's not talk about anything else. We are all from a wizarding family and we can't pass those incredible entrance exams. Tell me how those mudbloods passed. Malfoy smiled disdainfully. Look at how many mudbloods there are in Hogwarts now. Doesn't this mean that the entrance examination is a lie? If it weren't for Goyle and Crabbe being loyal to him, and they would play together until they grew up. He might even shy away from these two idiots. This kind of little kid doesn't know any new lies. Not only did these two people believe it, but they also worried about it. Malfoy suddenly felt a little tired. Maybe it was because he was much more mature than his peers that he had to bear this burden, right? Malfoy thought smugly, but Crabbe's next words almost petrified him on the spot. What if this entrance examination is only for wizards from each family? My eldest cousin failed to enroll that year, and later went to other colleges through connections. Chapter 30 Fighting the Acromantula? Challenge a dragon? Wrestling with a troll? An entrance examination only for wizards from each family? This can also explain why there are so many Muggle-born wizards in Hogwarts if there is really an entrance examination. Malfoy hesitated a little. Is this impossible? Did your eldest cousin transfer to the academy for other reasons? If he just said that the entrance examination was for family wizards, he wouldn't believe it. But Crabbe presented the evidence, and he knew that Crabbe would not lie to him, so he had to think about this matter. Actually, we can just ask the pure blood wizards from other grades. I believe they will know something. That's right, my little cousin is in the next car. Let's go over and ask to see if it's true. Finally, under the persuasion of 2 young followers, Malfoy had no choice but to go to the next car with a skeptical attitude, and also met Crabbe's so-called little cousin. After the 3 people explained their intentions, the Slytherin snakes in the carriage fell into silence. Several pure blood snakes looked at each other and in an instant, they reached some kind of consensus. Adrian Pusey, what Crabbe called his little cousin, said with a deep look on his face, "This question is a good question. Actually, we shouldn't say this kind of thing, but we're going to Hogwarts soon, so it's a good idea to tell you in advance, so as not to be caught off guard like we were before." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Malfoy trio suddenly changed, especially Goyle and Crabbe, whose expressions were ashen. On the contrary, it was Malfoy. He first observed the faces of the people in the carriage very carefully, and his heart suddenly sank when he found that they all had serious faces. No way! Could such nonsense be true? What is that book in Riel's hand? How do you even know this? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Malfoy's mind, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Actually, this assessment should be said to be a family test. The assessment for our entrance last year was to challenge us to challenge the Acromantula. But don't worry, the Acromantula is not strong. We only sacrificed 2 people and successfully broke one of its 3-meter-long spider legs. As Adrian spoke, pride and sadness flashed across his face, as did several others. Then, they began to tell the story of their battle with the Acromantula. The story that sounded so flawless immediately made the Malfoy trio believe most of it, and at the same time they were also mostly disappointed. Are you kidding me? An Acromantula over 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long? The half-cut leg is nearly 3 meters long. Is this a monster? When they came out of the carriage, Malfoy and the other 3 looked pale. Their steps were a little sloppy, and they almost fell on their butts when they went out. Thanks to the good guy, Durian, he supported them and prevented the tragedy from happening. You don't have to worry. The content of the entrance examination is not fixed every year. If you're lucky. Well, you all understand. Okay, you go and get ready first. We have to continue learning magic. The pressure of competition in Slytherin is too great. It's too great. As soon as Adrian returned to the carriage, he immediately took out his wand and cast a soundproofing spell on the carriage to protect the door locks. Several people in the carriage looked at each other silently, and the next moment they all burst into ear-splitting laughter. The young master of the Malfoy family actually believes this. He doesn't seem very smart, ha ha ha. I don't know who spread the news. Only wizards with family backgrounds will have reasons for entrance examinations. It's true that it's strong. Your cousin is also interesting. I almost cried when I saw him just now. Luckily we are talking about Acromantula. If it were a giant dragon, I think he would have cried. Several people in the carriage burst into laughter, but the three Malfoys outside felt heavy. Unwilling to give up, Malfoy turned around and took his two disheartened followers to find other pure-blood seniors. Then they heard the great achievements of those seniors who bravely fought against giant dragons, captured manticores with their hands, stepped on giant monsters with their feet, and beat them until they cried for their mothers. Whether it's because of their special talents or their meticulous logic, these people tell stories vividly and immersively. At the same time, it also made the Malfoy trio completely despair, and soon this despair filled the entire Hogwarts Express. Well, to be precise, the little wizards from the same family in Hogwarts Express. For a while, wailing sounds came one after another, and those who didn't know thought that something tragic had happened. Malfoy was frightened and revealed the reward, an own goal, close black lens bracket. Pansy panics +9, Goyle panics +8, Crab panics +8, others panic +53, close black lens bracket. Riels, who was watching the sunset with Hermione on his arms, raised the corners of his lips and narrowed his eyes in pleasure after hearing the system prompts. He just said, "Let the bullets fly for a while, what if someone followed and fired?" Malfoy may not be stupid, but he is just a teenager. If everyone around him says so, can he still not believe it? Can he still trust his own judgment? Obviously impossible. The sun is setting, and we are probably arriving at Hogwarts soon. Let's change into wizard robes first, so as not to be in a hurry later. Hermione nodded in agreement, then frowned. What's going on outside? It's been noisy for a while, right? Riels chuckled. We'll find out later when we go out and take a look. Chapter 31 The Frightened Little Wizard, The Lost Hermione. Soon, Riels and Hermione put on their wizarding robes, just as the Hogwarts Express reached its end. Well, a slightly dilapidated station looks a bit eerie under the dim streetlights. Seeing that Hermione wanted to get her luggage, Riels reminded, "Put the luggage on top, and when we complete the sorting ceremony, a house elf will help us take it to the dormitory." This is written in a school history of Hogwarts. If this were the original Hermione, she would definitely read this in a school history. But now Hermione spends most of her time reading those magic books for study, and doesn't read other books at all. And the purpose of her doing this was just to learn it herself so that she could help him learn, even though he didn't need it. But who could not like Hermione like this? How many people can treat others with the most sincere heart? Hermione loses +3, Joy +6. Close black lens bracket, A History of Hogwarts. I will read it when I have time. I will leave my luggage here first. By the way, what is a house elf? Hermione felt a little disappointed, but this loss was fleeting, and then she dragged Riels and asked again. Riels looked at her with some distress and told her about house elves as he walked. He knew what Hermione was missing. She should have read all those books, and she should know all these things, but now. Fortunately, Hermione's joy was greater than her loss, which meant that she was in a pretty good mood and was not very disappointed. Those house elves are so pitiful. I don't think this is good. At least they shouldn't be abused. It's not a pleasant thing. After listening to Riel's story, Hermione frowned, a little angry on her face. Riels didn't think there was anything strange about this. Hermione had this kind of character, and this was the real Hermione. In the original book, Hermione also established the Association for the Promotion of the Rights of Collecting Elves, with the purpose of giving house elves the same treatment as wizards. But it is very helpless, the ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny, it is basically impossible to do this kind of thing. However, Riels would not throw cold water on her, and he would help Hermione when necessary, although he didn't care about these house elves. When we have the ability in the future, we can try to help them obtain fair rights and interests. But before that, I think we should get out quickly now. Riels, thank you. I knew you would support me. Hermione's eyes flashed with starlight, and a bright smile broke out on her face, even under the dim street lights. Hermione is happy +9, moved +6. Close black lens bracket. Riels ignored the system and just shook his head in amusement. Let's go quickly, so as not to be late later. Aren't you curious about what happened outside at that time? I think we will know the answer soon. Having said this, Riels raised his lips slightly. He wanted to see how desperate Malfoy and the others were, especially when they saw Hagrid. Under this dim light, Hagrid's height looks like a giant from a distance, but up close, he is really a giant. Those little wizards who were frightened and crying probably suspected that the entrance examination was a challenge to a giant. That scene. Tisk, you don't need to think about it to know that it is explosive. This was indeed the case. When Riels and Hermione arrived, they saw the little wizards hugging each other and shivering. Well, strictly speaking, they are pure blood and mixed blood young wizards. There are very few Muggle-born wizards, and the few who have them look confused. Hey, little guys, it's getting late. The party is waiting for you to start. Come on. We are going to Hogwarts by boat. Remember, a boat can accommodate 4 people. There can be fewer but not more people. Hagrid stood at the intersection, holding an oil lamp and shouting. His loud voice cut through the night, and his voice was so loud that it was like casting a loud curse. This sound made the little wizards who were already hugging each other for warmth even more frightened, and several of them were frightened to the point of crying. In response, Hagrid could only scratch his messy hair in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. I really don't know what they are crying about. Are wizards all landlubbers and can't swim? Hermione pouted and dragged Riels towards the boat. Seeing this, several other people also walked towards the boat. With the first person to eat crabs, the others were quickly inspired, even the little wizards who were so scared that they cried. There is no other way, everyone is gone, should they be left to fight the giant alone? Riels, can you swim? It doesn't matter if you can't. I'm good at swimming and I will protect you, don't worry. As soon as Hermione got on the boat, she confidently patted her unobtrusive bag and assured Riels. For her, being able to protect her good friends is a great thing. Riels didn't criticize her nature, but nodded very cooperatively. I can swim, but I'm not proficient. If I encounter danger, I have to ask Hermione to save me. When the little angel Hermione heard this, she immediately smiled and patted her chest repeatedly to promise to protect him. Hermione's pleasure +9, pride +9, anticipation +9, close black lens bracket. Chapter 32 Another treasure girl. Expect. Riels suddenly felt a toothache. It was obvious what Hermione was expecting, right? Hey, for Merlin's sake, could you make room for me? The sudden sound made Hermione and Riels turn their heads, and they saw a girl with delicate appearance, slightly raised eyes, and a somewhat arrogant look standing on the bow of the boat. A small boat can carry 4 people, as few or as many as possible, and this small boat has Riels and Hermione. So the two of them didn't say much, they just moved inside to make room for the visitor. When the girl saw this, she didn't mean to say thank you, and stepped directly onto the boat, but she obviously had not heard of that old saying. If you take too big a step, it's easy to tear your clothes. In addition, it was probably her first time riding a boat, so she didn't know that the boat was rocking back and forth, so after an exclamation, Riels suffered a precise blow. The warm and fragrant soft jade was in his arms, but Riels didn't care about enjoying it at all. On the one hand, it was overwhelming, and on the other hand, he didn't want to respond to Hermione's expectations. After the boat rocked for a while, it gradually stabilized. As soon as it stopped, Hermione nervously checked on Riels. Riels, are you okay? Riels pointed to the little loli in his arms. I think you should get her away first, otherwise something might really happen to me. He was really afraid that this little loli would struggle in fear later and then take him into the water. Although he can swim, he is only a dog paddler. It would be good if he could protect himself, let alone take someone else with him. Hermione heard this and quickly pulled the trembling girl away. Don't move, otherwise the boat will still shake. If the shaking is severe, it will capsize. I can swim, but that doesn't mean I can swim with two people. The little angel Hermione rarely showed her fangs, as if to scold the panicked girl fiercely. The girl who had just remembered to get ashore heard this, and she was so frightened that she did not dare to move anymore. She just clung to the board of the boat tightly, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. In response, guilt flashed across Hermione's eyes, and then she hurriedly checked on Riel's. Well, a little guilty, but not much. Hermione is worried +9, distressed +9, regretful +5, Pansy is scared +9, proud +3, angry +3, close black lens bracket. Are you sorry he didn't fall into the water? Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and then he turned his attention to the person behind him. Pansy Parkinson? One of Malfoy's little henchmen? Sure enough, the precise strike just now was an organized and premeditated revenge. This was naked revenge. These 3 points of pride are the best evidence. I'm fine, Hermione, I think we should see how this classmate is doing. Riel's grabbed Hermione's flailing hand and turned her attention to Pansy. Just kidding, even though he is young, it still feels very itchy to be touched like this by a girl. If anything happens, he won't play. Am I right? Dream Cat. Miss Pansy Parkinson, is this your first time on a boat? Don't you know that this kind of boat needs to be balanced? If you come up so recklessly, you may capsize the boat. Don't forget that you are not the only one on the boat. Hermione pinched her waist and scolded Pansy very seriously, and Pansy seemed to be obediently lowering her head and listening to the lecture. There was nothing she could do about her disobedience. From the time the boat set off until she was now in the center of the lake, Hermione had been training her for more than 10 minutes, without even a single repeated word. She didn't think about replying, but the rocking boat and the tight-lipped Hermione gave up her thoughts. She couldn't quarrel with her at all. She could guarantee that as long as she dared to say one word, Hermione could quarrel with her a dozen times. She had no choice but to pretend to be obedient, while secretly being angry with Malfoy and the others. If these guys didn't insist on believing in the entrance examination and went to find powerful allies, she wouldn't have to sit here. How come someone who seems to be quite smart usually believes such a lie? And this guy named Riel's, couldn't he try to persuade Hermione? Do you just have to watch her being scolded all the way? Pansy's resentment +9, anger +9, and unhappiness +9, close black lens bracket. Riel's, who was staring at the lake in a daze, suddenly lit up after hearing the notification sound. Treasure girl. Another treasure girl. Mom, I found a treasure on a boat. When you wait for me to pick up the hoe, I will definitely pry it from Master Bai Mao's hand. Hermione, I think you are thirsty. Drink some water, we will be arriving at Hogwarts soon. Riel's took out the thermos, opened it carefully and handed it to Hermione. To be honest, on the one hand, he did this to save Pansy and get into trouble, but on the other hand, he was really afraid that Hermione was thirsty. Shouldn't this little angel, who treats him wholeheartedly, be pampered and pampered? Hermione is moved +1, pleasure +9, Pansy is grateful +9, jealous +4, close black lens bracket. Hermione took the water glass and thanked her emotionally. Thank you, Riel's, I just feel thirsty. This time she no longer scolded Pansy, but took sips of warm water while admiring the night view of the lake with Riel's. Chapter 33. Pansy was so moved. Does she have a story? The two of them were together, and Hermione would occasionally point to the crooked tree next to her or the crescent moon in the lake for Riel's to look at. Riel's naturally agreed to the little angel's request. While admiring the scenery, he also gave a few compliments, which greatly satisfied Hermione's desire to share. Pansy looked at the two figures, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions, which seemed to be envy, jealousy, and desire. Pansy's jealousy +7, envy +9, desire +9, loss +1, close black lens bracket. Hiss. This treasure girl has a story, definitely a story. Otherwise, it would be impossible to express so much emotional value just because of these little things. Riel's turned his head to look at Pansy, and sure enough he saw her looking at him and Hermione intently, with a look of disappointment on her delicate little face. Seeing Riel's looking over, the disappointment on Pansy's face was wiped away, and she raised her little face in a proud manner. The slightly red eye sockets and the slightly raised eyelids seemed to be saying, "What are you looking at?" Riels shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, and turned to Pansy and said, "Actually, you can try to sit up and take a look. This boat should have been enchanted so it won't capsize easily. And Hermione and I can swim, so there won't be any danger. Try to sit up and you will see a different scenery, a beautiful scenery." Hermione also turned around and looked at Pansy, who looked hesitant. She extended a hand very considerately. "Riels is right. The scenery at night is beautiful. I think you should want to see it." Although Pansy's previous reckless behavior made her a little angry, the reason for her anger was just worry. Not only was she worried about whether Riels was injured, she was also worried that Pansy would fall. No matter who was injured, it was not something she wanted to see. Riels also stretched out his arm and said with a smile, "Give it a try, you have to take the first step, right?" He didn't do this deliberately, but seeing Pansy like this reminded him of his past self, so he was willing to reach out and give her a hand. Of course, it would be nice to increase Pansy's favor a little bit. After all, no matter how good you are at wielding a hoe, if people have a bad opinion of you and don't have any good impressions of you, then you are just making wedding clothes for others. Pansy looked at the two hands in front of her, and her nose suddenly felt sore. The tension and fear of taking the boat seemed to disappear in this moment. She stretched out her hands and sat up with the help of the two of them, and saw the night view of the lake that Hermione and Riels had always marveled at. Beautiful, really beautiful. This kind of beauty is completely different from the beauty seen standing on the shore, and this kind of person is even more intoxicating. The white moonlight shines on the lake, bringing a little bit of bright light to the dark lake surface. There are strange tree shadows on both sides of the bank, which adds a bit of chill to the night. But this does not affect the beauty of the lake view, but makes this beauty a bit more mysterious. Pansy was extremely grateful and revealed the reward: rapid imprisonment, close black lens bracket. Hermione is relieved +9, happy +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels is very happy to get a magic spell again. Well, this quick imprisonment and own goal. A perfect match. First, use quick confinement to immobilize the opponent, and then use oolong to get out of the hole, making the opponent and the viper look at each other. Then ask your opponent, "Do you dare to move?" Although these two magic spells are not very powerful together, they are definitely enough to scare people. Riels woke up from his reverie and saw Hermione and Pansy holding hands, looking like they were best friends kissing each other. "Hermione Granger, this is Riels Thomas. You can just call me Hermione, just call him Riels. Riels is a nice guy, but he likes to play pranks, but his pranks are funny and don't hurt others." Hermione seemed to have endless things to say when she talked about Riels. But this time Pansy didn't feel annoyed, but listened very carefully, and occasionally glanced sideways at Riels. In response, Riels just touched his nose and smiled politely at her. He really couldn't interrupt what the two girls were saying, and he had no intention of interrupting. Pansy smiled when she saw this, and her delicate little face looked very attractive under the moonlight. Pansy is happy +9. Hermione is unhappy +3. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the prompt, Riels turned his back very wisely and looked at Hogwarts not far away alone. There is the beginning of magic, the cradle of wizards, and a paradise for him to increase his emotional value. If nothing else happens, he will spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts, and of course, he will also visit other places. After all, the wizarding world is very big, with not only many magic spells, but also many unknown magical animals, and many unknown areas that have never been visited before. These will all be his goals, and traveling through time does not mean he will be idle. Otherwise, how could he afford such a rare opportunity? Hogwarts Harbor. Just follow this door and you'll be in. Professor McGonagall should be waiting for you there. Don't be late. As you know, the sorting ceremony is a very important thing. It would have been better if Hagrid didn't say this, but once he said it, the young wizards who had just recovered immediately turned pale. In an instant, there were cries and howls from the port. "I don't want to fight a giant dragon. I don't want to become a dragon daddy." Chapter 34. Malfoy. Marvel at my wisdom. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to steal the eggs of the acromantula. Nor do I want to arm wrestle with a giant. Why don't those muggle-born wizards need to take the entrance examination? This is unfair. I don't want to be used as a barbecue by the giant dragon, and I don't want to be used as a reserve by the acromantula. And I don't want to be trampled under the soles of the giant monsters. They must have stinky feet. The screams and howls were so sad that those who heard them were heartbroken and those who saw them shed tears. But Riel said it was very good and very comfortable. Just a few cries directly brought him more than 60 emotional points. To this, he just wanted to say, keep playing music, keep crying, and cry hard for me. What entrance exam? Before Hermione could finish her question, she reacted immediately. She looked at Riel's, then at the howling little wizards, and hesitated to speak. Riel's, are you going a little too big this time? This entrance examination was made up by her and Riel's together. Of course, this is not rigorous. To be precise, Riel's raised this rumor and the two had a serious discussion before writing it down in the official history. At that time, she didn't think anyone would believe it, she just did it for fun, but the reality is, why do so many people believe it? Pansy listened to Hermione's words, looked from her to Riel's, understanding flashed in her eyes. She also said, why is this rumor so outrageous this year? It is well founded and has witnesses. It turns out that it was the handiwork of these two people. Hermione is worried +9, happy +9, Pansy is funny +9, and enlightened +7, close black lens bracket. Riel's touched his nose. Did we do anything? I don't remember. Is it possible that you remembered it wrong? It's getting late. Let's go in quickly, lest we get late and anger the professor later. Laughing to death, at most he just threw a brick in this matter, and these jades behind it were not his handiwork. Let's not talk about whether this matter will be investigated. Even if it is indeed investigated, it cannot be blamed on him. After all, he is just a victim of that unofficial history. Riel's words immediately confused Hermione and Pansy, and the two little girls passively followed Riel's towards the castle. My little head was filled with doubts and confusion. Didn't they do this? Why can Riel's be so arrogant and arrogant? It's not that they didn't know what Riel's meant by saying this, they were just surprised that he could say these words with a change of expression on his face. Hermione is confused +9, Pansy is confused +9, Malfoy is angry +9, resentment +9, close black lens bracket. Riel's paused, then walked into the castle with the two women without looking back. Malfoy. Who cares what kind of wind the white-haired young master has? Anyway, as long as it can explode the emotional value. Malfoy on the other side watched the three people leaving, especially the familiar figure of Pansy. At such a young age, he felt a sudden weight gain on his head, as if an invisible hat had been slapped on his head. Well, that hat is called betrayal. Pansy betrayed them, betrayed the honor of pure blood, and actually chose to associate with those filthy mudbloods. Damn Riel's, damn Pansy, damn mudblood. The angry Malfoy didn't care about anything else and walked quickly towards Hogwarts with a few followers. He wants Pansy to take a good look at how big the gap is between mudbloods and purebloods, and wants Pansy to regret her choice. He will definitely shine in the entrance examination, become the brightest star in Hogwarts, and create new glory for the Malfoy family. Then, Professor McGonagall, what are you talking about? There is no entrance examination at all. How is this possible? You see clearly that we are not those Muggle-born wizards. We are pure blood wizards. There must be an entrance examination, right? Professor McGonagall, you can't fool us. This is also part of the examination, right? Malfoy, who thought he had found a loophole, suddenly became confident again. So many people say that there is an entrance examination, can it still be groundless? After all, what those people said was reasonable and well-founded, without any loopholes. And who has no grievances against them, why should they lie to them? Hearing Malfoy's words, the pure blood and mixed blood little wizards who were still a little confused came to their senses. Yes, just like Malfoy said, all this is just a part of the assessment. Oh, praise the smart Malfoy. Malfoy folded his arms and glanced at Riel's not far away with great satisfaction, as if to say, look, such a simple test cannot defeat him at all. Mudblood, just marvel at Master Malfoy's intelligence. Malfoy is proud +11, excited +9, Professor McGonagall is enlightened +8, others are proud +34, close black lens bracket. Riel's didn't care about Malfoy, or anyone else, but Professor McGonagall's understanding. Well, she was indeed an older cat lady who understood everything. But if I act like I don't know anything, I didn't do it, I don't understand this. I would like to ask you how to deal with it. Riels looked surprised, with a hint of doubt between his brows, as if it was the first time he heard about the entrance examination. Hermione and Pansy didn't have his acting skills, but they were neither stupid. They both looked at their noses and their hearts, and they even pretended to have a few discussions. Chapter 35 Malfoy with a Broken Heart, Sorting Ceremony. Seeing Riels's appearance, Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed with confusion, followed by a deep smile and helplessness. This guy acted really well, but he was just too good, otherwise she wouldn't be sure. With such a big thing happening on the Hogwarts Express, wouldn't Riels and Hermione know about it? The way they look now is really unreasonable. But she wasn't going to say anything. Although she knew who the culprit was, it was just a little joke, wasn't it? It's a little joke that happens in previous years, but this year more people seem to be fooled. Well, this year's little wizards are not very smart. It is also possible that an inexperienced little wizard led a group of inexperienced little wizards astray. Yes, it's you, Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall is enlightened +1 funny +7, helpless +8. Close black lens bracket. The corners of Riel's lips suddenly twitched, and the pretended curiosity on his face broke instantly. This was a skill he had practiced in the orphanage for several years, and yet it was so easily broken by Professor McGonagall? Is there really a cat lady who knows everything? Isn't this what he got high with? Really? Mr. Malfoy, believe it or not, there is no entrance examination at all. It's getting late. Professors and your seniors are waiting. Don't waste time. Come with me. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the banquet hall behind him. She thought something had happened, which made her worried for a while, and she almost wanted to go out to take a look, but this was the result? As soon as Professor McGonagall left, Riels hurriedly followed with the two girls. What a joke, why don't you leave quickly and wait to be chased and intercepted by the anxious white-haired young master and the others? For a moment, only Malfoy and a few pure-blood or mixed-blood young wizards were left outside the banquet hall. The little wizards looked straight at Malfoy, as if asking if this was still part of the assessment? This caused Malfoy's already cracked Taoist heart to shatter into slag. Before the little wizards could ask, he rushed into the banquet hall with a livid face and clenched his fists. He now wants to question the group of senior wizards. Even if Riels lied to him, why would others lie to him when they have no enmity against him? But he knew that he couldn't do that, as it would only humiliate the Malfoy family, and he would have to resist everything today. The young master of the Malfoy family can play pranks on everyone, but he cannot be the one who is played by the pranks. But the price is that his reputation plummets, and he may even be ostracized and targeted by his peers. It's all Riel's fault, that damn mudblood. He planned all of this, and his stupid book. Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward: 1,000 gold galleons, close black lens bracket. Hermione is happy +9, Pansy is funny +9. Others are annoyed +68, and funny +1055, close black lens bracket. Riels grinned from the corners of his mouth to his ears. How can one word describe this? It's so exciting. The only regret is that what Malfoy revealed was only gold galleons. A bad review, a bad review. As for the annoyance expressed by the pure-blood and mixed-blood young wizards, there was also the amusement expressed by everyone at Hogwarts. He could only give it 9 points, well, 10 points out of 10. 1 point less was for fear of making them proud. In the banquet hall, Riels and the two women stood in the front, followed by Malfoy, who was glaring at him with red eyes, and the pure-blood and mixed-blood little wizards with unhappy expressions. Who can be happy after being treated for nothing? Well, the little wizards and professors at Hogwarts can rejoice, and of course the one who started it all, Riels. At this time, at the tables of the 4 branches, the little wizards of all grades looked at the little wizards above and laughed. Especially the Slytherin snakes, as participants in this event, they can be said to have a sense of accomplishment. Hey, do you know what Crabbe's reaction was when he heard that we were fighting an Acromantula? Yes, he was so scared that he almost cried. You don't know how funny it was when the young master of the Malfoy family came with a group of young wizards to ask us how to fight the dragon. I don't know who spread the news about this. He is really a prank genius who is not weaker than the Weasley twins. I am optimistic about him. Guys, we 2 brothers are good people. We never play pranks, we just occasionally entertain our mood. These comments were like arrows, accurately inserted into the hearts of the young wizards. Their faces, which were already unhappy, became even more gloomy, and even their eyes looking at the initiator, Malfoy, were a bit angry. Feeling the murderous eyes behind him, Malfoy's body stiffened, but he could only hold his neck and pretend to be calm. Just his bloodshot eyes, the bulging veins on his forehead, and the angry look he looked at Riel's all showed how angry he was inside. He, Draco Malfoy, has never suffered such humiliation. Malfoy's anger +1 2, hatred +3. Close black lens bracket. Riel's raised his eyebrows in pleasure. The emotion value recorded today was the most he had recorded in 2 years. Dong dong, dong. The glass was knocked, making a crisp sound, and the noisy banquet hall instantly became quiet. Quiet, we are going to conduct the sorting ceremony. As you know, this is something that everyone is looking forward to. Chapter 36. Ronald. Brainwashing, I am a professional. Hannah Abbott. As Professor McGonagall finished speaking, a girl among the young wizards stepped forward timidly. The senior wizards from the 4 major branches all became extremely quiet at this moment, looking at her expectantly. That sentence is correct. The sorting ceremony is definitely the most anticipated event, bar none. The newly admitted little wizards also poked their heads, wanting to take a look at the so-called entrance examination. Professor McGonagall smiled and comforted. Don't be nervous, you will be fine soon. Hannah sat down on the chair nervously, and the next moment Professor McGonagall placed the dirty sorting hat on her head. The wrinkled part of the sorting hat opened and closed slightly, as if it were a mouth. Well, I think I already know where you should go. Hufflepuff. The shout of the sorting hat's sudden raised voice spread throughout the banquet hall. The next moment, there were bursts of applause in the hall, as well as the excited shouts of the Hufflepuff school badgers. The professors on the stage also applauded and sent heartfelt congratulations. Hannah blushed and shyly walked to Hufflepuff's table and sat down. Professor McGonagall continued. Next, Hermione Granger. Hearing her name, Hermione couldn't hide her nervousness and anticipation. She turned back to look at Riel's with some confusion, opened her mouth to say something but couldn't. She wanted to ask Riel's if she could choose to enter the same academy with her, but she felt that she shouldn't be so selfish. Hermione looks forward to +9, regrets +9, and nervousness +9. Close black lens bracket. Thanks to the little angel Hermione for sending me 30 points of emotional value. Riel smiled, understanding what Hermione was regretting, and raised his hand to touch her head without hesitation. No matter which house we are assigned to, aren't we all in Hogwarts? At most, the dormitories are different. Besides, if we are assigned to the same house, we won't live together. Of course, if you're afraid, I can also apply to see if I can get a mixed-gender apartment. What's the best way to relieve tension? The answer is to divert attention. Making her shy is the best way to divert attention. It turned out that this method was indeed effective. Hermione, who was still nervous at first, blushed and rolled her eyes angrily. I didn't realize you were still a pervert. After finishing her rant, Hermione walked quickly to Professor McGonagall, sat on the chair and waited for the sorting hat to be placed on her head. Hermione is shy +6, annoyed +7, moved +9, pansy is suspicious +9, wary +7, close black lens bracket. Riel's frowned and turned around to see Pansy tightening her collar and looking at him warily. Seeing him looking over, Pansy took several steps back, as if she was avoiding some bad guy. The corner of Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and he secretly complained. There is no meat in the whole body. Although I have never eaten meat, I am not so hungry. These kids are really mature. They know so much at the age of 11 or 12. It seems like they have to protect themselves. What if one day they get anxious and go to bed in the middle of the night for fear of a night attack? Boys, you must learn to protect yourself outside. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted again, followed closely by warm applause. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and smiled. Welcome to Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Hermione thanked her very politely, winked mischievously at Riel's and Pansy, and then walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Hermione +9 for anticipation, +9 for excitement, close black lens bracket. Riel's touched his nose and shook his head helplessly. He might have disappointed the little angel Hermione. Gryffindor wasn't right for him, at least he didn't think it was right for him. Although there is a protagonist group there, he doesn't really like the atmosphere there. There are too few people looking for trouble, and it's hard to raise his mood points. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy sneered when his name was called, glanced at Riels, and strutted over to Professor McGonagall. He had just sat down, and before the sorting hat was even placed on his head, he shouted, "Slytherin." Malfoy stood up proudly, glanced at Riels provocatively, and then walked to the Slytherin table. Malfoy is proud +9, sarcastic +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels touched his nose. This kid still needs a lesson, but it doesn't matter, he can just teach him a few more lessons in the future. Harry, the students in Slytherin are all dark wizards. There are no good people there, including that Malfoy just now. You should be careful in the future and stay away from those wizards in Slytherin, they are bad to the core. This familiar brainwashing words, this familiar smell. Riels looked sideways. What came into view was a red-haired boy with a dark spot on his face, whispering to Harry Potter. Obviously, this is the least likable person in the Iron Triangle, Ronald Weasley. Riels chirped twice. Suddenly his life would be interesting in the future. Especially with a character like Ronald, it's easy to explode, but I don't know how much emotion he can unleash. Riels Thomas. Professor McGonagall's voice brought him back from his thoughts, and Riels stepped forward calmly with a smile on his face. Hermione and Pansy, Malfoy and Harry Potter were all watching him closely. The former is looking forward to which college he will be assigned to, while the latter wants to wait for him to make a fool of himself and have more reasons to mock him in the future. Hermione's anticipation +1, Pansy's anticipation +9, Malfoy's curiosity +9, and Harry Potter's curiosity +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels ignored the system prompts, frowned and said, "Hi, Professor McGonagall, can we discuss something?" Chapter 37 Brutal Revenge on the Sorting Hat. I wonder if there is a cleaner sorting hat. I feel like it's all patinated. Riels pointed at the dirty sorting hat, his face full of disgust. Fortunately, it didn't smell strange, otherwise he would have turned around and left. He didn't deliberately cause trouble this time, he just couldn't stand it. He is not afraid that the sorting hat will pry into his inner secrets. After all, occlumency is not something he learned in vain. The main thing is that this thing is dirtier than you think, and the patina is putting it mildly, really. Professor McGonagall is speechless +9, Dumbledore is funny +11, others are happy +157, and annoyed +13. Close black lens bracket. Riels rubbed his nose and it seemed that he was not the first one to be dissatisfied with the sorting hat. On the high platform, Snape frowned. This kid really dares to say anything. Isn't it bad to dare to say anything? I think this kid is very interesting. Severus, don't be so rigid. Flitwick asked with a smile. The sorting hat is indeed dirty. This is an indisputable fact. If it were not for the magic to remove the smell, this banquet hall would probably not be able to entertain people. Snape looked at him indifferently. I'm not being old-fashioned, I just think he's wasting his time. I still haven't finished making the potion. Flitwick spread his hands and said that he was helpless. He was not proficient in potions and could not get off the field to ask Riels not to waste time. Severus, today is the entrance for new students. I think you shouldn't be so serious, otherwise those little wizards will be afraid of you. Dumbledore tilted his head and took out 2 strange flavored beans from his sleeves. Want some? They're very fresh. Snape gave him an expressionless look, and Dumbledore immediately understood what he meant and had no choice but to put the strange flavored beans into his mouth with regret. When eating, I didn't forget to cover it with my sleeves. It felt like I was sneaking snacks in class. Dumbledore smiled. Hey, it's strawberry flavored, I'll just say I'm lucky. Several professors rolled their eyes, and no one answered the old naughty boy's words. Dumbledore was not annoyed, but just shook his head regretfully. He murmured, "No one understands my happiness, it's all too superficial. Little wizard, I don't think you should come to Hogwarts, you should go directly to Azkaban. I'm obviously so clean and my spirit is so noble, but you actually call me dirty, but I'm carrying 4 people, woo-woo." Before the sorting hat could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall pinched the folds that resembled the mouth and forced it to shut up. Professor McGonagall said with a half-smile, "You know, this thing is not only unhygienic, but sometimes it is very nagging. Several times I wanted to give it something as clear as a spring." But it is right. It carries the will of those 4 people. We should respect him, Riels, don't you think so? Professor McGonagall is happy +9. Others are happy +51, and impatient +25. Close black lens bracket. Riels touched his nose and said nothing more, otherwise he would definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, there are several young wizards behind him who are not assigned to colleges. If you waste any more time, you can definitely fill up their resentment points. Riels sat on the chair. Professor McGonagall, after the sorting ceremony, please help me wash my hair with a magic spell. It is best not to mess up the hairstyle. If you can't resist, then accept it. If you can't change the world, then change yourself. However, he still made a note for the sorting hat in the little notebook in his mind. On the evening of September 1st, Hogwarts sorting ceremony. The sorting hat refused to clean itself, which made me want to wash my hair. I made a special note of this and prepared to take cruel revenge on it in the future. Would you like to add some shampoo for you? The shampoo I use is pretty good. It smells good and nourishes your hair. Ahem, we're starting to separate hospitals. Professor McGonagall didn't react until he was halfway through speaking. He quickly changed the subject with a dry cough, and at the same time put the dirty sorting hat on Riel's head. The sorting hat pouted. Well, it is undeniable that although you are naughty and have a bad personality, you are very talented and have the largest magic reserve of any little wizard I have ever seen. You are very smart and like to read. You should be a good fit for Ravenclaw. No, let me think about it again. You are brave and very suitable for a Gryffindor. Where would you become a brave lion? That's not right. Let me think again. It's hard, it's really hard. Riels had veins on his fists. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He just wasted time on purpose. Just wait. If you don't let it taste the taste of a super-speed drum washing machine, he will wear this hat for the rest of his life. The sorting hat seemed to sense his anger, and couldn't help but grinned and said, I know you are angry, but don't be angry yet, it's not over yet. I think you are a good fit for Hufflepuff. It will teach you to be united and friendly to everyone around you. Before it finished speaking, Riels interrupted him with a cold face. Have you ever tried the feeling of being thrown in a whirlpool of water? I can guarantee you that I will cast a magic spell on the front-loading washing machine to make it spin super fast, and it will definitely wash you, dry, clean. The sorting hat shuddered. Slytherin, this guy has to go to Slytherin. For Merlin's sake, get me off his head, quick. Chapter 38 Shocked, Professor McGonagall is in public. Professor McGonagall is happy +11, Hermione is funny +9, Pansy is surprised +9. Malfoy is angry +14. Dumbledore is happy +12. Others are happy +74. Close black lens bracket. Riels, who received another large sum of emotion points, was not very happy. Who can be in a good mood with a dirty, noisy and squirming hat on their head? Professor McGonagall pulled the tip of the hat and lifted the sorting hat. I thought you would come to Gryffindor like Miss Granger. What a pity. By the way, do you want to try my shampoo? It's really useful. She wasn't lying. She had asked Snape to prepare the shampoos specially, and it used a lot of magic ingredients. Although Snape looked stinky when she asked him to prepare shampoo, the product he prepared was absolutely reliable. In response, Riels said, Please let me try it. As a result, a scene that could be recorded in the history of Hogwarts occurred in the banquet hall. The deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall, holds a bottle of shampoo in her left hand and casts a spell with a wand in her right hand. Washing the hair of a new little wizard, in public. At this moment, both the professors on the high platform and the young wizards in the 4 major branches felt that their cerebellum was shrinking. They didn't come back to their senses until Professor McGonagall used a magic spell to dry Riel's hair. Riel said with satisfaction, It smells great. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. If possible, I think I can use this again next time. You can always trust the older cat lady. The products she chooses are reliable and spot on. When he makes more, he can give it to Hermione and the others to try. I'm sure they will like it very much. Professor McGonagall glanced at the dark-faced Snape on the high platform with an unclear look. I think your Dean Snape would be very willing to teach you how to make it. Just kidding. Do you really think you won't have to adjust it for her after you adjust it once? She has plenty of ways to make Snape give in. Professor McGonagall is proud +14, Snape is angry +11. And others are shocked +121, close black lens bracket. The system prompt made Riels feel even happier. Then I have to ask the dean for advice. I didn't expect that a walking bat could do this, but it makes sense when I think about it. After all, he is a master of potions. Why not mix a shampoo with his hand? After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Riels walked cheerfully towards the Slytherin table. He has not forgotten that Master Bimau's emotional value is still there waiting for him to harvest it. Hermione is disappointed +13, Pansy is happy +11, Malfoy is angry +14. Tisk, it seems that there is no need to harvest, the emotional value will be delivered to the door by itself. Riels curled his lips in boredom, and when he looked at the Gryffindor table from the corner of his eye, he felt a flash of guilt. He actually wanted to be in the same branch as the little angel, but it was a pity that Gryffindor had a protagonist group, which would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, Gryffindors will not have independent dormitories, unlike Slytherin, where hidden prefects can enjoy independent dormitories. In addition, the little snakes in Slytherin are basically pure blood, and their strength and identity will be stronger than those of the little wizards in other colleges, and they can contribute more emotional value. Again, when it comes to money, strength is not enough, and love between children will only become a burden. There is no reason why he can't do things like assassinating babies, and there's no reason why he can't hold others hostage. What? His assassination failed and he was killed instead. Tisk, it's so embarrassing. You have no nose. Voldemort. Lawyer, find me the best lawyer right away. I'm going to send him to Azkaban, Azkaban. You consider yourself a noble Master Malfoy, but it seems that your wishes were not quite met. I finally entered Slytherin. It seems that Master Malfoy's wish has come true again. Oh, by the way, you should know that it will be very interesting for you to act smart. Riels grinned, grinning with his teeth bared. It's a good thing I couldn't hold back my laughter. Otherwise I would have disturbed Master Malfoy's intelligent speculation. I understand, this must be part of the assessment, right? As he spoke, Riels pretended to be the same as Malfoy when he spoke. Not to mention very similar, he could only say that he was exactly the same. This time, the little snakes who originally looked a little weird started laughing. In contrast, Malfoy had an extremely ugly expression and a cannibalistic look in his eyes. Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward, Tarantella dance, close black lens bracket. Pansy is funny +11. Others are funny +64. Close black lens bracket Tarantella? That curse that forces others to dance? Riels touched his nose and raised the corners of his lips slightly. It looked like there was a dance to watch tonight. He hoped that Snape wouldn't be so angry that he overturned his cauldron. However, he had to sigh with emotion. The pure blood family was indeed a pure blood family, and their heritage was indeed strong. Although these spells are not lethal, it would be difficult for a Muggle-born or even a half-blood wizard to learn them. At least it is difficult to learn before entering Hogwarts, and don't think about it in the lower grades after admission. At most, he could learn a repair spell, a lock-opening spell, and the like from a first-grade magic book, but he couldn't even learn a levitation spell. After all, even a floating spell can cause damage if used improperly, such as shooting oneself in the foot. Chapter 39 The Joy of Green, T. I just want my sister to get a chicken drumstick. Riels. I think you still remember our agreement, right? You won't forget it, right? I think it will be fine tomorrow at noon. I hope you won't cry and beg for mercy then. Malfoy's expression was a little ferocious, and no matter how much he restrained himself, he still couldn't stop his body's instinct. If he could, he really would have jumped up and cast a whole set of spells on Riels to let him know who he had messed with. But his remaining sense told him no, let alone whether he could succeed. Even if he succeeded, the reputation of the Malfoy family would definitely be ruined. He could even think of the content of the Daily Prophet, shocked. The young master of the Malfoy family actually did such a thing at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. Close double angle bracket. The young master of the Malfoy family actually attacked his classmates at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. Close double angle bracket. Lawless. Draco Malfoy openly took action at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. Close double angle bracket. Thinking of this, Malfoy still had some uncontrollable anger, as if he had been suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him. His heart was cold and his heart was soaring. He must wait until he is ready tomorrow before taking cruel revenge on Riel's duel. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. How about it be at noon tomorrow, just in the corridor outside the banquet hall? I think if we move faster, we should be able to catch lunch directly. You know, the food at Hogwarts is very good, at least that's what the book says. Riels waved his hand indifferently, and when he talked about eating, he didn't forget to touch his hungry belly. To be honest, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. He refused Old Tom's breakfast in the morning and was on the Hogwarts Express at noon. Hermione was sleeping at that time, and he didn't want to wake her up, and he didn't feel hungry. By the time she woke up, it was already past mealtime. The lady selling snacks is also off work. Why is she off work? Well, I have to ask Mr. Harry Potter, can he really eat it all after buying so much? Malfoy curled his lips disdainfully. Then your idea may be ruined. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't let you go easily. He didn't think he could lose, especially to a mudblood like Riels. Are you kidding me? He is the young master of the Malfoy family. His parents are both extremely powerful wizards. How can he still defeat a mudblood who has just entered the wizarding world? Malfoy is disdainful +10. Pansy is worried +6. Others are curious +4-5. Close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows in pleasure, but did not answer Malfoy's words. There was no point in saying this now. No matter how many useless words you say, they can't be as powerful as a slap. Ding, ding ding. The sound of the glass being knocked sounded again, and the noisy banquet hall instantly became quiet, and everyone looked towards the high platform. Dumbledore stood up. Before the banquet begins, let me say a few words. The first thing is that you must not break into the dark forest behind the academy. It is a forbidden forest. In addition, Mr. Filch asked me to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go in. The last idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it. Dumbledore opened his arms slightly. Okay, that's all, let the party begin. The next moment, all kinds of exquisite food appeared on the tables in the four branches, and the banquet hall became lively again. Hey, Pansy, can you get me a chicken drumstick? Oh no, get me too. I have to make up for it. There are other shows tonight. Pansy, who was sitting on the left side of Riels, rolled her eyes. Can't you get it when you stand up? Although she said this, she still reached out and took out 2 chicken drumsticks and handed them to him. Riels took it with a smile. Isn't it more delicious if you feed it? It's gratifying. The little girl has a movie. Doesn't she think he is a pervert? Then he would act like a pervert to her? Although he has no experience, as the old saying goes, if you haven't eaten pork, you haven't seen a pig run away? As a master of theory, why can't he tease a teenage girl? Then he deserves to be single for the rest of his life. You are indeed a pervert. I'll tell Hermione later and tell her to stay away from you. Pansy moved to the side pretending to be disgusted, pretended to be calm, finished speaking, and began to concentrate on eating, ignoring Riels. The shyness in her heart can still be seen from her blushing side face. Pansy is shy +14, Malfoy is angry +11, and resentment is +7. Close black lens bracket. Riels held the chicken drumstick, glanced at the angry Malfoy, and gnawed on the drumstick happily. Damn it. I just like the way you look at me and don't like it, but you can't do anything about it. A banquet ended in a very pleasant atmosphere. In order to replenish his energy and participate in tonight's entertainment show, Riels even pestered Pansy to get him several chicken drumsticks. Then he finished the chicken legs with enjoyment under Malfoy's fire-breathing eyes. At this moment, he deeply felt the joy of green tea, and even had the urge to talk about tea. The elder brother just asked the younger sister to get 2 chicken drumsticks. The younger brother was so angry. He was so stingy. Brother, I don't have any bad intentions. I just like to eat the chicken legs delivered by my sister. Ah? My brother has never eaten the chicken drumsticks fed by his sister? I almost forgot. My sister stopped playing with her brother and started playing with her brother instead. Ha 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 ha. Please ask the prefects of each grade to take the little wizards back to the dormitories in an orderly manner. As soon as these words came out, the little wizards who had eaten and drank enough stood up one after another. The meeting was over. The meeting was over. Chapter 40 Experience the perfect bullying process. Slytherin's dormitory is at the bottom of Hogwarts Castle, next to the Black Lake. It can be said to be under the Black Lake. However, the bedroom has been enchanted and does not feel damp. From the window of the dormitory, you can even see various fish swimming in the lake. Well, there is also a big octopus. It seems that there will be squid to eat in the future. Riels looked at the huge octopus flashing past the window and subconsciously licked the corners of his lips. As soon as he entered the dormitory, the eyes of all the little snakes, whether senior or junior, fell on Riels. Malfoy crossed his arms and smiled provocatively. Hey, it seems there is a mudblood among us. It's ridiculous that a mudblood should be lucky enough to be in Slytherin. Is there anything more ironic than that? I really don't know what's going on with the Sorting Hat. Mudbloods should go to Gryffindor and be stupid lions. How come they are sorted here? I do think this guy is very interesting, but his background is indeed low, and he is somewhat unqualified to join Slytherin. Mudblood, your name is Riels Thomas, right? You're very interesting. Malfoy's words were like a fuse, causing the little snakes to start talking, and several little snakes stepped forward, wanting to poke Riels a few times. Let Riels experience the perfect bullying process. But before they got close, Pansy stood up in front of Riels and glared at these people. What do you want to do? Are you afraid that Professor Snape will know if it's difficult to fight? Malfoy mocks +1-1, Pansy worries +1-5, others mock +5-8. Close black lens bracket. Tisk, it's really a good place to increase your mood points. You won't feel guilty when you bully them. Riels pulled Pansy behind him. Didn't you see that I was being bullied? How could you come forward? It would be boring to interrupt. She's not sensible. Let's continue. Come on, have we just reached that point? Are you going to poke me on the shoulder and then ask me if I'm scared? As soon as he said this, the Slytherin common room fell silent. The little snakes looked at the smiling Riels, and their eyes gradually became weird. Is this person afraid of having a big pie? Or does he have some means and is just waiting for them to take action? None of them were fools. Now that they had doubts, no one dared to move forward. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time, and the smile on Riels's face became deeper and deeper. In just a short while, the emotional value was close to 100. With such amazing efficiency, why worry about not being rich? Why worry about not being invincible? Why don't you put your noseless feet under your feet and rub them? Pansy held her wand tightly and stood behind Riels, looking warily at the little snakes opposite her. She saw a smiling Riels out of the corner of her eye. She almost flew up and kicked him in anger. Can she still laugh at this time? How do you feel? Pansy is angry +1-2. Malfoy is angry +10. Others are hesitant +33. Close black lens bracket. Riels looked back at Pansy inexplicably, wondering what the little girl was doing. Pansy glared at him angrily, wanting to pounce on him and bite him twice. How dare you be distracted now? Does he really feel nothing? When Malfoy saw Riels and Pansy flirting with each other, a sudden surge of unknown anger arose in his heart. Pansy, you stand with this filthy mud creature. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him, followed by an emotionless voice. It seems that you are in good spirits and lively, especially Mr. Malfoy. What did you just say? Mudblood. Snape's cold voice made the little snakes stiffen in fright, and they quickly dispersed to both sides to make way for people to pass through. Malfoy was so frightened that his whole body became stiff, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Professor Snape, maybe you heard me wrong. Snape just gave him a cold look. I don't want to hear this title again, otherwise I will go talk to Lucius myself. Malfoy nodded with an ugly expression, took a few steps back and shrank into the crowd, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He knew that since Snape said this, he would definitely dare to do it, and he would inevitably be blasted by Lucius. Snape looked around, and the little snakes that caught his gaze lowered their heads. Only Riels smiled and even waved to say hello to him. In response, Snape just looked at him coldly, turned around and said, "Come in." This sound made all the little snakes turn their heads, and Riels was no exception. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the little snakes, a girl wearing a Slytherin wizard robe slowly walked into the common room with her arms folded. The girl is tall, has long blonde hair, and her facial features are exquisite and flawless. If she really had a flaw, it might be that her face was expressionless. Her emerald-like pupils were cold and there was no emotion at all. Facing the attention of so many people, the girl's face remained calm. Her hands were wrapped around the conspicuous bag that was beginning to show its size, and her steps were elegant but not slow. She walked to Snape and stopped, raising her swan neck slightly, which gave her a slight sense of arrogance. But this sense of arrogance is not annoying, but makes people feel that this is how she should be. It's her. Chapter 41 Cassandra Worley. Riels raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just when he was about to say something, he felt something was added to his waist. The next moment. Hiss. The sound of Riel's gasping for air was like thunder, exploding in the silent common room, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this, Pansy, the instigator, quickly retracted her little hand, took a few steps back and pretended to be harmless and had nothing to do with me. Everyone looked at Riels, who was almost jumping in pain, and then looked at Pansy, who was looking around and pretending to be innocent, and they all shuddered. She actually pinched his waist in public, and she did it so harshly, so cruel. Pansy is embarrassed +17, guilty +3, Snape is displeased +11, Cassandra is amused +8, Malfoy is proud +14, others are surprised +38. Well, a little guilty, but not much, right? After Riels complained secretly, he turned his attention to the name of the person behind him. Now he was completely sure that the person who came in with Snape was none other than the famous Sister Caw. Cassandra Worley, the eldest daughter of the Worley family, probably entered Hogwarts many years after Voldemort was defeated. But now that Harry Potter had just entered school, why did she show up? This beaver. Apparently not beaver. Before he could figure out why Cassandra appeared, Snape's cold voice came to his ears. "Mr. Thomas, Miss Parkinson, are you done? Do you think I don't exist?" He was still a little worried about Riels entering Slytherin, not that he felt Riels was unworthy of his status. There was just some concern that other Slytherin students would crowd out Riels. He had also been ostracized and targeted, so he hated this kind of thing deeply, and never wanted anyone to experience that kind of pain again in the academy he was in charge of. So after he picked up Cassandra, he hurried back, but it turned out that he was completely overthinking it. Not only is this kid fine, but he is also smiling playfully. It is estimated that nothing will happen to him if he comes a little later. Snape is happy +8, annoyed +2, Malfoy is angry +9. Others are annoyed +24, close black lens bracket. If Hogwarts is a paradise for mood points, then Slytherin is definitely a paradise within paradise. Seeing that the emotion value had almost exceeded the 2000 mark, Riels raised the corners of his lips happily. Today's harvest is almost as good as his previous 2 years combined. 2000 may not seem like much, but it can already be exchanged for 2 primary magic spells and 4 bottles of primary magic potion. These are just the gains from your first day at Hogwarts. Now he already feels that those luxurious days of buying 2 bottles of the best magic potion and drinking 1 bottle and another are not far away. However, not long after he had been silent in his imagination, he felt a familiar feeling coming from his waist again, which suddenly frightened him. "Professor Snape, I'm sorry." Pansy also lowered her head and said, "Sorry, Professor Snape." Snape looked at the 2 people standing next to each other, his brows knitted together. Are these 2 little wizards a little too precocious? Isn't this too intimate? If Riels knew what he was thinking, he would definitely jump up and punch him twice. Close? What's your vision, old bat? Can't you see the cold sweat on his face? Can't you see Pansy's little hand on his waist? Whose family is so intimate? This is clearly violence, naked violence. Be careful next time, keep quiet in the common room. After Snape finished speaking, he glanced around the circle of little snakes. The person next to me is Cassandra Worley, a young wizard who has just entered Slytherin this year. She came from the United States and has some special circumstances, so there was no sorting ceremony. There are 2 things left. First, I don't want to hear insulting names like Mudblood again. He paused here, and his eyes fell directly on Malfoy, who was shrinking his neck. The meaning was self-evident. Obviously, what he said was meant for Malfoy, and of course other little snakes were not excluded. Malfoy shrank his head and squeezed into the crowd again, but helplessly. The little snakes didn't want to let this target that attracted firepower escape. Then an extremely indescribable scene occurred in the Slytherin common room. I saw Malfoy lowering his head, sticking out his butt and shaking continuously, trying to squeeze away the two people behind him and let himself hide in. This is an eye-catching scene. Even when a pervert comes, you have to give a thumbs up, and you have to sigh. But neither Malfoy nor the people around him noticed anything was wrong. Anyone who noticed something was wrong was stunned by this shocking scene and didn't know how to warn them. Riels just glanced at it, then quickly turned to look at Cassandra and Pansy. Wash his eyes quickly. He was afraid that if he looked at such an eye-catching sight for a second longer, he would develop needle holes that would never heal. This pain will never heal. Chapter 42. She domestically abused me. Single fight or group fight? Snape looked deeply at the weird Malfoy, turned his head expressionlessly, and continued to speak coldly. One more thing. Slytherin implements a hidden prefect system. Each grade will have a hidden prefect who is responsible for managing the students in his grade. Although hidden prefects are not recognized by the college, becoming a hidden prefect can have an independent dormitory. I would like to ask you to be responsible for the specific selection, Miss Farley. Gemma Farley, whose name was called, walked out of the crowd, bowed very elegantly and said, "Professor Snape, please rest assured." Snape nodded with rare satisfaction. After looking around at the little snakes again, he turned around and walked to the sofa to sit down and look at everyone quietly. The little snakes were stared at by him, and they all dared not show their anger, let alone act like monsters. "I'm the fifth-year prefect, Gemma Farley. The selection of the hidden prefect is very simple. Wizards who want to be hidden prefects duel with each other. Whoever wins will be the hidden prefect. I, Slytherin, believe in winning first. Only by winning can you get what you want and gain privileges." As soon as these words came out, the first-year little snake was so excited that he eagerly pulled out his wand. Even Cassandra, who had been doing very little, was somewhat moved. Riels was not surprised at all. The little snakes here were all pure Slytherin. They possess most of the qualities of Slytherins. They are ambitious, shrewd, honorable, size up the situation, be prudent and protective, and win first. It was under this circumstance that the system of hidden superiors was born, with the purpose of promoting competition among the little snakes. Let them know the meaning of victory first, understand how to value the sense of honor, and stimulate their ambitions. It can be said that a hidden prefect system can make Slytherin students become very vicious. This is why Slytherin wins the most house cups every year. Because they value the sense of honor and will fight hard for this honor, which is a quality that the other three colleges do not possess. Of course, there are some people operating behind the scenes, right? Snape, the walking bat? Gemma Farley drew a large circle with fluorescent green light on the ground with the wand in her hand, and continued. Those who want to select a hidden prefect can come in. Standing within the aperture. Those who stand outside the aperture will be eliminated. Those who fall to the ground will be eliminated, and those who surrender will be eliminated. The last person standing will be the hidden prefect of the first grade. As soon as she finished speaking, the little snakes who had been impatient suddenly swarmed over her. Not long after, there were more than a dozen first-year wizards standing in the fluorescent circle. "Are you still dazed? That's a hidden prefect, don't you want to be? I'll leave you alone, I'll go first." Pansy glanced at Riels angrily and quickly ran into the circle of light. For a young Slytherin wizard, there is nothing more important than honor and special treatment in exchange for strength. Pansy is disappointed +9, Cassandra is curious +7, close black lens bracket. Riels turned his head and glanced at Cassandra, who was holding her arms. "Miss Worley, do you want to come with us?" He is extremely curious about Cassandra, who should not appear in this world. After all, this is not a difference of 1 or 2 years, but more than 10 or 20 years. The timeline is too far ahead. Cassandra glanced at him and said quietly, "Then don't make me feel too boring." Just after she finished speaking, before Riels could reply, she quickly stepped into the circle of light. Riels touched his nose and stepped into the aperture without caring about her reaction. He may not be a qualified Slytherin, but it is undeniable that he admires strength and exchanging strength for privileges. He didn't like the honor of Slytherin's hidden prefect, but a separate dormitory. He was bound to get it. Who wants to live with others when they can live in a single room? Of course, it's a different matter if men and women live together. As Riels stepped into the circle of light, no one of the first-year snakes stood outside the circle, and they all chose to compete for the hidden prefect. But The little snakes looked at Riel's holding the wand with strange eyes. Most of them were gloating about his misfortune. You're a fool. You're the only one who still wants to be a hidden prefect. Did you eat too much chicken drumsticks this afternoon? You really have no self-awareness at all. You don't really think you are strong, do you? Is your strength useless? There are so many of us who can beat you. How many can you beat? Malfoy pointed his wand at Riel's, a mixture of disdain and mockery on his face. The faces of the other little snakes were also a little ugly, and they all looked at Riel's with unkind eyes. Just kidding, it would be ridiculous for a Muggle-born wizard to enter Slytherin and make them all feel embarrassed. If Riel's becomes a hidden prefect again, then they won't just be embarrassed. It's time to go back to the drawing board and rebuild. Malfoy's ridicule +1/1, Pansy's worry +1/2, Cassandra's amusement +9, Snape's curiosity +9, and others' irritation +117, close black lens bracket. Tisk, the snakeyard is fine, but the wizard is not very friendly, but it doesn't matter, after a few more beatings, everything will be friendly. Riel's curled his lips and said, "What? Are you still playing one-on-one in group fights?" Chapter 43 Little Lolita. Cassandra, single fight? Group fight? Do you think I'm playing house with you? You're a piece of shit. Before Malfoy even uttered his sarcastic words, he received Snape's death gaze, and his words were immediately blocked in his mouth. It wasn't until Snape looked away that he breathed out a few sighs of relief, followed by even greater anger, directed at Riel's. No need to talk nonsense, let's eliminate this mud first. And then we can fight for the hidden prefect. Regarding Malfoy's proposal, the little snakes nodded in agreement and looked at Riel's with hostility in their eyes. Again, Riel's entering Slytherin has already embarrassed them, and he must not be allowed to become a hidden prefect. Snape, who was sitting on the sofa, saw this and raised the corner of his mouth with a subtle arc, obviously very satisfied with the little snake's reaction. Assess the situation, unite those who can unite, and deal with the common enemy first to avoid being taken advantage of. Regarding this, the little snakes did a good job and he was very satisfied. As for whether this is fair to Riel's, he doesn't care. Riel's himself wants to participate in this election. Being attacked by everyone now is the result that he should bear after making his choice. He will not pity Riel's for this. Malfoy's gloating +1/3, Pansy's nervousness +9, regret +6, determination +10, Cassandra's playful +10, others' hostility +33, close black lens bracket. Playing again? What? Are you done watching the show yet? Does this little girl like watching theater so much? Do you want to send her some melon seeds? Riel's turned his head, glanced wordlessly at Cassandra not far away, and silently complained in his heart. Then he looked at Pansy who was close to him. He was a little moved and a little funny. Didn't you listen to what I said just now? This is a one-on-one fight and a group fight. Single combat means that I challenge a group of them alone, and group fighting means that I beat a group of them by myself. It is difficult for me to do this. Be good. Go over and have a meal with Miss Worley. Riel's tone was like coaxing a child, but the words he spoke made Pansy's cerebellum shrink. Is this what single-on-one and group fights mean? Brother, do you want to listen to what you are saying about tigers and wolves? Malfoy and the others are the most powerful among the freshmen of this year. They are all mixed bloods at worst, and there are quite a few pure bloods. Riel's, a little Muggle-born wizard, actually wanted to challenge a dozen of them at once? Oh, I almost forgot, Riel's called this a gang fight. He beat a group of people by himself, so it was called a gang fight. Pansy wanted to persuade Riel's, but after meeting his firm eyes, she gave in. Be careful yourself. If you can't defeat, just admit defeat. It is also a Slytherin tradition to assess the situation. After telling her, Pansy walked over to Cassandra and stood next to her without stopping. The eyes of the two little Lolita collided in the air. They were both a little surprised at the other's appearance, and then both turned their heads away from each other. She didn't think she would be any different in appearance than the other person, ×2. Pansy is helpless +1/2, Cassandra is surprised +9, Snape is displeased +1/3, others are laughing at +2/7, and anger is +3/1, close black lens bracket. Another level of emotional value arrived, and the emotional value successfully broke through the 2000 mark and started to move towards 3000. Riels raised his eyebrows happily and waved his wand casually. You do it first, or do I? Or do you just admit defeat and avoid a severe beating? How about that? To be honest, let alone these dozen little wizards, he wouldn't be afraid of a dozen more. Even if he doesn't know many magic spells now, a salvo of 10,000 bullets is enough. His provocative words immediately aroused the anger of the little snakes, and at the same time, he got his wish and gained nearly 100 emotion points again. But correspondingly, there are also various curses rushing towards him. Confinement quickly. The front teeth match the stick. Oolong comes out of the hole. Get out of the way and let me give him a hard blow. Avada. We'll all be petrified. The common room, illuminated by various magic spells, was colorful, which also caused the little snakes watching to cheer. Snape gently rubbed his wand a few times and watched the scene with cold eyes. However, it could be seen from his straightened body that he was ready to take action at any time. No matter what, he couldn't let Riels get hurt under his nose. This was something he would never allow. Will Riels be fine? He is so confident, he should be absolutely sure. Pansy tightened her wand and wanted to help several times, but thinking of Riel's confident and determined eyes, she stopped her impulse. Cassandra raised her lips slightly and gave her an unclear look. If you think so, why bother asking that again? She had seen this young man in high spirits, well, when he was at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Those questions made her ponder for a long time. When she couldn't sleep at night, she would stand in front of the window and stare at the night sky, thinking about which of them she had met. Being born in such a family only means that you are lucky, but it does not mean that you are noble. This nobility belongs to this family and to the noble people this family has created, not to you who were just born in this family. She enrolled in Hogwarts because of Riel's words. His ability to say these words meant that he was not a stupid person, and she believed that Riels would not let her down. Pansy worries +1-3, Cassandra expects +1-1, Snape worries +1-2, others are complacent +7-4, and enjoy +33. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 44. Thousands of bullets fired. To set off, it all depends on other magic spells to set off. Riels ignored the system and waved the wand in his hand. 10,000 bullets fired. Just kidding, although he is confident, he is not arrogant, especially since this is his first serious battle. It would be bad if he overturns. You're all pretending, but you have to have a perfect ending no matter what, otherwise it's not all in vain. Dozens of radiant canaries condensed on the top of the wand, and the next moment, as if they had received an order, they all rushed towards the magic spell. As soon as the canaries finished shooting, dozens more canaries appeared, followed by a volley of shots. Salvo is called this because as long as your magic power is not exhausted, you can try to concentrate the canaries and shoot them. This does not mean that the magic is used repeatedly, but that once it is used, the magic power can be used to continue to gather the canaries. This is also the origin of the name 10,000 bullets. Sounds strong? But in fact, it consumes a lot of magic power and is not very powerful. It can even be said to be very weak. This is still compared to some ordinary magic spells, and it is completely incomparable to those like eating big melons. But against these spells that are not very lethal, or even have no lethality at all, it is not that weak. Thousands of bullets fired. To set off, it all depends on other magic spells to set off. Condensed 3 consecutive volleys of 10,000 bullets. It's exactly what the Sorting Hat said. The magic power reserve is amazing. When Snape saw this, his tense body instantly relaxed, and he looked at Riels with some surprise. He knew that a salvo of bullets would have little lethality. In a sense, this spell was more suitable for performances and would not be used in general duels. It's not surprising that Riels can cast it. After spending so much time in Diagon Alley, it makes sense to learn some magic. What really surprised him was that Riel's magic hadn't dried up yet. Normally, a young wizard of this age would be able to gather more than a dozen, which is already the limit. Looking at Riels, who was still stress-free, Snape gently rubbed the wand a few times. Is it possible that he is really a genius? Thousands of bullets fired together is not a rare spell, and the little wizards here are not ordinary wizards either. Seeing that Riels could continuously condense canaries, the little snakes were stunned, and even Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise. At their age, the only thing that can widen the gap is the number of spells and proficiency in controlling them. I have never heard of a gap in magic power reserves. But Riels told them with facts. Not only can they widen the gap in these two things, but they can also widen the gap in magic power reserves. This is really a scorpion daddy. Snape is surprised +1-7. Pansy is happy +1-1. Cassandra is surprised +1-2. Others are shocked +6-7. Jealous +4-5. And angry +1-2-4. Close black lens bracket. Riels, whose emotional value surged again, raised the corners of his mouth, turned the wand a few times in his hand, and stopped condensing the canary. It's not that his magic power is insufficient, on the contrary, he has only lost less than half of his magic power now, so it won't be a problem to gather canaries 4 or 5 times. It's just not necessary because Malfoy and the others have already lost. Looking at the little snakes lying on the ground outside the circle, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, Riels mocked. That's it. I thought they were so strong, and they were still fighting in a group. But you don't have to give in. It's only the first day of school. We still have plenty of time. Come back next time, I will let you have fun. What? What did he mean by these pictures? Pull hatred fiercely. What if he turns into a coward for these little snakes today? Will he still be able to increase his mood so happily in the future? Don't take advantage of their illness to kick them in the waist. Let them know that people's hearts are sinister, and make them resentful and want revenge. Are you still waiting for him to take the initiative to provoke you in the future? If you give me a small reward, he won't do anything that reduces the price. He has some emotional value, so don't take it. Riels. You filthy mud. The furious Malfoy was about to curse when he saw Snape standing up from sitting on the sofa, his cold eyes falling directly on him. This look directly extinguished his anger and even made him shiver with cold. Malfoy showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Professor Snape, you know, I just said something indiscriminately. This was Snape, not only a famous master of potions in the wizarding world, but also a powerful wizard who even Lucius was afraid of. In addition, Snape is also the Dean of Slytherin. The combination of these identities means that he is destined to be unable to stand in front of Snape. He could guarantee that Snape would really beat him, a real beating, and maybe even have a mixed doubles match with Lucius. If his luck is even worse and his mother Narcissa comes, it will be a mixed bag of the three. He will be broken, he will be broken. Ah, he will die, he will definitely die. Snape said coldly, Mr. Malfoy, I hope this is the last time, otherwise I will have to talk to Lucius. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, Professor. Snape looked at him coldly, then turned to look at Riels. Mr. Thomas, the selection is not over yet. You have 2 opponents waiting for you. If you were facing a real enemy, your body and head would have been separated due to your stupid kung fu. Chapter 45 Cassandra and Pansy's double attack. Snape was surprised +1-2. Malfoy was jealous +1-4. Pansy was surprised +1-1. Cassandra was surprised +9. And the others were shocked +8-4. Close black lens bracket. It's almost 2,000 and 5,000. Riels looked at his mood and raised his eyebrows happily. Professor Snape is right, but they are not my enemies, and they won't be. As far as he is concerned, there are no enemies to speak of. There are only tool people who increase the emotional value, such as Malfoy, and have no nose. A little Lolita like Hermione Pansy prefers to talk about relationships. What relationships? Well, a friendship that hasn't gone bad yet. It's pure, at least it's still pure for now. Snape looked at him deeply and said coldly, I hope it won't be the case. Let the selection continue. Riels is not the first Muggle-born student to enter Slytherin. The last one who came in was also highly talented, also the best among his peers, and was even born as an orphan. But later, that person became a nightmare in the wizarding world, a dark lord that made people talk about it. The experiences of Riels and that man cannot be said to be similar, but they can only be said to be quite different. No one can guarantee that in an atmosphere like Slytherin's, another Dark Lord will not be created. That's one of the reasons why he doesn't want to see Riels pushed aside by others. In response to Snape's words, Riels smiled noncommittally and turned to look at the 2 little Lolita. I have said what I said, please don't hit me in the face. Okay, let's talk about it. Do you want to gang up on me alone, or should I challenge you 2 alone? To be honest, he was looking forward to Cassandra's strength. This little girl was definitely stronger than Malfoy. Cassandra is a truly talented woman. Not only is she high-born, she is also highly talented, and she also works hard, so her sense of arrogance is so natural." Pansy and Cassandra looked at each other, and the two little Lolita turned around and ran a few steps in the opposite direction in perfect agreement. They didn't hate each other. On the contrary, that look made them decide to cooperate and work together to defeat Riels. Assessing the situation and knowing how to unite those around you is what a standard Slytherin should learn. Pansy is dignified +9, Cassandra is expectant +10. Others are nervous +33, and indignant +75. Close black lens bracket. Riels glanced at the little snakes who were expecting him to lose quickly, and curled his lips with some disdain. Stand at attention when being beaten. Incompetent rage is the most shameful behavior. Spread out and want to attack me from both sides. No matter which side I defend, there will be openings on the other side. It is indeed a good way. The fluorescent circle was so big that there wasn't much room for him to dodge, so he had no choice but to accept their attacks. But there was only one wand, and their spells came from different directions, so it would be difficult to resist them at the same time. Unless he has a defensive spell, this situation is very disadvantageous for him. Pansy and Cassandra didn't answer his words, they just looked at each other in the distance and raised their wands together. Petrify them all. Collapse. Two gray spells emitted from the tip of the wand and struck Riels from different directions. This scene made the little snakes watching the game very nervous, and they were all praying for an end to hit the target with one hit and eliminate Riels. There was nothing more unacceptable to them than having a Muggle-born wizard become the hidden prefect of Slytherin. This is nothing less than telling the entire wizarding world that pure blood and mixed blood wizards are no match for Muggle-born wizards. Although they didn't think Pansy and Cassandra could beat Riels, they had no choice now. Pansy is nervous +10, Cassandra is excited +10, Snape is curious +12, Malfoy is nervous +11, and everyone else is nervous +99. Close black lens bracket. Riels didn't pay attention to the system's prompts, although the soaring emotional value made him very happy. He now wants to teach the two little Lolita a lesson, that is, there is no need to reason with those who are cheating. Riels waved his wand lightly, a salvo of 10,000 bullets. Dozens of canaries gathered at the top of the wand, and the next moment, they quickly rushed towards the unconscious place where Cassandra was released. Seeing this scene, Pansy and the little snakes watching the battle were overjoyed, thinking that their plan was successful. After all, Riels cast the spell and chose to resist being knocked unconscious, which was more likely to make him lose the ability to fight, instead of resisting all petrification. This shows that he has no way to escape, so he chooses to do this. Now that Riels chooses to block the fainting, he can only accept the petrification. As long as he accepts, the winner will be determined. The little snakes were so excited that they almost opened 2 bottles of red wine to celebrate. Snape also shook his head with regret. You are still a little younger. In fact, this situation is easy to solve. You just need to strike first and kill an enemy, and the potential for a pincer attack will naturally disappear. But Riels may have been too arrogant and missed the easiest way to break the game. Pansy is excited +11, Cassandra is happy +9, disappointed +6, Malfoy is proud +10, Snape is disappointed +17, others are excited +108. Close black lens bracket. Tisk, isn't it a little too early to open the champagne before the outcome is decided? Riels chuckled lightly, turned the wand twice in his hand, and raised the wand high to make a swinging motion. Chapter 46. Malfoy was angry for a moment, and then became angry again. Oolong came out of the hole. With this curse, Riels swung his wand and threw out the black snake manifested by the magic power. The black snake collided with all the petrified stones. The next moment, the black snake turned into a gray stone statue and fell straight to the ground. All the petrifications released by Pansy were successfully blocked. The smiles on the faces of the little snakes who saw this scene froze, and their expressions instantly darkened. To petrify everything, you only need to petrify living things, and they will dissipate on their own. If you petrify the black snake that came out of the cave, the petrification of everything will naturally disappear. Snape rubbed his wand and looked at Riels with some satisfaction. He is very satisfied with Riels' performance. He is talented and intelligent, and his magic power reserve is much higher than that of his peers. Judging from the few spells Riels has cast, he should be a very studious person. The only thing that dissatisfied him was Riel's character, which was too out of the box. This kind of person could easily break the rules and not follow them. Another very important point is that at such a young age, I have 2 little girls around me, and I don't know how carefree I will be in the future. But these shortcomings are not worth mentioning for those who have some points. No one is perfect. If it is too perfect, there will be problems. Overall, Snape is very satisfied with Riel's, at least for now, but he is not sure what will happen in the future. Snape is satisfied +1-5. Pansy is panicked +1-2. Cassandra is solemn +1-3. Malfoy is angry +1-5. And others are worried +147. Close black lens bracket. Approaching the 2,500 mark. Riel's looked at the emotional value that was about to reach 2,500, and suddenly felt like crying. Who knows, my family, I have been practicing hard for 2.5 years, but I haven't made as much money in one day at Hogwarts. With a huge sum of money in his pocket, Riel straightened his back, raised his wand and said, "It's over. 10,000 bullets fired. It's the familiar canary again. I don't know if it's the first time I've seen it tonight. The little snakes are going numb. People of the same age can fire 2,000 bullets and then stop. Riel's can fire so many times without getting tired. How can this compare?" The little snakes looked at this scene numbly, ready to accept the result. The difference was too big, and this was not an unfair loss. "Pansy. What are you doing in your days? Attack. What are you doing? What the hell is that Cassan over there? You stay away. What are you doing?" Malfoy's eyes were red, and he pretended to be crazy and yelled at Pansy and Cassandra. It doesn't matter if he can't be a hidden prefect, but he will never accept Riel's being a hidden prefect, absolutely not. Riel's is a filthy mudblood, a filthy mudblood. Malfoy's roar attracted everyone's attention, and even made Pansy and Cassandra blush. Cassandra glanced at him coldly, and said calmly, "I withdraw from the selection of hidden prefects." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, she crossed her arms and walked out of the fluorescent circle, not caring whether the flying canary would hurt her. In fact, she was right. After she said she would give up, the canary disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. In this regard, the little snakes were just sorry, but not surprised. Preserving oneself wisely is also a quality that Slytherins admire highly. If one continues to fight even though he knows he cannot defeat him, then he is not a Slytherin, but a Gryffindor. Only by protecting yourself can you have the opportunity to do what you want to do. If you can't protect yourself, how can you talk about a great cause? Malfoy shouted with a ferocious look on his face, "Pansy! Come on, you are a noble pureblood, are you still afraid of him, a muggle-born wizard? Are you going to admit defeat like this woman? Pansy Parkinson, think of the honor of the Parkinson family." As soon as these words came out, both the little snakes and Pansy's expressions changed drastically. Some things are fine without mentioning the family, but once the family is mentioned, the meaning completely changes. Malfoy's words were like putting Pansy on the fire, so that she could only advance but not retreat. Once she admits defeat, she will be trampling on the honor of the Parkinson family, but how can she be Riel's opponent in beating her? "Mr. Malfoy, it seems that I really have to talk to Lucius and Narcissa. You really let me down." Snape stood up abruptly, looking directly at Malfoy with cold eyes, without any emotion in his voice. Malfoy was basically responsible for all the chaos in the hidden prefect selection, and now he even dared to use words to force others to fight to the death. It is hard to imagine that this is what the young master of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure blood families, can say. "Me." Malfoy shrank his neck in fear and took a few steps back, stammering and unable to speak a word. In fact, he regretted it after he said it, but the anger had already gone to his head, and there was no use regretting it anymore. Malfoy grimaced, and then looked sharply at Riel's, the hatred in his eyes almost overflowing. "It's all because of this mudblood, it's all this mudblood's fault." Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward, 1,000 gold galleons, close black lens bracket. Chapter 47 Snape. Have more in-depth discussions with your senior. Pansy hesitates +9, Cassandra regrets +12, others are disappointed +101, close black lens bracket. Why another 1,000 gold galleons? Nothing exploded. Is this the young master of the Malfoy family? Haha. Riel's complained a few words in his mind, and after seeing that his emotional value had exceeded 2,500, he felt happy again. As long as there is emotional value, who cares what Malfoy reveals? If it doesn't come out, won't he buy it? But Riels put away his wand, walked up to Pansy who was struggling, raised his hand, and killed this Lolita with a tap on the head. Why didn't I realize you were so stupid? This is just a selection of hidden prefects, not a duel for family glory. That idiot is so useless that he can only talk about being happy after being eliminated. Why do you even listen to his words? Why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong? Pansy glared at Riels again, and seeing that he still had no self-awareness, she had no choice but to reach out and shake off the hand that was rubbing her head. Although Riel's hands were warm and comfortable to be rubbed by him, there were too many people here, so couldn't he pay more attention? Pansy thought of this and took a few steps back, pretending not to be familiar with Riels. I withdraw from the hidden prefect selection. Pansy, who was about to step out of the fluorescent circle, suddenly stopped and turned to Riels. Mr. Thomas, I'm not stupid. I will tell Hermione whatever you said to me today. I think she will help me get justice. After threatening Riels, Pansy walked out of the fluorescent circle with satisfaction, not forgetting to take a look at Malfoy on the way out. In this look, there was both disappointment and provocation for this friend who had grown up with him since childhood. Aren't you forcing me to fight to the death for the sake of family honor? I won't be fooled, so I will abstain in front of you. What can you do to me? Now that things have come to this point, there should be no little snake who would talk nonsense, and she doesn't feel that she has trampled on the honor of the Parkinson family. On the contrary, it was Draco Malfoy, whose appearance really damaged the honor of the Malfoy family. Gemma Farley waved her wand to disperse the fluorescent circle and said loudly, "The selection for the first-year hidden prefect is over, and Riels Thomas becomes the first-year hidden prefect. Your dormitory is in the second one in the corridor. Your luggage will be delivered to you by a house elf later." Pansy is happy +1 2. Cassandra is amused +9. Malfoy is angry +1 4. Others are helpless +1 3. Close black lens bracket. Riels touched his nose and raised his eyebrows happily. Today is really a fruitful day. Not only did he gain more than 2,000 emotional points, he also received rewards such as gold galleons, and he also successfully had an independent dormitory. This was just the beginning of school, and he didn't dare to think about how wonderful his life would be in the future. Riels was in a good mood, and his tone became much gentler. "Senior Farley, you can just call me Riels, my friends all call me that." Gemma Farley was very grateful for Riels' kindness. She nodded and said, "Junior Riels, you can also call me Gemma." Gemma's kindness +6. Pansy's anger +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels glanced at Pansy not far away and shook his head in amusement. The feelings in youth are the purest. If you like it, you just like it, if you want it, you just want it, and if you are angry, you are angry. It will not be mixed with anything else, and you will not tolerate changes because of anything. Mr. Thomas, if you encounter management problems, you can ask Miss Farley for advice. She is your senior sister and has been a hidden prefect for 5 years. For Merlin's sake, you should seriously ask her for advice." After Snape finished speaking, he looked around at the little snakes again. They all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at him. "It's getting late. Let's all go and rest. I don't want to hear about Slytherin being deducted for anything tomorrow. Do you understand?" Hearing this, the little snakes hurriedly said in unison, "Understood." Seeing this, Snape walked out of the common room quickly and resolutely, without even looking back. He now wants to go to Dumbledore and report about Riels. He does not want to lead Riels into the bottomless abyss due to wrong guidance. It wasn't until the door to the common room was closed for a while that the little snakes showed expressions of relief. Professor Snape's aura seems to be getting stronger again. I wonder which college will have a potions class tomorrow. I know their fate just by thinking about it. But how do I remember that potions class tomorrow is for first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors? Is it true? Are the unlucky ones around us? Oh, it's true. I will pray for them. The senior snakes all cast sympathetic glances at the first-year snakes. That's Professor Snape. Unlike other professors who only deduct points, he will not only deduct points, but also use words to severely degrade you. He will not let you go until he has devalued you so much that you doubt your life and feel that you are worthless. The little snakes, who were already angry because they were blasted by Riels and ridiculed by him, all turned pale at this time. Now they all have to think, will tonight be their last natural sleep? Hey, go to bed early. If you're scared at night, you can knock on my door, although I may not be able to open it. Pansy's anger plus 14. Close black lens bracket. The little girl is not big and has a bad temper, but he likes her. Chapter 48 System Upgrade? Snape's Suspicion Bedroom. The dormitory of the Hidden Superior is no different in size from an ordinary dormitory, except that there are no roommates. There is a large bed, desk, chair, and a rather small wardrobe in the bedroom. The overall color is gray-green, giving it a depressing feeling. Should I say it or not, Slytherin's aesthetics are almost tasteless. Looking at the dark green things around him, Riels felt a deep sense of malice. Is it true that if you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head? Forget it. Let the house elves tidy up again tomorrow. Should I say it, this bed is quite soft and it's a double bed, which is a good comment. Riels rolled around on the bed, squinting his eyes in enjoyment, and then began to check today's harvest. Emotional value balance. 2531. Close black lens bracket. Woohoo. Riels sat up excitedly. I can be considered a rich whore now. The system will open the mall for me. I want to spend money. 2,500 emotional points, which is neither too much nor too little, is almost the sum of his previous 2 years. But if we really talk about it, a better magic spell can cost tens of thousands of emotions, while ordinary magic spells need to be sold for a minimum of 1,000. I currently have no shortage of magic power. In terms of spells, what I lack are powerful spells, but I can't afford those spells. The same goes for other materials. I can't afford what I need, and I don't need what I can afford, and these talents can all be revealed from others. Riels looked through the mall and felt like he had nowhere to spend his money. His biggest shortcoming now is that he does not have a powerful spell, but he is not in a hurry to make up for this shortcoming. After all, there is no big danger in Hogwarts, and his current emotional value cannot buy a good spell. Thunderbolt explosions and magic spells such as Shen Feng Wu Ying and others require more than 5,000 emotion points. And even if you really buy it, there is no place to use it. You can't use it on the little snakes, right? He was a tool to increase the mood value, and his murderous intention was not that serious. What big mistake could he make if he couldn't make up for it by beating him 3 times a day? If there is, then simply letting them die would be an advantage for them. Riels frowned. System, do you have any recommendations? It is recommended that the host spends 2,500 emotion points to upgrade the system and unlock more functions. Close black lens bracket. Note. After the system upgrade is completed, you will receive a generous upgrade gift package. Close black lens bracket. Upgrade? The corners of Riel's mouth twitched a few times. He now seriously suspected that the system was trying to swallow his emotional value. But then I thought about it, the decision-making power was in his hands, and the system upgrade would only benefit him and not bring any harm. In line with the idea that if you get promoted early and get promoted late, you should enjoy it if you get promoted early and enjoy it early. Riels gritted his teeth and said, upgrade. If you cheat on my emotional value, don't even think about upgrading again in the future. Consumption of 2,500 emotional points, the system is being upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Estimated upgrade completion, 24 hours, close black lens bracket. Note. You can obtain emotional points as usual during the upgrade, but you can no longer open the mall to purchase things. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the double-digit emotional value and the 12-hour countdown, Riels lay down with an expressionless face and his heart was calm. In fact, he is very open-minded about this thing. System upgrades can bring him more benefits and will do him no harm at all. This emotional value must be spent, it's just a matter of time, so he won't feel so uncomfortable. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was the 24-hour countdown. It's all worth the emotion, but you didn't end it with the upgrade directly, and you made me wait to open the blind box, which is too much. Riels complained a few words about the system in his mind, then turned over and went to bed feeling very bachelor. If you have a bigger heart, you will sometimes have fewer worries, at least that's what he thinks. Principal room. Severus, for Merlin's sake, is there anything we can't talk about tomorrow? Dumbledore said with a tired face. You need to be more considerate and considerate of us elderly people. Who would be happy if they were sleeping soundly, only to be woken up by someone to talk about something? Anyway, he is not happy, well, very unhappy. Snape ignored his complaints and just frowned. Professor Dumbledore, have you checked the background of Riel's Thomas? Is it really just an orphan from the Muggle world? Is it too much of a coincidence that he appears? Dumbledore pinched 2 strange flavored beans and gave Snape a shout out of habit. After being ignored, he stuffed them into his mouth. It's so funny that you don't want to eat him, there really isn't anyone who understands him. Minerva took care of that child. Judging from the information, he is just an ordinary orphan, a little naughty at most. I know what you are thinking, but Severus, you need to know your current identity. You are a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin. You should teach those little wizards and show them the right path, instead of doubting their identity. You are too vigilant. Dumbledore chewed the strange flavored beans and said happily, "The chocolate flavor is just like the chocolate frog. It seems that my luck is still very good." Chapter 49. That kid is very similar to Voldemort, but a bit precocious. To guide them to the right path. Snape lowered his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion. Professor Dumbledore, how did you guide that person back then? I don't mean anything else by asking this. It's just that Riel's is very much like that person in terms of talent and background. You know who I'm talking about and what I mean. I want you to tell me how I can guide him to the right path. At the end of the sentence, Snape lowered his head in a rare gesture, looking like he was asking for advice. His main reason for coming here tonight was to seek advice from Dumbledore. Hogwarts already had a Dark Lord, and he didn't want another one to appear in his hands. Dumbledore's breath froze, his smile became stiff, and he said in disbelief, "You said he is very similar to that person. How similar is it?" "They have the same origin as orphans, the same extremely high talents, and the same eagerness to learn. The only difference may be their personalities." Snape paused and continued. "He likes to play pranks, and is extremely confident. He doesn't take purebloods seriously, and he's a little precocious. I think he might be harder to guide than that guy, and I can't see through his mind or the point of what he's doing." Hearing this, Dumbledore was unusually silent, his expression gloomy and uncertain. Snape didn't bother him when he saw this, he just stood there quietly waiting for an answer. After the atmosphere was silent for a moment, Dumbledore raised his head and said seriously, "You should not guess his purpose, nor should you think about the meaning of what he did. You are his teacher. All you have to do is try your best to teach him the right things. This is your responsibility. Severus, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in others, even if that person is still a child and has just met you. But you have to try to trust him and guide him as much as you can. I don't want you to follow my old path again." At the end of the sentence, Dumbledore couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes, and his whole person seemed to have suddenly aged several years. Snape was silent, quietly considering Dumbledore's words. After a moment, he turned and walked towards the door. "Professor Dumbledore, please rest first." Before Dumbledore could respond, he walked out of the headmaster's office resolutely and closed the door behind him. For a moment, only Dumbledore was left in the headmaster's office, and Fawkes, who was dozing with his butt propped up. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. "He will be a good professor. I believe he won't go the way I did, and I believe that kid won't disappoint." Tiny murmurs echoed in the principal's office, but no one responded. Only Fawkes raised his eyelids, glanced at him, then turned around and continued to sleep. This old man has started to sleep again in the middle of the night. Will he let Phoenix have a good sleep? Early in the morning. The Hogwarts banquet hall is also the dining hall, where the little wizards have their 3 daily meals. All you have to do is say what you want to eat, and a house elf will make it in a short time, and then transfer it to the table through magic. In this regard, Riel's just wanted to say, "The pig brains and roasted lamb kidneys I just ordered. Didn't I say they would be here in a while? Bad review." Pansy rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, picked up a chicken drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. "I can't stop your mouth after eating. How come these things you want are available here? I've never heard of them. Don't be too outrageous." Riel's gnawed on the chicken leg nonchalantly. "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Didn't I just try it just in case it really does exist? Bring me 2 more chicken legs. I consumed too much last night and am very hungry now." In fact, he didn't have any hope. He hadn't eaten these things in almost 10 years, and the people here would not eat them. Unless that house elf has learned Chinese food, the elves may have never heard of the things he ordered. Pansy glared at him angrily, but still reached out and brought him 2 chicken drumsticks, and hand-delivered them to the young master who couldn't take care of himself. Pansy is speechless +1 Cassandra is funny +6, close black lens bracket. Today is another day full of energy. Riels was in a very happy mood after successfully getting off to a good start, and the chicken drumsticks in his mouth seemed to taste even better. Seeing Cassandra looking at him, he reached out the half-eaten chicken leg very enthusiastically. "Want a bite?" Cassandra ignored him, silently stood up, took the plate and left. At the same time, she contributed more than 10 emotion points to Riels, which made him almost whistle with joy. There are 2 mobile emotional power banks around him, and by teasing and joking, he can gain emotional points that he could not even imagine in the past 2 years. "Is there anything better than this?" Pansy explained the class schedule to Riels while eating. "Our first class is going to take Professor Flitwick's Charms class with Ravenclaw. He is also the Dean of Ravenclaw. I heard that he had won the duel competition before. The spells he taught were simple and terrifying, and his personality was very good, as long as you didn't deliberately anger him. In the afternoon, we have a potions class with Gryffindor. Professor Snape is teaching. Chapter 50 Greasy Love Words? Tease too little Lolita." Riels gnawed on the chicken drumsticks, silently listened to Pansy's explanation, and was also thinking secretly. Flitwick knew that the only one who could compare to the champion of the dueling competition and the leading spellmaster in Hogwarts was Dumbledore. Of course, what we are talking about here is not strength, but the ability to know magic spells and the degree of proficiency in magic spells. Flitwick can be said to be a mobile encyclopedia of spells, which is one of the reasons why he became the headmaster of Ravenclaw. But he doesn't care about any of this. He only cares about what Flitwick can get out of him. If an existence of this level could explode something, it would most likely be a powerful magic spell, or even a talent that would increase the magic spell. But the question now is, how can he make Flitwick's mood fluctuate violently? You can't just ride on the dragon's face and crazily increase his hatred value, right? This method can increase the enemy's emotional value, but for someone like Flitwick, it doesn't work. The cost is not proportional to the gain. And Flitwick was a very respectable professor. In fact, most of the professors at Hogwarts were respectable. Except for some temporary workers, you say, Professor Quirrell. After thinking for a moment, Riel's eyes lit up. Maybe, I should try to convince him with knowledge? As the Dean of Ravenclaw, he should be very fond of the studious little wizard. Unfortunately, he has a photographic memory. During the half-year in Diagon Alley, I memorized all the first-grade courses. Isn't this a good student? After thinking of a way, Riel showed off 2 chicken legs again, and then walked into the spell classroom with Pansy when she looked at the rice bucket. It is worth mentioning that he had not seen the little angel Hermione all morning, and he could not find her even if he looked for her. But he wasn't worried. Nothing would happen to Hermione. It was most likely that she had already gone to the classroom. After all, it was Hermione. A true genius, and very eager to learn, a standard 3 good student. Charms classroom. When Riels and Pansy arrived, there were already many people sitting in the classroom, including people from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The former is studious and self-disciplined and has a strong desire for knowledge. In addition, this is their dean's class, so it is not unusual to arrive in the classroom early. The latter simply does not want to be compared. The Snake Academy must be strong throughout its life and cannot lose to other academies no matter what. It seems that we arrived very late, but it doesn't matter, our good friend Cassandra has already reserved a seat for us. Look, Pansy, this is a good friend. It's not like you. I'd be disgusted if I asked you to help me get a chicken drumstick. Cassandra and Pansy looked at each other and chose to ignore Riels in perfect agreement. Riels sat between the two of them, and regardless of the fact that this was a table for 2, he was not angry when the 2 ignored him, but instead smiled. It doesn't matter if he ignores her, as long as he has a lot of emotion points. Just now, he showed more than 10 points of emotion points, so it's not for nothing that he shamelessly sits between these 2 people. How do you say that? A fish can't live without water, just like he can't live without these 2 little Lolita. What? Is this love story too greasy? Damn it. Don't you feel greasy if you don't listen to love words? He was just stating the fact that the emotions of these two little Lolita were very explosive, and there were many explosive emotions. He still hopes to make a fortune from them and go straight to a well-off life. How can he leave? The class bell hasn't rang yet, and Flitwick hasn't arrived yet, so Riel starts his career to increase his mood value again. The two little Lolita were embarrassed and angry. Several times they wanted to change positions, but he stopped them every time with excuses. The two little Lolita had no choice but to selectively ignore him and silently read the books in their hands. Then in the magic classroom, a scene appeared that frequently raised eyebrows. I saw a boy sitting between two stunning little Lolita, teasing them endlessly, even if they didn't respond. Riel's. Malfoy clenched his fists, his eyes were a little dark, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not slept well last night. It was no wonder that he could sleep well. Those things that happened yesterday were a shame that he had never experienced before. But he experienced so many things at once yesterday. If he could still sleep, he would probably give up hope. Just wait, by noon, I will wash away all the shame. As if he had thought of something, Malfoy smiled again, his eyes full of expectation. Malfoy's anger +10, anticipation +14, Pansy's shyness +9, and Cassandra's helplessness +8. Close black lens bracket. Riel's glanced sideways at Malfoy and ignored him. He was in a happy mood now, which was worth more than his emotional value. He was about to gain over 100 emotional points today. As the saying goes, Hogwarts is paradise. If someone can't say it well, he or she will be in a hurry. At this moment, the door to the curse classroom was opened, and a short figure came out from the outside. Sorry kids, something happened on the way and I'm late. While saying apologetic words, Flitwick quickly walked to the podium and cast a spell to send himself to the podium to stand. Chapter 51 Sharing a dormitory with two little Lolita. You can just lay the floor. I am your charms professor, Phileas Flivy. In the next few years, if nothing happens, I will be the one teaching you. Charms class is a very interesting course. You can learn many magic spells here, such as the levitation spell we are going to learn in today's first lesson. Flitwick stood on the podium, waved his wand a few times, and murmured a spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The next moment, a large spell book slowly floated into the air under the gaze of everyone. This scene caused a lot of discussion among the little wizards. Only a few pure-blood little wizards looked disdainful. They had learned this kind of spell long ago. The floating spell has many functions. You must learn to apply what you have learned. Later. Flitwick explained at the lectern, and the little wizards below all listened carefully, and no one made any move. Riel's rubbed his chin, and after listening to Flitwick's explanation, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had read an introduction to the floating spell. It was written in the book, but there was no spell on it. Now that the spell has been supplemented, it is not difficult to cast it. This spell is very simple. You can try to make the feathers float first. Flitwick waved his wand, causing the feathers on the lecterns to float down to the little wizards below. There was a feather on each table. Perhaps because he noticed that there were 3 people on Riel's side, or for some other reason, 2 feathers floated towards their table. Riel's was not surprised by this, and just looked at Flivy with gratitude. He is now a good student, so he must respect his teachers. Flitwick is satisfied +7, curious +6. Close black lens bracket there's drama. Riel's raised the corners of his lips. It was exactly what he thought. To increase Flitwick's emotional value, he only needed to be a good student. I have learned this spell. Do you want me to teach it to you? Of course, Cassandra should be able to do it. It's the same thing if you ask her to teach you. Pansy said while waving her wand with a smile, Wingardium Leviosa. As her spell fell, the feathers on the table slowly floated into the air and dangled in front of Riel's eyes like a provocation. Although Cassandra on the other side did not speak, she waved her wand a few times and chanted a spell to make the remaining feather float. The 2 women looked at each other and looked at Riel's. They couldn't hide the amusement on their faces, and of course they had no intention of hiding it. Pansy's anticipation +9, teasing +6, Cassandra's teasing +9, anticipation +9. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's prompts, Riel's raised his eyebrows, looking left at Pansy and right at Cassandra. The 2 little Lolita looked so embarrassed that they couldn't even maintain the floating spell. and the feathers fell back to the desk. I didn't think I said I couldn't do the levitating spell, right? Well, it's not wrong to say I can't. At least I couldn't do it before this class. Before the two little girls could ask any more questions, Riels picked up the wand and tapped the table, Wingardim Leviosa. It was a familiar spell, except that the person who cast it was replaced by Riels, but what remained the same was the feathers floating from the table. The difference is that it is not one feather that floats, but two feathers that float together. This scene immediately stunned the two little Lolita, and also surprised the people who had been observing the movements here. Pansy is shocked +10. Cassandra is shocked +10. Flitwick is surprised +12. Malfoy is jealous +9. Close black lens bracket. Comfortable. Riels narrowed his eyes comfortably, then waved his wand gently, and as if on command, two feathers floated directly in front of the two astonished women. Before the two women could wonder what Riels wanted to do, they felt the tips of their noses itching, causing them to sneeze uncontrollably. The sound of sneezing immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom, making the two little Lolita angry and embarrassed. Riels looked like he wanted to stab him. Pansy is embarrassed and angry +12. Cassandra is embarrassed and annoyed +12. Flitwick is surprised +9. Funny +8. Others are confused +5-1. Jealousy +1-1. Close black lens bracket. Don't think that I won't know who is jealous without naming him, right? White-haired young Master Malfoy? Why are you looking at me? I think you got cold last night, so you sneeze. Do you want me to go to Professor Snape and apply to let you move into my dormitory together? Of course, I mean you have to use the floor. Riels said seriously. You don't need to thank me. This is what I should do as a hidden prefect. Again, Flitwick's rewards must be earned, but the rewards of the two little Lolita must be earned even more, and they must be earned fiercely. What? Will it destroy the two little Lolita brushes? Don't worry about this, he is measured and will ensure that they won't be ruined. When Pansy and Cassandra heard this, their faces turned green and red, and their eyes looking at Riels became more gloomy and terrifying. Riels touched his nose. This is just a suggestion. If it doesn't work out, I can squeeze in with you. It will be warmer if there are more people. Pansy was extremely embarrassed and revealed the reward, 100 gold galleons, close black lens bracket. Chapter 52. Why is no one trying to improve the curse? They should be improved. Cassandra was extremely embarrassed and revealed the reward, top grade herbalism talent, close black lens bracket. Although he got the reward as he wished, Riels had no time to be happy. The system prompt told him that the two little Lolita were about to explode. His first priority is to let them reduce their anger. Well, how to reduce it specifically? How about, you sleep on the bed and I make the floor. Then you have to make sure you don't step on me when you get up. Ahem, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. By the way, Professor Flitwick, I still have some questions about this floating spell and I want to ask. Seeing the faces of the two little Lolita becoming more and more gloomy, Riels quickly changed the subject. It's so funny, as long as the topic changes quickly enough, their anger won't burn me. Disaster always slows me down. Squall. Professor Flitwick, what is the maximum object that can be controlled by the levitation spell? How many objects can it be controlled at most? Is there any way to enhance the accuracy of control? Like a studious student, Riels asked all the questions he had about the floating spell. In fact, he really wanted to know this, because it represented the upper limit of the floating spell. If the controlled object is large enough, it means that he has enough magic power and can directly move a mountain. Who can withstand this? If you control enough things, you can carry 180 blades with you and perform a rainstorm for no nose. Then he said something very convincing. Sir, times have changed. If the control is more precise, then he can try to use the floating spell to create a magical version of sword flying. Without changing the size of the object, if you just use the sword as a pedal, it is not impossible to fly with the sword by relying on the floating spell. Of course, the premise of all this is that the floating spell can accurately control objects, consume not too much magic power, and various factors are indispensable. As for why you want to fly with a sword, well, he couldn't afford to buy or raise a giant dragon in a short period of time, so he had to consider finding another way to travel. Of course, who hasn't dreamed of flying with a sword? Moreover, while others are riding broomsticks and beating chickens with flying eggs, you stand on the flying sword, and stand on the immortal style, and your strength rises in an instant. As the same saying goes, foiling depends entirely on the foiling of peers. Pansy and Cassandra looked at Riels quietly, their faces expressionless, as if they were looking at a dead person. Although some people are still alive, they are actually dead. Although some people are dead, their death is not thorough enough. They don't suggest helping him, they will let him die completely. Pansy's resentment +1 2, funny +9, Cassandra's shame +1 3, funny +4, Flitwick's suspicion +1 0, admiration +1 2, close black lens bracket. Among the family members who have solved the case, Pansy is easier to coax, and Cassandra is more difficult to coax, but this may be due to the length of time they have known each other. Well, although he and Pansy had not known each other for a long time, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was thick-skinned, and coupled with the good impression he had gained in the lake, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. You think so, Master Malfoy, whose white hair has turned green. The levitating spell controls the weight and quantity of objects, depending on how much magic power the person casting the spell has injected into it. The more magic power you inject, the more objects you can control and their weight, but I don't recommend you do this. Flitwick stroked his gray beard. The levitating spell is a magic spell for daily use. There is no need to waste your time on it. But given your good performance and unique ideas, I decided to add 10 points to Slytherin. Flitwick is satisfied +1 4, others are surprised +3 1, jealous +2 4, unconvinced +4 7, close black lens bracket. Riels didn't pay attention to the system's words, but lowered his head and thought seriously. What Flitwick said confirmed that his first two ideas were feasible, but the latter, flying with a sword, was hopeless. It's not that it can't be controlled, it's just that after controlling it, there are problems with the flight speed and control, so there is no hope. After a while, he raised his head and said seriously, Professor Flitwick, I don't think that magic spells should be defined. They need to be explored and improved by future generations, right? There are no useless spells, there are just wizards who don't know how to use and improve them. He didn't mean this to be adulterous, nor did he mean to deliberately increase his emotional value, but he said it sincerely. The wizarding world has existed for so many years. How many spells are there? How many wizards are creating or improving spells? Or who wants to improve the curse? In fact, if many spells are improved, they will become extremely powerful spells, such as 10,000 bullets. Who stipulates that it can only condense canaries? Why can't it condense magic bullets? Or maybe a flying knife? Or is it something more lethal? Will it still be this magic spell that acts as a firework? It's just a change in the condensed form. It's still essentially a volley of thousands of bullets, but the effect is completely different. Or maybe it's a black dragon coming out of its hole. Who said that the form it condenses can only be a black poisonous snake? Aren't basilisks also snakes? Once these magic spells are improved, will they be weaker than Shen Feng Wuying? Will it be weaker than a thunderbolt explosion? Even if it's really not comparable, it won't be much worse. There are many similar spells like this. Although it is difficult to improve, there is always a chance, right? For example, Snape created the upside-down golden bell and the shadowless blade. Is it easier to improve magic spells than to create them? If you can create, why can't you improve? As long as you have enough understanding of the curse and enough patience, none of this is impossible, and Snape proved it. Chapter 53. Everyone was surprised. Top-grade magic talent? Charms classroom. There was silence in the spacious classroom, and everyone including Professor Flitwick was thinking carefully about what Riels had just said. There are no useless spells, only wizards who don't know how to use and improve them. This sentence may not be accurate, but it is undeniable that the meaning in this sentence is correct. Especially Flitwick, as a well-known master of magic, he believed that his understanding of magic was as good as anyone else. But he has never thought about improving these curses, even if he has the ability. Preconceptions are always scary, and even he is not immune to them. In other words, there is no wizard who has overcome preconceptions, not even Dumbledore. Flitwick was full of surprises, and as if inspired by the gods, he revealed a reward, a top-grade magic talent, close black lens bracket. Pansy is surprised +1 1, Cassandra is thinking +1 2, Malfoy is angry +1 0, others are shocked +1 1 1, and thinking is +9 6, close black lens bracket. Woohoo! Take off. The reward this time really surprised Riels, not only because of his words, but also because of the luxury of the reward. The top-grade magic talent, just by the name, you can tell that it is very good, but how good it is exactly will not be known until the system is updated. Not to mention the emotional value of a small 200. It is no exaggeration to describe this wave as taking off. I think you are right, Mr. Thomas. We did not step out of our preconceptions. Thank you for waking us up. Flitwick smiled and waved his hand and said, I declare, Slytherin plus 30 points, extra points for Mr. Thomas. In fact, according to him, even 180 points is not an exaggeration. Riels has awakened not only him, but the entire wizarding world. If someone really works hard to improve these spells, then the wizarding world may become colorful again, and many novel spells will appear. This is no less than a shot in the arm for the already somewhat declining wizarding world. After hearing Flitwick's words, the little snakes immediately cheered and were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. It's just the first day of school, and Riels has earned 40 house points for Slytherin. If this momentum continues, will the house cup be far behind? The little eagles looked at the cheering little snakes with some envy, but no one felt jealous, just a little envious. For those of them who are thirsty for knowledge, Riels's proposal adds another path to take in another pursuit. Pansy's excitement plus 1-1, Cassandra's pleasure plus 1-0, Malfoy's jealousy plus 1-3, Flitwick's excitement plus 1-8, other surprise plus 1-2-1, envy plus 101, close black lens bracket. Hogwarts is truly a paradise for improving your mood. Riels narrowed his eyes comfortably, and after chatting with Professor Flitwick for a few more words, he sat back down. The two little Lolita who were originally planning to help him die now lost their anger and looked happy. Pansy held her chin and looked sideways at Riels. I don't know how you can say such things and have such a good idea. I mean, that's not really something you would say. In her understanding, Riels is a kind of person who looks very like the sky, the earth, and the air. But he was very measured and would not make people really angry. Of course, when he was really angry, he would definitely change the subject, like just now. But overall, Riels seems very arrogant in her eyes, but he is actually a very gentle person. She still remembered the hand Riels extended to her and the words he said to her on the boat. Everything that was familiar seemed to have happened yesterday. Well, in fact it did happen yesterday. Because of that incident, she wasn't too angry just now. At most, she just wanted him to die. Now what Riels said has refreshed her understanding of him. Maybe he has a side that others can't see. Compared to Pansy's surprise, Cassandra was much calmer. After all, she had already heard Riels' shocking words at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. However, what Riels said now still surprised her, and it was not in vain that she came to Hogwarts to attend school. Riels rolled his eyes. That's what you said, don't say it next time, otherwise you will be easily beaten. What does it mean that he doesn't look like someone who can say these things? He obviously has a lot of depth, right? Pansy and Cassandra looked at each other, raising the corners of their lips and almost laughing. Riels is actually quite interesting, at least that's what they think. Pansy is happy plus 1-1, Cassandra is happy plus 1-1. Close black lens bracket. During the rest of the charms class, Professor Flitwick carefully explained the techniques for using the levitation charm and what to pay attention to. It has to be said that a master of spells is a master of spells. What Professor Flitwick said was very useful to Riels, and his understanding of the levitating spell has improved to a new level. The class passed quietly in a lively atmosphere. Hogwarts has 2 classes a day, so the end of get out of class means it's noon, well, lunchtime. The 3 of them took the spell book and stood up together to walk outside the classroom. Riels licked the corner of his mouth, wondering if those house elves got what he wanted to eat. Every meal was filled with bread and so on. He had really eaten enough. Riels Thomas. Chapter 54. Harry Potter. Is my fiancé a man? The sudden shout made the 3 Riels stop and turned around to see the 3 Malfoy brothers standing behind them. Riels raised his eyebrows. I almost forgot. I have to duel with you today, right? Hurry up, I'm still in a hurry, and the chicken drumsticks might not be fresh if I get there late. Oh, by the way, we are going to duel at the entrance of the banquet hall. It's just right. After the duel, we can go directly to show off our dinner. To be honest, he really didn't take this duel to heart. He was still thinking about using this matter to increase his emotional value. But after tasting the beauty of Hogwarts, he actually looked down on the emotional value. It was something he could take or not take. Of course, the emotional value comes to your door. Is there any reason to not want it? Malfoy is angry +1-2, frustrated +10, Pansy is helpless +9, Cassandra is amused +9, others are angry +15. Close black lens bracket. Riels turned his head to look at the two little Lolita, and his reaction to them was a little strange. Pansy was fine, but it was understandable that she was helpless. After all, Malfoy was her friend before, and then Cassandra. Why did he play with it every time? Really, Cassandra Worley? I didn't get a good rest last night. The duel will be postponed to tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I'll let someone tell you the details. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just haven't had a good rest and am in low spirits. Don't run away. Before Malfoy could finish his words, Riels turned around and walked away. He didn't even give him a look in the middle, but just waved. This perfunctory attitude almost made him angry, and he became even more resentful towards Riels. Malfoy clenched his fist angrily. You can't be arrogant for long. I will repay you with double the shame. Let's go. Find that person. I don't believe he will let me go next time. Snort. Malfoy snorted coldly, turned around and left with Goyle and Crabbe. Malfoy's anger +13, others' resentment +18. Close black lens bracket. Well, today's lunch is no longer available to them, so I'm very resentful. Banquet hall. Gryffindor's table. Do you know how scared I was? Oh my god, that cat turned out to be Professor McGonagall. Her transformation skills are really amazing. I almost wanted to touch it, but luckily I held it back, otherwise it would have been much worse. Ronald chewed on the chicken drumstick while complaining to Harry Potter. In this regard, Harry Potter, who was also a victim, nodded with deep sympathy. At that time, he almost went up to pet the cat. Fortunately, he was afraid of strangers and did not go up. Otherwise, it would be exactly as Ronald said, and the situation would be very bad. Professor McGonagall is an animagus. What she casts is not transformation, but her animagus form. Riels told me about this. Of course, animagus is also a type of transformation, but it is the most advanced form of transformation, and it has gone beyond the scope of transformation. Hermione swallowed what was in her mouth and corrected her seriously with bright eyes. Ronald curled his lips disdainfully. As much as you know. He disliked this pushy girl very much, and so did the Riels she spoke of. What kind of good wizard can be a wizard who can enter Slytherin? He will definitely be a dark wizard in the future. If Harry Potter hadn't dragged him over to sit, he wouldn't have chosen to sit next to Hermione. I don't know much, I just know more than some people. Mr. Potter, what question did you just want to ask me? Hermione wiped the corners of her lips gracefully, with no trace of annoyance on her face. After spending more time with Riels, she no longer cared about Ronald's indifferent words. She doesn't need other people's approval, or someone has already recognized her, and she no longer needs other people's approval. Ronald suddenly felt that the chicken legs in his mouth no longer tasted good. He widened his eyes in annoyance. You. Ronald. Sorry Miss Granger, Ronald didn't mean that. I hope you don't blame him. After Harry Potter apologized, he looked around a few times and said in a somewhat unspeakable voice, I want to ask you, what is said in that book? You know. I've searched all over the freshman class, and it's not like there's no one who meets the requirements, but that person is a man. Is there an error in the information in that book? To this day, he doesn't think the content in that book is false. It's not that I didn't suspect it, but it's that most of the descriptions of Hogwarts are true. For example, Hogwarts has a dirty, singing Sorting Hat, or those ghosts that appear at the opening party. These things that really appeared in front of him made him believe in the book. Of course, it also contained his own expectations. He hopes that thing is true, he hopes that he can learn about his parents, and he hopes to have a real family. What's the matter? Who are you looking for? Harry, I think I can help you find him. You know that my brothers and sisters are all at Hogwarts. Ronald put down the drumstick unhappily. We are friends, do you remember? He didn't like it when Harry Potter kept secrets from him, especially when it was known to others but not to him. This made him feel a little disparate and very uncomfortable. Harry Potter apologized. Sorry Ronald, I will tell you what happened when I get back, but not here. Hermione frowned, with a tangled look on her face, not sure whether to tell the truth or not. Chapter 55 Harry Potter was deceived and became lame. Didn't I say it before? Wild history, and wild history must be wild enough, but not true. Actually, it's very simple to verify whether it's true. Isn't that person's mother's name written on it? Can't you just ask someone to find out? The familiar voice and tone made Hermione's eyes light up, and she quickly stood up and turned around to confirm. Upon seeing this, Harry Potter and Ronald also stood up and turned to look. When they saw the person coming, Harry Potter was overjoyed and opened his mouth to ask something. But before he could say anything, Hermione rushed out like a nestling. "Riels, I thought you weren't coming for lunch. I didn't even see you in the morning. Why haven't you seen Pansy? Didn't she come with you? Did you bully her?" Riels's smile suddenly stiffened after a series of questions. Little angel, his little angel has changed. He is sad, very sad. He will definitely ask Pansy to get him 2 big chicken legs later to soothe his injured heart. Of course, if Cassandra could feed him, it would be more soothing to his wounded heart. What? Is it bad to be too astringent at a young age? Come on, he is over 30 in his past and present lives combined, and this is not Ceci, at most. Nurture, at most just a nurturance. He has always believed in the saying, strike first to gain advantage, strike later to suffer disaster. Take action in advance and kill everyone. When they all reach puberty, they will be surprised to find that their goddesses are already in the shape of Riels. Hermione is happy +9, Harry Potter is excited +9, Ronald is jealous +10. Close black lens bracket. Very good, as expected of Ronald, he did not disappoint. Jealousy, it still goes straight to 10 o'clock, it's really Ronald. It seems that he will have one more tool to increase his mood value in the future. Riels raised his eyebrows and turned his head to ignore Harry Potter and Ronald. Well, he wasn't prepared to pay attention to them, or rather Ronald. He looked at Hermione and said speechlessly, "Do you think I am this kind of person? Pansy and Cassandra are looking for a place. They don't like coming here. You know why. Pansy asked me to say hello to you on her behalf." Hermione rolled her eyes, her expression a little subtle, as if she had thought of something, and became a little solemn again. She turned her head to look at Harry Potter, Ronald, and a few little lion cubs who were joining in the fun, then turned back and whispered, "Who didn't come to trouble you? If it doesn't work, let's go to Professor McGonagall. I believe she will help us solve this problem." She didn't know Riel's magnificent record of defeating the first-year Slytherin snakes last night. She only knew that Riels was born as a muggle like her, and although he had learned some spells in Diagon Alley, he was definitely no match for Malfoy. Sometimes I have to admit that there is a huge difference between pure blood, mixed blood, and muggle born. At least the starting points are different. Hermione is worried +13, others are confused +27. Close black lens bracket. The little angel is indeed a little angel. One person can beat so many people. Tisk, the gap is really not even a tiny bit. But he also knew that this was also the reason why he didn't have a deep relationship with the little lions. Unlike those little snakes, they hated him so much that their explosive emotional value was considerable. Riels rubbed his nose. He said he didn't get enough rest and it was postponed. "Harry, remember what I just said? Go find someone and ask, what if you really find it? By the way, let me see who it is. You know him. Maybe you should ask him. Maybe there will be a surprise." Well, it could also be a shock, a complete shock. Riels didn't say the last sentence. It's good that you know this kind of thing, but it would be pointless to say it out. The corners of Hermione's lips twitched a few times, and she looked at Harry Potter with some confusion. She wanted to say something several times, but she held it back. Finally she gave up and just turned around and rolled her eyes at Riels angrily to express her dissatisfaction. In this regard, Riels chose to pretend not to see it. Things have come to this point, and we have to gain more and more. Harry Potter's eyes lit up. Thank you, Riels. Why didn't I think of that? I will go find him and ask. Why didn't he think of this? The man looks so similar to the description, he must be related, maybe even a relative. Thinking of this, Harry Potter raised his head and looked around the banquet hall, but did not see the very conspicuous person. He could only hang his head in disappointment. Ronald clenched his fists, glanced at Riels and Hermione angrily, turned to Harry Potter and said, "Harry, who are you looking for?" I think I could really help you, if you tell. Harry Potter is grateful +1 1, Ronald is jealous +1 3, and Hermione is happy +1 0. Close black lens bracket. Riels, who was listening to Hermione share her daily life, glanced at Ronald and stopped paying attention to him. As I said before, he is just a tool to increase his emotional value. How can he compare with a little angel? For him to look twice was a sign of disrespect for Hermione. I think you should really see Professor McGonagall's transformation. It's really hard to find any flaws. After sharing all the trivial things that happened after enrolling in school, Hermione stopped telling contentedly, and then suddenly remembered something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Should we take potions class together in the afternoon? Riels touched the tip of his nose. It is true that we are going together, but you should be careful in class. Professor Snape has a bad temper, you know. Snape. It's really hard to evaluate him. I can only say that he is a qualified dean, a competent professor, and a top potion master. Although his personality and behavior are somewhat unpleasant, it is undeniable that he is not bad at heart and is completely mean-spirited. Chapter 56 Feeding three little Lolita together. Let me clarify, it's not a rumor. After some conversation, Riels left under Hermione's reluctant eyes. During this period, he invited Hermione to dine together at the Slytherin table, but unfortunately she refused. What? Does he want to try what it feels like to feed three little Lolita together? Let me clarify, this is not a rumor. Riels, whose mood had once again surged to 40 or 50, came to Slytherin's dining table in a happy mood, and then moved himself between the two little Lolita without any hesitation. Although I didn't succeed in kidnapping Hermione, don't worry, there will be bread and abalone. As long as I'm not in a hurry, then I'm not in a hurry. As soon as Riel sat down, Pansy asked, "How is Hermione? Why didn't you see her this morning?" Cassandra ate in silence. She didn't know Hermione and had never met her, so she didn't interrupt. You know, she has always been a studious person. When we came in the morning, she had already finished breakfast and went to the classroom. Riels just finished speaking and pointed to the chicken legs not far away. The loli cultivation plan has started. What? Started already? Then go ahead and do it. Seeing this, Pansy rolled her eyes and complained helplessly. Can't you reach out by yourself when we are so close? Having said that, she still reached out and helped Riels get 2 chicken drumsticks. There was nothing she could do about it. After getting along for a short time, she already knew Riels very well. If she doesn't take it, who knows what Riels will do? Didn't I tell you? The chicken drumsticks you get taste better. Riels joked a few more times, which made Pansy's face turn red and she rolled her eyes at him angrily. Cassandra looked at the interaction between the two. A complex look flashed in her emerald eyes, which was both helpless and a touch of envy. It's not that I'm envious of anything else, I'm just envious of the relaxed way Riels and Pansy get along. Who doesn't long for a true friend? No matter how proud you are still a human being. Pansy is angry +1 2, embarrassed +1 0. Cassandra is envious +9, funny +8. Close black lens bracket. Riels glanced sideways at Cassandra, but didn't see anything strange on her face. If it weren't for the systematic prompts, he would really have been deceived by Cassandra's appearance. But he wasn't going to say anything. For a proud person like Cassandra, the right choice is for you to get along with her normally. If you are self-righteous and point it out, good results will definitely not happen. Of course, you still need to get along with each other where necessary. Like, can you get me the pumpkin juice? You know the chicken drumsticks are a little salty today. As soon as Riels said this, Pansy was about to complain, but her eyes subconsciously looked for pumpkin juice, but she realized it immediately. Pumpkin juice was not on her side, and Riels was not speaking to her, but to Cassandra. Pansy's little mouth opened slightly and she looked at Riels in surprise. Merlin's beard. He actually dared to let Cassandra feed him. That's Cassandra, the proud Miss Worley. Cassandra was also a little confused. She asked tentatively, are you talking to me? Seriously, if someone had said these words to her, and she would have taken out her wand and wanted to duel by now, that person must be deliberately humiliating her. But with Riels, well, it somehow makes sense, like this is what he would do. Cassandra was silent for a while, and just when Pansy was worried that she would get angry and was about to speak up to smooth things over, she saw her reaching out to pick up the pumpkin juice and put it in front of Riels. Pan Zigan fell silent at this moment. She looked at the cheerful Riels and then at the plain-faced Cassandra, and suddenly felt that she was making a fuss out of a molehill. Although Riels is always on the verge of death, he is still alive, right? This shows that he is very measured. Pansy felt relieved, curled her lips and said, "Drink slowly, don't choke." Cassandra is happy +9, funny +8. Pansy is angry +11, helpless +9. Close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows but did not answer. He just concentrated on chewing the chicken legs and took a few sips of the sweet pumpkin juice from time to time. Overall, the gains just now are quite sufficient, not in terms of emotional value, but in terms of Cassandra starting to integrate with them. Although Cassandra didn't say it before, there was always an invisible membrane between them, and now this membrane was pierced by him. He stabbed her hard and fucked her into pieces. The meal ended in a quiet but eerie atmosphere. On the way to the potions classroom, Pansy couldn't help but said, "Why don't you ask Hermione to come with you? We are taking this class together. I asked you to help me say hello to you. Did you convey it? You weren't afraid that I would sue you, so you didn't say anything, were you? Still need to file a complaint." Before he spoke, Hermione began to wonder if he was bullying Pansy. If he complained again. Hiss, "I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it at all." Riels touched his nose and suddenly felt that his training plan had to be changed. Otherwise, they will develop it, but then turn around and digest it internally, which will be great fun. Riels shook his head and said helplessly, "How heinous am I in your eyes? Hermione eats early. She had almost finished eating when I passed by. She is probably sitting in the potions classroom by now. Pansy is funny +10, Cassandra is happy +9. Close black lens bracket Chapter 57 Slytherin. We are not weaker than others in our lives." Potions classroom. When the three Riels arrived, there were already many people sitting in the classroom, most of whom were Slytherin snakes. They really didn't mean to compete with the little lions this time, mainly because the potions professor was Snape, their head of Slytherin. Coupled with what happened last night, they didn't dare to be negligent at all, lest last night be their last natural sleep. Riels looked at Hermione, who was immersed in reading. "I think if we squeeze together, a table should be able to sit, 4 people." Cassandra and Pansy ignored his words in perfect agreement and walked straight to the table next to Hermione. Riels raised his eyebrows. "It's really fast to adapt to this, and now I'm immune to such words." After sighing, Riels stepped forward to follow the two little Lolita. Although they couldn't squeeze into the same table, it was good to be close to each other. And he was just giving it a casual glance. After all, this lesson was for Snape, the walking bat, so this would definitely cause problems. It's just a pity. He also wanted to try to see how much emotion the three little Loli can bring out for him when they get together. Now it seems he can only wait until next time. Big quilt. Bah! The three little ones gather together. Here I come. Is there anyone at this location? The sudden sound did not attract Hermione's attention, and she just shook her head in response to the question, her attention still on the book. She had heard that Snape was very strict, so she would take this opportunity to review the previous content and help Riels answer questions if necessary. "Pansy, it seems we are not welcome. Let's go somewhere else." The familiar voice and name made Hermione raise her head suddenly, and sure enough, she saw Riels standing in front of the table looking at her with a half-smile. Behind him stood a helpless Pansy and another beautiful little girl she had never seen before. Hermione stood up excitedly. "Riels, Pansy, it's really you." This startled breath attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom. The little snakes who were disturbed wanted to be angry, but when they saw it was Riels, their anger immediately subsided. As much as they hated to admit it, they were a little afraid of Riels, especially in such a public place. If Riels beats them up again, they will definitely become the laughingstock of the little lions and even the entire Hogwarts. The little lions were playing around and just glanced at Hermione's exclamation and ignored it. Hermione is excited +11, Pansy is helpless +9, Cassandra is curious +9, and the others are frustrated +6-7. Close black lens bracket. Another considerable emotional value, so cool. Riels unceremoniously sat next to Hermione, while Pansy and Cassandra sat at another table nearby. "I think you should keep your voice down, those little snakes are just trying to hold on to their feet." Hermione lowered her head apologetically. I was too excited just now, so it shouldn't have affected them, right? As she spoke, the apology in her eyes deepened. After all, it is indeed immoral to disturb other people's studies. Cassandra said calmly, I don't think you need to feel guilty. There is no class yet and this is not a library. Pansy nodded in agreement. Seeing Hermione's confusion, she reacted and introduced, this is Cassandra Worley, a first-year Slytherin freshman. She did not attend the sorting ceremony for some special reasons, so you may not have seen her. This is Hermione Granger, the one I told you about. She was assigned to Gryffindor. She is a very smart little wizard. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and nodded politely to each other. This was the first time Hermione had met Cassandra, or even heard her name. But this wasn't the first time Cassandra had heard of Hermione, not only from Pansy, but also from Rebellious. Both of them spoke surprisingly highly of Hermione, and both said she was a very good person. Now that she saw the real person, Cassandra was still very satisfied. Pansy and Rebellious didn't lie. Hermione is very beautiful and has a good personality. Her behavior just now proved that she is very kind and that she is the kind of person you can have a close relationship with. Hey, I think you should open the potion book. Professor Snape does things vigorously and resolutely. He will definitely come in with the bell ringing. As soon as Rebellious finished speaking, as if he was trying to answer his words, there was a sound of the school bell ringing. The door to the potions classroom was pushed open suddenly, Snape walked quickly, and the black wizard kept flying as he ran. Cassandra is surprised +7, Pansy is happy +9, Hermione is happy +11. Close black lens bracket. Don't wave your wands, cast your stupid spells, or do anything you think is smart during my class. Potion science is very advanced. I don't think any of you can learn it, but there are always some people who are willing to learn it, and I can also teach it. I can teach you how to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death. Snape finished speaking coldly and glanced at the young wizards below with his sharp eyes. Chapter 58 Snape's Life, A Table Full of Cups. Whether it was the Gryffindor lion cub or the Slytherin snake, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at them after meeting his gaze. Even someone as proud as Cassandra turned her head away uncomfortably. There was nothing I could do about it. Snape's eyes were so cold, as if there were thousands of years of ice in them that couldn't be melted away. Just looking at each other made me feel chilled all over. In the entire classroom, Rebellious was the only one who could look at him without hesitation and even waved hello, like a conspicuous person. The fact that Rebellious is like this does not mean that he has been a man of 2 lifetimes and has a mature mind. To be honest, even a mature adult might not be able to look at Snape. The reason why he could look at Snape without hesitation was because he was not afraid, and he also sympathized with Snape. Snape's experience is really a table full of cups can't be described. It was precisely because he knew what happened to Snape, understood why Snape became like this, and understood that Snape's intentions were not bad. So he dared to look at Snape and even greeted him warmly. Of course, it was unclear whether this enthusiasm was considered enthusiasm in Snape's eyes. Anyway, he was indeed greeting him enthusiastically. Snape is displeased +1-2. Close black lens bracket. Rebellious' mouth twitched a few times as he solved the case. In Snape's view, his enthusiasm was probably provocation. Mr. Thomas, don't make any small moves in class. 5 points will be deducted from Slytherin. Snape finished speaking vigorously, then turned to look at the good student Harry Potter, who was immersed in taking notes, and walked quickly to stand in front of his desk. Don't do anything you think is smart. Didn't Mr. Potter hear what I said? Harry Potter pointed to the notebook and wanted to explain. Professor, I am taking notes, I am not. It seems that Mr. Potter is very studious, so I will give Mr. Potter a test. Snape paused. Then a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to mugwort infusion? Harry Potter hesitated for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Rebellious blocked Hermione, who wanted to raise her hand, and shook his head in her doubtful eyes. This question is best answered by Harry Potter. He doesn't know that Professor Snape will also tell the answer, so let's not interrupt. Snape's 3 questions were not simple. This was a conversation that not many people could understand. Even Harry Potter, who was being asked questions, couldn't understand the hidden meaning of Snape's questions. What do you get if you add narcissus root powder to mugwort infusion? The answer is the water of life and death. Narcissus is a type of lily, and lily's name means lily. The flower language of narcissus is, "I will never be able to shake off my regret for you until the day I die." Wormwood also represents not being around. The combination of the two represents the water of life and death, and also means that life is worse than death. The combination of these two forms. Lily. I regret your death so much. The remaining two questions are easier to explain. If I asked you to find a piece of bezoar, where would you find it? What is the difference between Aconitum spp. And Aconitum lupus? The function of bezoar is an antidote, which means to relieve the pain of the previous problem. The flower language of wolfsbane flower is to live for love. 3 short questions, but they fully revealed Snape's greatest regret and the pain that accompanied him throughout his life. Of course, this is also his speculation after reading the potions book and combining it with the contents of the original work. Only Snape himself may know whether this is the case. The 3 women all looked sideways at Riels, their eyes full of doubts. According to what they knew about Riels, he didn't seem to be such an honest person, and his behavior just now didn't seem like he was afraid of Snape. Then what he said now could only be because there was something wrong with what Snape said. Hermione is confused +1-1. Pansy is confused +1-1. Cassandra is confused +10. Doubtful +9. Snape is shocked +2-2. Close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows, looked sideways at Snape, who had already asked 3 questions, and gave him a friendly smile. Snape is displeased +1-4. Suspicious +1-3. Close black lens bracket. He was targeting me, he was definitely targeting me. The corner of Riels's mouth twitched, and he muttered something harshly in his mind. Of course, he also knew that Snape wasn't targeting him, he just didn't like to trust others. Otherwise Snape might not be alive now. "Mr. Thomas, have you forgotten what I said?" It seems that Mr. Thomas is very confident in himself, otherwise he wouldn't be smiling so happily. Snape walked to Riel's table and looked at him coldly. "Then please tell me, how many ways are there to brew potions? What are they?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone in the classroom immediately took a breath. This question was simply not on the same level as the one just now. Several young wizards began to look through the potion books in their hands, hoping to get the answers they wanted, but they were stopped by Snape's cold eyes. "This is just a basic question. You can know it as long as you read the book carefully. Isn't it difficult for Mr. Thomas?" Snape rubbed his wand and looked directly at Riels. After hearing this, everyone in the classroom all looked at Riels, with some sympathy, some gloating, some fear in their eyes. Hermione is worried +1-1. Pansy is nervous +1-1. Cassandra is worried +9. Snape is displeased +1-3. Others are sympathetic +133. Gloating +64. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 59 System update is over. Riels raised an eyebrow. Decoction, brewing, maceration, ointment, poultice, tincture and lotion. There are 7 types in total. Am I right? It was so funny that he had been fighting in Diagon Alley for half a month just to deal with this situation. Even though your question is very tricky and unexpected, how should you deal with cheating players? As soon as Riels finished answering, the 3 girls, who were still a little worried, immediately felt relieved. The other little wizards who knew the answer also breathed a sigh of relief, while the little wizards who didn't know the answer looked at Snape. Snape looked at him deeply. "Very good, you earned 10 points for Slytherin." After saying this coldly, Snape turned around and walked towards the podium, waving his wand to summon the potion book on the table. Snape is happy +1-2. Hermione is happy +1-1. Pansy is surprised +1-1. Cassandra is happy +9. Others praise +5-2. Jealousy +2-1. Close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows, glanced sideways at Malfoy in the corner, and then looked at Ronald after thinking for a moment. No wonder he was jealous of being able to do blackjack again. He almost thought that Malfoy was having sex, but it turned out that Malfoy had just found someone who had the same idea. There are many kinds of magic potion formulas with different functions. Some can increase luck, some can heal injuries, and some can make people more beautiful. But these are still a little far away from you. Let me first teach you how to make a potion to treat boils. This is very simple. You only need to mix dried nettles. Snape's class was boring, and potions was very complicated, so it was no different from being tortured. Of course, this is for some people, and most people are still willing to cooperate and listen, although there is nothing they can do about not listening. The class ended in such a boring and unpleasant way. As soon as the bell rang, Snape stopped talking, picked up the potion book and walked out of the classroom without saying a word of nonsense. As soon as Snape left, the little wizards all made sounds of relief. On the way to the banquet hall, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Why did you stop me from answering those questions before?" This question immediately attracted the attention of the other two women, causing them to look sideways at him, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. They knew that Riels wouldn't do that for no reason. Since he did it, there must be a purpose or a reason. It's better that you don't know, otherwise I'm afraid you won't know how to face Professor Snape in the future. Who would have known that Snape, who looks cold and emotionless, could actually be a love brain? Riels finished complaining secretly, and then said, "Those questions are very complicated, and they are all my guesses. You don't have to think too much, just listen to it as a normal question. By the way, Hermione, do you want to come to our table to eat together? The chicken drumsticks we have here are super big and delicious." Noticing that Riels was deliberately changing the subject, the three little Lolitas stopped asking questions, but planted a seed of doubt in their hearts. "You also said, Hermione, you don't know that he deliberately bullied me while eating. The chicken legs were clearly right in front of him, but he still asked me to get them for him." Pansy looked embarrassed and said, "I just had to feed him directly into his mouth. The most outrageous thing is that he asked Cassandra to get him pumpkin juice." Cassandra turned to look at Riels. A smile flashed in her emerald eyes. He did go too far. Hearing the two little Lolitas' complaints, Hermione immediately pinched her waist and glared at Riels fiercely. Cassandra and Pansy also stared at Riels in perfect agreement, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. "How can you do such a thing? Do your own thing, you." Riels didn't listen to what was said next, but quietly listened to Hermione's reprimand. He knew that these three little Lolita were following his words to change the subject. "They really made me cry to death." System notifications sounded from time to time, all of which were about the happiness and joy of the three women. In a short time, he added more than 50 emotional points. Seeing that there were less than 2 hours left before the update ended, Riels became more cheerful and even ate an extra chicken drumstick for dinner. What? Why eat chicken legs every time? Well, he is indeed hungry, very hungry. Bedroom. After washing up and feeding Garfisla and Shanna, Riels quietly sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for the system update to finish. After eating and drinking enough gas, Garfield struggled to climb onto the bed, ran to his legs and lay down, turning his solid belly to let Riels move. When the owl Shanna, who was standing on the high platform, saw this scene, she turned around with disdain, feeling that it would hurt her eyes to look at it again. This hobby of shoveling shit is really different. Riels petted the cat absent-mindedly, looking straight at the countdown on the light screen in front of him. Distance to end of system update, 10.9, 0.8.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.0, close black lens bracket. The system update is completed, new functions will be enabled, and update gift packages will be distributed. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 60 Generous update gift package. Riels sat upright suddenly, stopped petting the cat, and looked straight at the light screen in front of him. New feature. Lottery template. Close black lens bracket, lottery template. You can draw a lottery by consuming a certain amount of emotional value. The sources of prizes include but are not limited to the Harry Potter world. Close black lens bracket. Not limited to the Harry Potter world? Doesn't that mean he has a chance to draw things from other worlds? If you take out any immortal cultivation techniques. Sir, I am no longer a wizard. I want to change my job to become an immortal cultivator. Riels didn't even have time to open the update gift package, so he clicked on the lottery template and started to check the rules of the lottery. The entry-level lottery will be drawn once for 100 emotion points, the intermediate lottery will be drawn once for 1,000 emotion points, and the advanced lottery will be drawn once for 10,000 emotion points. There should be other lottery levels above that, but I can't check the price. It seems they haven't been unlocked yet. After understanding the lottery rules, Riels looked at his 631 emotion value. He rubbed his chin a few times and stared at the primary lottery spot with some hesitation in his eyes. It's not that I'm hesitating whether to draw, but I'm hesitating whether to draw the elementary level directly or to draw the intermediate level. There is such a big price difference between these two products. One is beginner level and the other is intermediate level. You don't have to think about which one has a greater chance of producing good products. If you lose your emotional points, you can earn them again. If your heart feels itchy, you will have to itch it all night. You must smoke. It's hard to restrain one's curiosity, especially when things are at your fingertips and you can know everything if you want. This feeling is really, scratching my head, and itching in my heart are not enough to describe it. If it were someone else, he might have endured it and saved up his mood points to reach the mid-level, but he was different. What are you doing to earn emotional points? Isn't it just for flowers? If the emotional value is gone, you can earn it again, and if all the gold is spent, you can earn it again. And if he doesn't sleep well at night, it will affect his mood value tomorrow. Riels made up his mind, rubbed his hands and said, "System, let's do a 5. No, a 6-6 straight, you give me a 6-round draw. Consume 600 emotional points and successfully redeem 6 primary lottery draws. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. A bottle of primary magic potion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Magic. Flying curse. Close black lens bracket. A box of super soft toilet paper. Close black lens bracket. Riels was almost stunned by the series of thank yous for your patronage, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the rewards later. Let's not talk about the primary magic potion. It is sold in the mall for 500 emotional points. This alone is enough to recoup a large part of the cost. What's more, there is a heavy flying curse, which sells for 2,000–5,000 in the mall. This time I made a small profit of 2,400 sentiment points, and even bought a box of toilet paper for free. Is this what it feels like to be a gambling dog? Sure enough, exciting. Excited, Riels raised his head and drank the primary magic potion in one gulp, then lay on the bed to calm his pounding heart. At the same time, accept the extra information about the flying spell in your mind. The flying curse sounds like an everyday curse with little power, and it is. In a sense, it is a variant of the levitation spell, but it is different from the levitation spell. The flying spell can quickly summon objects or even creatures to the caster, but the floating spell cannot. It can make objects or creatures float, but it moves very slowly. Of course, the biggest difference between the flying curse and the floating curse is the power. The flying curse is very powerful, especially for sneak attacks. It can hit the opponent hard from behind. The floating spell cannot do this. You use the floating spell to control objects to attack. As long as the enemy is not lame or unable to move, he will definitely be able to avoid it. The flying curse performs well both for daily use and for unexpected attacks during battles. No wonder it sells for 2,500 emotional points. After Riels finished testing the flying spell, he nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked at the update gift package. He has not forgotten that this gift package was one of the reasons why he chose to update immediately. Based on the nature of the system, the things in it shouldn't be bad. Otherwise it would have to be afraid that I won't update it in the future. In fact, his harvest this time has been very good, both in the lottery mode and in the rewards drawn out. But again, who would feel satisfied if they could have more? Desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it will never stop. Riels rubbed his chin a few times, with some anticipation in his eyes. System, open the update gift package. Congratulations to the host for opening the update gift package and receiving rewards. 1 special draw, 1 magic fusion, sub-template, character panel, close black lens bracket. Special lottery. There is no level lottery. If you are lucky, you may get the elixir. If you are not lucky, you may get a roll of toilet paper. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Magic fusion. 2 magic spells with similar levels are fused to form a new magic spell. The fusion effect of magic spells with similar functions will be better. Close black lens bracket. Character panel. One of the system sub-templates, you can view the basic information of the host and digitize the information. close black lens bracket. Chapter 61 Magic Fusion. What magic should be fused? Riels stood up suddenly and looked at the information on the light screen in surprise. Not to mention the special lottery and magic fusion, this character panel alone is a good thing. He has only entered the wizarding world not long ago, and it is okay to say that he has few talents and magic spells. If he has more talents and magic spells, he may have to get confused. The most important thing is that he doesn't know the effects of many talents. With the character panel, he can check the effects of these talents. The system opens the character panel and takes a look. Host: Riels Thomas. Close black lens bracket. Identity: orphan from Baisha Street Orphanage, student at Hogwarts, hidden prefect of 1st grade Slytherin. Close black lens bracket. Talents: Heart of Curse, God level talent, Transfiguration talent, high grade, wand making talent, high grade, photographic memory, no level, herbology talent, high grade, magic talent, high grade. Magic spells: Flying Curse, quick confinement, thousands of bullets, oolong out of the hole, close black lens bracket. Assets: 1300 gold galleons, fine wand, close black lens bracket. Looking at the information on the light screen, Riels smacked his lips and said, "It's only been less than a month and my panel has looked so good. How can I do it in the future?" After sighing, Riels began to check the functions of each talent, focusing on the magic talent that exploded from Flitwick. High-grade magic talent. Those with this talent will learn magic twice as fast, making it easier to master magic. Close black lens bracket. But I'm not educated either, so I can't do anything about it. Riels suddenly beamed. This thing is perfect when paired with the curse heart. It takes other people 10 days to learn a spell, but it only takes 5 days for me, or even shorter. The gap widens instantly, and it's so fast for everyone. The heart of magic can increase the power of magic, and these magic talents can speed up the speed of learning magic and the proficiency in practicing magic. These two things cannot be said to be completely unrelated. They can only be said to be a match made in heaven, providing one-stop service. After reviewing the remaining data, Riels had a concrete understanding of his current situation. Strong? It's easy to defeat the invincible first-year players. It's a little harder to beat the second-year players, but it's not without a chance. In the third-year class, he has no problem single-handedly defeating 3 or 4. But this level is not even considered mainstream in the wizarding world. If wizards are divided into levels, then he can be regarded as a trainee wizard at most. But he is not particularly sad. As he said, there will be bread, chicken drumsticks. Chicken legs are already available, and abalone will also be available. It is only a matter of time. But he really needs to hurry up and become stronger. Nose is back. If Nose goes crazy without thinking about it, it will be great fun. So Riels looked at the remaining 2 rewards, or to be precise, at the magic fusion. Would the fusion of 2 magic spells with similar effects have a better effect? Looking at this prompt, Riels couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If there was one prize that was the most precious this time, it goes without saying that it was the magic fusion. If he had to choose one of the 3 rewards, he would choose the magic fusion without hesitation. Needless to say, the character panel is just data to him. It is useful but not very helpful to him. The special lottery looks good, but what you can draw depends on luck. If you are unlucky and draw a bunch of garbage, it is not impossible. In comparison, the magic fusion is more stable, and as long as he doesn't use it randomly, it is a real reward. Riels rubbed his chin and began to think seriously. The opportunity for magic fusion is precious and cannot be wasted. But these spells I have now. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about saving it for later when he could get a more powerful magic spell before using it, but as soon as the idea came up, he rejected it. Why are powerful spells so powerful? Because they all have some extreme characteristics. For example, Avada Kedavra, it means that the one who wins will die. What kind of magic can it be fused with? What magic spell can be combined with it to greatly improve it? A magic spell like Rapid Confinement? Let's not talk about other things. The difference in the levels of these 2 magic spells is too big. If they are really fused, it is likely to be counterproductive. The level is lowered a bit, and the advanced magic spells such as Shen Feng Huaying are available. The characteristics of Shen Feng Huaying are also very extreme. As long as the injury is caused, it can only be cured by rapid healing, and there is no other way to recover. In a sense, if Shen Feng Wu Ying didn't have the counter spell of rapid healing, it would definitely be one of the top spells. What can you fuse with it in this case? What is it missing? Apart from the shortcoming of quick healing, it really doesn't lack anything else. As for letting Shen Feng's Shadowless Fusion heal quickly and eliminate this shortcoming, level aside, these two spells are inherently counter spells, so he didn't dare to gamble. Once the bet is lost, such a precious opportunity will be wasted. It is undeniable that some advanced and even top-level magic spells can indeed be tried to be fused. For example, the fire spell is fused with a fire shield to protect one's body, summoning a fire dragon and summoning fire at the same time. Grindelwald has to call him an expert when he sees it. Another example is Cruciatus, bone cutting, and a spell that goes straight to the soul, allowing this extreme pain to directly act on the depths of the soul. When the time comes that you ask Voldemort to be your little brother, he won't even dare to fart. But those magic spells are still too far away from him now, and water from afar cannot quench his thirst for nearness. Moreover, high-level or top-level magic spells are perfect. It doesn't mean much whether they are fused or not, and no matter how much they are fused, they won't be any stronger. In comparison, it would be better to look at the low-level magic spells. What if something good can be fused? Then isn't he just using a high-level or even top-level magic spell for nothing? After thinking for a while, Riel's eyes flashed. I almost forgot, there are these two magic spells. The effects are similar, the grades are not much different, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If they can complement each other after fusion, then it must be a high-level magic spell at best. Chapter 62. Flying Curse plus Floating Curse equals Floating Curse? It is known that the function of the flying spell is to summon objects or creatures very quickly. The disadvantage is that the summoned objects will only fly towards the caster. In contrast, the floating spell is different. Although it is troublesome to move the object or creature it controls, it will not force the caster to fly. The effect of the floating curse and the flying curse are similar. In a sense, the flying curse is a variant of the floating curse. If these two magic spells are fused together, and their function is to summon objects at extremely fast speeds, and at the same time throw objects away at extremely fast speeds, then it will definitely be an advanced magic spell. Riels rubbed his chin and thought of an anime he had watched in his previous life. If there is no deviation in his speculation, and the two magic spells really merge, it will be the magical version of Shenluo Tianzheng and Wanxiang Tianian. At that time, whether it is used against enemies or for daily use, it will be the best magic spell. If controlling objects is easy enough, then his previous ideas are not impossible. Carrying 1,800 silver needles with you, you can directly perform the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, and even have the chance to fly with a sword. Riels pondered for a while, gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Whether it works or not, I won't suffer any loss." System: consume the magic spell to fuse it once, fuse the flying spell and the floating spell. Consume the magic spell fusion times once, the floating spell plus the flying spell are being fused. Close black lens bracket. The familiar light curtain appeared in front of Riels again. Above the light curtain is a fiery red furnace that looks like an alchemy furnace. It says fusion furnace. There are two small white balls rotating around the left and right sides of the furnace. If you look carefully, you can see the flying spell and the floating spell written on the two small white balls on the left and right respectively. Under Riels's gaze, two small white balls flew into the fusion furnace, and then began to rotate at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Riels clenched his fists, straightened his body, and stared at the fusion furnace on the light screen. Even if he has been prepared in his heart, he will still be nervous when he should be nervous. This is human nature and it is not easy to change. Meow, meow? Garfield looked at the serious-looking shit shoveler and couldn't help but tilt his head and look at him in confusion. Round-faced and fat. Shanna also opened her eyes, looking at Riels unblinkingly with her round eyes. They can all feel that Riels is very nervous now, and his body is very tight, just like animals when they encounter natural enemies. In Garfield's understanding, it's a shit shoveling guy. Riels doesn't know what the two little ones, the big one is thinking. If he knew the difference, he would have to punch them twice. His attention was now focused on the light screen. At this time, the two rapidly rotating small white balls had disappeared. It was replaced by a lavender ball that was twice the size of the small white ball. Successfully consumed 1 spell to fuse. The flying curse and the floating curse have been successfully fused. Please name it yourself. Close black lens bracket. Unnamed curse. Yet to be named. The product of the fusion of the flying curse and the floating curse, which can completely control the movement of the cursed creature or object. Note: the weight and quantity of the controlled object depend on the amount of magic power injected by the caster. Riel stood up suddenly, scaring Garfield and Shanna to the point of almost exploding, thinking that an enemy was really coming. As a result, all they saw was that the shit shoveler was holding the wand with some excitement and casting a spell on the books on the desk. Seeing this scene, Garfield and Shanna closed their eyes in unison. Good, crazy again. They remembered that the one who went crazy last time was the owner of the pet shop. Riels, who controlled the magic book to fly around in the air, said excitedly, "It's really done. There is no longer the shortcoming of the flying spell that can only summon objects, and there is also no shortcoming of the floating spell that controls the slow movement of objects. Whether it's controlling the speed of an object or the degree of control over it, this spell is as good as the other." After testing the spell, Riel sat back on the bed with satisfaction. Now he already has the magic version of the combination of Shinra Tianzheng and Wanxiang Tianian. Relying on this magic spell, it was not difficult for him to push through the 3rd years, although he still couldn't defeat Voldemort and Quirrell. But it's easy to mess around and cause them some trouble. Coupled with the special feature of his wand, as long as he can use it properly, it is not without hope to counter-kill Quirrell and Voldemort. Charge up your magic power and hit them hard. Riels nodded with satisfaction. Relying on this magic spell, my combat effectiveness is at least twice as strong as before. As for the name of the curse, since it is the fusion of the flying curse and the floating curse, let's call it the floating curse. Flying curse plus floating curse equals floating curse. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this name. What? Would it be embarrassing to call him out? Again, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it won't be me who's embarrassed. Riels was very satisfied with the name he got and secretly sighed that he was really a genius at naming before he set his sights on the last reward. The special lottery for dog betting is really, either a wave of wealth or a wave of loss. The universe is so vast, and the probability of coming up with something good is hard to describe. Riels rubbed his chin, looking at the special lottery with some toothache. To be honest, he never thinks that he is a lucky person, nor does he think that he has any shit luck. If it weren't for the system's lottery being unaffected by the elixir, he would have to go to Snape and get a bucket of elixir and put it in his stomach. If you draw early or late, you will be drawn. The quality of the reward cannot be determined by whether you draw early or late. The reward should be whatever it is. After successfully brainwashing himself, Riel said, "System, use the special lottery." Consumption of a special lottery, the drawing is in progress. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 63 Garfield evolves. Garfield. Congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of Godzilla genetic fluid, diluted version, close black lens bracket. Godzilla gene fluid, diluted version, used on animals. It can greatly enhance the animal's ability, and there is a probability that the animal will have the characteristics and abilities of Godzilla. Close black lens bracket. Note: this item has been diluted and can be used on any animal, and is only effective on animals. It is invalid for human consumption and has no side effects on animals. The system's voice fell, and a test tube appeared out of thin air in Riel's hand. Holding the test tube that suddenly appeared in his hand, he looked at the light red liquid inside and smelled the faint smell of blood in the air. Riels was unusually silent as he thought about the various rewards he would draw. He thought about good rewards and bad rewards, and he wasn't surprised even when he drew out the original bitter tea seeds. But he really didn't expect that he could actually pull out Godzilla? Oh, no, it's diluted Godzilla genetic fluid. This can be considered a lot of luck? But what do I need this for? Not to mention it can only be used for animals. Even if I can drink it, I won't drink it. I think it's good to be a wizard. I like being a wizard the most. Damn things that mess with my mind, they deserve to die. It's true that it's tasteless to eat and it's a pity to throw it away. Riels looked at the genetic fluid in his hand worriedly. He really didn't know how to deal with this thing. He couldn't give it to Garfield and Shanna, right? Xana is an owl, so what's the point of giving her a drink? Garfield is a cat, so giving her a drink is not a bad idea. Thinking of this, Riels suddenly turned his head and looked at the fat cat Garfield beside him. Meow. When Garfield saw the shit shovel looking at her, she hesitated for a while, then stood up helplessly, ran to his legs and rubbed against him. Hey, it's not easy to be a cat these days. I can only eat 3 kilograms of cat food in one meal. I can't feel full. I can't feel full at all. Forget it. She still has to coax the hairy man, which is really painful. Garfield. Life is not easy, Ma sighs. Garfield, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to step on a dragon, punch a dementor, and fly through the world on a hippogriff? You listen to my deception. Well, let me introduce it to you. All you need to do is drink this thing, and what I said before will not be a dream. Garfield, no, as long as you drink this, you will become Garfield, and you will become very awesome. Then you can do whatever you want. After a round of fooling around, I saw that Garfield was still unmoved, with a humanized disdain on the cat's face. Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and he could only unleash his ultimate move. Drink it, and you can show off as much cat food as you want. As soon as these words came out, Garfield's eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Riels in disbelief, as if to make sure she heard correctly. In response, Riels could only nod with tears in his eyes. Don't worry. I will do what I say, and I will eat whatever you want. What? Just a little cat food. Is it worth it? It is indeed hundreds of millions of cat food. Whose cat can eat several kilograms of kibble? I can't afford it. I can't afford it at all. He finally understood why Angeloy was so excited in the first place. If it were him, he would be excited too. Meow. Garfield's eyes were bright, and without waiting for Riels to react, he swooped up and took away the genetic fluid, bit open the stopper and raised his head to take a deep breath. The whole process was completed in one go. Riels is already used to this. This is not the first time Garfield has shown her flexibility. Of course, every time it is when he unpacks the cat food. Don't talk anymore. If you talk too much, you'll be in tears. Seeing Garfield drink the genetic fluid, Riels also became serious and carefully observed Garfield's changes. Although the system said that there are no side effects when taken by animals, otherwise he would not give it to her. But be careful with the Wanian ship. If something goes wrong with Garfield, he can think of a solution. Time passed by, Riels and Garfield stared at each other, full of doubts. Isn't this shit shoveler not wanting to admit his guilt? Do you really think Garfield, is easy to bully? Garfield looked down at his paws, and then looked up at Riel's face. If she punched him down, would he be able to get up tomorrow? Riels was pondering whether Garfield was too big and the genetic fluid was too little for her. Thinking of this, Riels couldn't help but frown. System, what's going on? The genetic fluid is useless. Host, please don't be anxious. The genetic fluid needs time to diffuse and absorb. Just when Riels wanted to ask something more, he found that Garfield suddenly fell asleep, his body like a gas tank trembling slightly. Vaguely, there seemed to be something reddish flowing in her body. Riels touched his chin. Has it started? System, how long will she be like this? Each organism is different, so the specific time cannot be calculated. It is roughly estimated that it will take 36 hours to complete gene fusion. Close black lens bracket. The host does not need to worry, the system produces it, it is absolutely excellent. Riels ignored the system's bragging and squatted down to check on Garfield for a while, making sure that she had just fallen asleep and then felt relieved. What if I really evolve into Godzilla? How can I fight with Superman? Thinking of that scene, Riels shook his head speechlessly and lay down on the bed. Looking at the fish outside the window, Riels couldn't help but sigh. This fish is quite big. You can catch it and grill it in a few days, as well as the big octopus, and the sizzling squid are also good. Riels chirped a few times, closed his eyes and fell asleep in a good mood. What? He should be so excited that he can't sleep. It's so funny, as long as he doesn't feel excited, then he's not the one who's excited. Go to sleep. Hogwarts, dark forest. The Forbidden Forest is very dark during the day, and even more so at night. Occasionally, there are a few tiny rays of moonlight, which shine through the leaves and add a little light to the forest. But this environment is a paradise for magical animals. Haven't you found those damn wizards yet? Chief, All our warriors from the centaur tribe have scattered out to search the surroundings, but still haven't found anything." After hearing the report, the hand holding the bow and arrow, the leader of the centaur tribe, Kurer, had veins. "Are those wizards crazy for actually daring to hunt and kill unicorns? Those are holy unicorns. Aren't they afraid of being cursed? The unicorn is a symbol of holiness, and its horns, blood and hair all have strong magical effects. The horns can detoxify, the tail hairs can be used to make magic wands, and unicorn blood can bring people back to life. But those who drink its blood only have half of their lives, and half of their lives are cursed from drinking its blood. This rare magical animal is almost extinct, and only places like the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts still exist. But now the unicorn has been hunted, and it's still on the territory of their centaurs. Captain, it must have been done by those hateful wizards. We should ask the old man at Hogwarts." "Ask a question? I think we can't defeat them. They even dare to kill unicorns. These wizards are already crazy." "Yes, we should fight over there and teach those greedy wizards a lesson." "Guys, calm down. I think we should tell Hagrid about this first, he will help us." Kuros waved his hand to interrupt the centaur's words, and said coldly, "The holy unicorn died in our territory, killed by the greedy wizard killer. We should avenge it. Bury the unicorn's body first, and then discuss how to take revenge." As soon as these words came out, nearly 100 soldiers immediately shouted loudly, "Revenge! Revenge! Kill all those greedy wizards and avenge the holy unicorn." The shouts pierced the silent night sky, frightening the magical animals in the forest. By the lake, Quirrell, who was wearing a black robe, heard the shouts and his face became increasingly ugly. "Master, these groups of people are going to find Dumbledore, will they expose us?" The centaur tribe is quite large, and it is a middle to upper class force outside the Forbidden Forest. What can be compared with it is the tribe of giant monsters in Acromantula. If the centaurs really went to attack Hogwarts, it would definitely alarm Dumbledore, and even the entire wizarding world. When the time comes to investigate, they will be exposed. Idiot, if the centaur tribe attacks Hogwarts, it will definitely attract Dumbledore's attention. Wouldn't you just be able to find the Philosopher's Stone? As long as I find the magic stone and resurrect me successfully, do I still need to care about being exposed? A hoarse and harsh voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, and the words frightened Quirrell's face turned pale. "That's right. I'm sorry, Master, I thought. It's too one-sided. Stop talking nonsense. After absorbing the unicorn's blood, my soul has solidified a lot, and now I can return to Hogwarts. Don't let me down, otherwise you will experience the pain that goes deep into your soul." After speaking in a hoarse voice, he stopped talking, but those two short sentences frightened Quirrell to the ground. When he came back to his senses, the black robe on his body was already wet with cold sweat, and his whole body looked like he had just been fished out of the water. Quirrell stood up with difficulty and looked resentfully at the brightly lit Hogwarts castle not far away. "It's all Hogwarts and Dumbledore's fault that he's in this situation, they both deserve to die. And Harry Potter and that rebellious little fanboy, they should also die without a burial place." Quirrell clenched his fists and murmured with a sinister expression, "Just wait, I will make your life worse than death." He wiped the remaining unicorn blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered toward Hogwarts Castle. After the centaurs on the other side buried the unicorn's body, they gathered hundreds of elite centaurs from the tribe and began to discuss how to attack Hogwarts. They know they can't beat Hogwarts, but they still have to attack. This is not a war, but an attitude. They must use their attitude to warn those greedy wizards and make them pay the price for their greed. The noise caused by the centaur tribe alarmed all the creatures on the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, making them all start to become restless. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The vertical sun, early morning. Riels finished his breakfast beautifully under the service of Pansy and Cassandra as usual. On the way to the herbal medicine class, Riels touched his growing belly, chirped a few times and said, "How are you going to be responsible? You two worked together to make me pregnant. If you are irresponsible, I will tell Hermione about it and you can figure it out." Pansy and Cassandra stopped and stared blankly at Riels, who was stroking his belly. "What do you mean they made him pregnant? How come they don't know they still have this ability?" Pansy is confused +1-1, embarrassed and annoyed +1-4. Cassandra is confused +9, embarrassed and annoyed +1-2, funny +9. Another 40 mood points were recorded, and Riels narrowed his eyes in comfort. Today is another day full of energy. You can eat whatever you want. Don't talk nonsense. If you say that, then you can get the chicken legs and pumpkin juice by yourself from now on. If you have the ability, just go complain to Hermione. Cassandra, let's go. The embarrassed pansy snorted coldly, grabbed Cassandra's little hand and walked forward. Cassandra also followed very obediently, her emerald eyes filled with a smile that couldn't be hidden. The two women said they wanted to get rid of Riels, but in fact they were not very fast, it could even be said to be slow. Obviously, they were waiting for Riels to catch up with him. Riels, who knew this well, raised his eyebrows in a funny way and quickly caught up with the two women. Regardless of the two women pretending to be angry, they would say two shocking words from time to time, which made them feel embarrassed, angry, and funny at the same time. It was a short walk to the herbal medicine classroom, which lasted less than 20 minutes, but he got more than 100 emotional points from the two women. What is this if not an angel? They are definitely little angels with wings, coming down to give him emotional value. The herbology class is not in the teaching building, but in a greenhouse behind Hogwarts. To be precise, the class is held here. There are many greenhouses like this behind Hogwarts, and each greenhouse contains different herbs. These herbs are taken care of by Professor Pomona Sprout, who is in charge of herbal medicine. She is also the dean of Hufflepuff, a very kind lady. At least when Riels saw her for the first time, he felt that she was as kind as Mrs. Aina. For a moment, he didn't know how to boost her mood. Professor Sprout was holding a pot of emerald green plants and explaining to the little badgers and snakes. Bai Xian is a plant with magical properties that can be used to make potions and also has a strong healing effect. In addition to using white essence, direct use of this plant can also help the healing of superficial wounds. Of course, using white essence will have a better effect. This is mandrake, a very commonly used plant. Professor Sprout explained most of the herbs in the greenhouse, and the little badgers and snakes were confused. Among the courses that are the most difficult to learn and the least interesting, Potions ranks first, Herbology ranks second, and Divination Stars ranks third. Herbalism, like potions, requires you to remember the functions of various herbs, how to cultivate them, and what you need to pay attention to. In a sense, herbal medicine is more boring than potions, because in addition to memorizing herbal medicine, it is all about planting. Riels rubbed his chin and inspected the herbs in the greenhouse. He has completed the first grade of herbalism and has a talent for high-grade herbalism, so he is still very interested in herbalism. Professor Sprout, I think this pot of bubble pod has a little too much moon-stupid excrement. It is much bigger than other bubble pods. Bubble pod is a magical plant that grows chubby pink pods with shiny beans inside. These beans will bloom as soon as they come into contact with a solid object. After hearing this, Sprout walked to Riels and looked at the bubble pod he pointed at. The little snakes and little badgers also looked sideways, and soon they all gathered around. You are right, this bubble pod is indeed caused by too much moon kai beast feces. Although moon kai beast feces can speed up the growth of herbs, too much won't do it. Professor McGonagall asked me to help plant these bubble pods. She was in a hurry to use them, so I used the moon chicken dung. I probably put too much in there accidentally. I hereby announce that Mr. Thomas has won 10 points for Slytherin. As soon as Sprout finished speaking, the little snakes cheered and the little badgers also clapped. Sprout is happy +1 2. Pansy is surprised +10. Cassandra is amused +10. Malfoy is jealous +1 1. Others are excited +13 and happy +7 7. Close black lens bracket. Riels didn't care about anything else. He just looked at the applauding little badgers a few more times. I have to say, Hufflepuff is really a magical academy. The little badgers are friendly people and don't like to fight. Even though Gryffindor sometimes becomes introverted, Slytherin and Ravenclaw never stop involuntarily. Only Hufflepuff, they are still peaceful, as if there is no struggle and ambition, the peace is unbelievable. Riels touched his nose and turned to look at the bubble bean sprouts. Professor McGonagall asked for these bubble bean sprouts. Did she say what they are used for? In fact, he has already guessed some of its uses. Professor Snape, don't you think so? I just don't know if Professor Snape is willing to teach him how to make shampoo. Chapter 64 Professor Sprout. Sooner or later he will change into the shape of herbalism. It does belong to Minerva, but what exactly it is used for, I don't know. Professor Sprout's eyes flickered when she said this. Could she say that these bubble pods were going to Professor Snape to make shampoo? She also hoped that the shampoo would be divided a little bit, but she couldn't say it out loud, lest Professor Snape would get angry and stop making the shampoo. How regrettable would that be? Open black lens bracket Sprout guilty conscience +1 close black lens bracket. Riels raised his eyebrows, feeling guilty. The family members solved the case, and his guess was right. This bubble pod was definitely grown for Professor Snape, a free-roaming bat, to brew shampoo. In this regard, he just wanted to say, Professor Sprout, can I have some seeds from the bubble pod? Of course, it would be better if I also have some moon-crazy beast excrement. As you know, Slytherin's dormitory is very dark. Planting some bubble pods should be a good decoration for the dormitory. Well, order a variety of bubble pods, and then go to Professor Snape to learn how to make shampoo, so that you can produce and sell it yourself, be safe and environmentally friendly. As for whether Professor Snape would teach him, regarding this point, he could only say that he thought about it. As a good student who is diligent and studious, it is normal to ask a professor for advice when you encounter a problem, right? Although this question is a bit unseemly. But let's just ask you if the shampoo is made of potions ingredients. What's wrong with asking the potions master? Absolutely not. Open black lens bracket Sprout surprise +1 close black lens bracket. Of course, Mr. Thomas, you can just choose a few pots from the bubble pods here and take them back. If you need, you can also choose a few pots of other herbs, but I don't recommend mandrake. You should know the power of that thing. I recommend you to raise by Zeonhi. Professor Sprout enthusiastically recommended herbal medicine to Riels. It's rare to find a little wizard who is interested in herbal medicine. Although he just wants to use it to decorate his bedroom, it's at least a good start, right? She is sure to trick Riels, and teach her into a good boy who likes herbalism. Thank you, Professor Sprout. I just want some bubble pods, they are very strange and I like them very much. Riels thanked him very sincerely and began to select bubble pods under the guidance of Professor Sprout. As a professor of herbology, Professor Sprout's knowledge of herbology is extremely profound, no less than Snape's knowledge of potions. Each of the herbs she cultivated was so good that it was impossible to fault them. In the end, Riels didn't ask for much and only chose 6 pots of bubble pods of similar sizes. This thing can't see the sun, so it's still a question of whether it can be fed. Moreover, he mainly wanted to make shampoo. There is no point in asking for too much. They all look good, don't they? Mr. Thomas, I think you must be very talented in herbal medicine and you will definitely become a herbal master in the future. If you don't understand anything about herbal medicine, you can come to me. I think I can help you answer some questions. I will ask the house elf to deliver the bubble pods to your dormitory, and of course some moon-crazy beast feces, but you must be careful not to encourage the situation. After Professor Sprout finished his instructions and received Riels' thanks, he happily turned around to see the other little wizards. It's rare to meet a young wizard who is interested in herbal medicine. This is really an eye-opener for Merlin. Open black lens bracket Sprout pleasure +1 close black lens bracket. Well, he understands how to increase Professor Sprout's emotional value. Sure enough, Sandhouse students can eat well wherever they go. Riels shook his head and turned to check other herbs. These unique herbs were very rare to him. An herbal medicine class ended in the process of turning soil, fertilizing, and learning about herbal medicines. Throughout the whole class, Riels didn't get much emotional value. Most of it was contributed by the little snakes and the 2 little angels. Occasionally the little badgers and Professor Sprout will explode a little, but it's really better than nothing. Hufflepuff's little badger was so emotionally stable that he actually cried to death. This was the lowest level of emotion he had ever had since entering Hogwarts. Riels, who suffered a terrible defeat, was completely absent-minded. He couldn't even feel the chicken drumstick in his mouth. Seeing his appearance, Pansy and Cassandra looked at each other a few times, and both shook their heads in confusion. Pansy was half puzzled and half joking. What's wrong with you? Are the chicken legs not delicious today, or is the pumpkin juice not sweet? Cassandra also tilted her head, looking straight at Riels with her emerald eyes. With Riel's heartless character, they really didn't know what else could make him look like this. Say it quickly and let them follow. Be happy. Pansy is happy +8, worried +9, curious +1. Cassandra is amused +10, curious +9. Well, the mood value is close to 50 points. It's very good. The chicken legs are now sweet again. Riel's narrowed his eyes happily. Nothing, just thinking about the afternoon class. I remember taking Transfiguration class with Gryffindor, right? Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, is the professor of Transfiguration, and Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw is the professor of Charms. Professor Sprout from Hufflepuff is the professor of Herbology, and Professor Snape from Slytherin is the professor of Potions. Among them, the ones he looked forward to the most were the Charms class and the Transfiguration class. The former could learn magic spells, while the latter could learn a lot about the use of transfiguration spells. He has not forgotten that he has a high-grade talent for transformation. It would be a pity not to make good use of it. Pansy swallowed the food in her mouth and replied, "It's Transfiguration class. If I remember correctly, this should be Gryffindor's second Transfiguration class. I thought this Transfiguration class would be with Ravenclaw, but I didn't expect it would be with Gryffindor. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been opposed to each other, and they look down upon each other. The little lions think that the little snakes are not good wizards. They are all old silver coins who will do anything to achieve their goals. The little snakes think that the bravery of the little lions is stupid, and think that they are all a group of foolish and foolhardy lions. So Riels can also guess why these two branches are arranged to take classes together. Only disputes can make them think about comparing themselves with each other and make them scramble to learn. Riels couldn't help but click his tongue. This is really a vicious conspiracy, but I like it. Among the four major houses, only the little lions of Gryffindor and the little snakes of Slytherin have the best emotional value. The former has a straightforward personality and is prone to mood swings, while the latter has a deep resentment towards him and his emotional value is very considerable. In a daze, he seemed to hear. A lot of emotional values are coming, please pay attention to receive them. I'm just telling you, whose child cries every day. Listening to Riel's incomprehensible words, the two little Lolita tacitly agreed not to answer, as if they didn't hear them. After spending the past 2 days together, they have become accustomed to Riel's making these inexplicable remarks from time to time. At first they would be curious and ask questions, but every time they asked, he would take the opportunity to tease him, making them feel embarrassed and angry. After many times, they stopped asking and just pretended not to hear. As for whether they are curious or not, in Riel's words, as long as they don't say they are curious, others will not know they are curious. Pansy is curious +9, Cassandra is doubtful +10. Listening to the system prompts and looking at the two little girls who were eating calmly, Riels became unusually silent. Did these two little Lolita adapt too quickly? Can they resist asking? Riels shook his head and continued to show off the chicken legs. The world is huge and eating is the biggest. Pansy and Cassandra glanced at him secretly, and then looked at each other a few more times, and both showed their apathy. Sure enough, as long as you don't respond to Riels, you won't be teased by him. The two little Lolita enjoyed the food happily, feeling that today's bread was particularly sweet. The meal was spent with the two women enjoying themselves and Riels concentrating on cooking. After the meal, the three of them went to the Transfiguration classroom together as usual. As soon as she sat in the seat specially reserved by Hermione, Professor McGonagall, a young catgirl, followed her into the classroom. Hermione spread her hands. Professor McGonagall has always been like this, just get used to it. Not every professor is like Snape, who enters the classroom with a click and leaves the classroom with a bell. Riels nodded very clearly. Yes, this is very much like the style of an older cat lady. Walking back Professor Snape, do you have anything to say about this? As soon as Professor McGonagall entered the door, he saw 4 small conspicuous bags, so he walked up to the 4 of them on a catwalk. Riels, Hermione, Miss Parkinson, Miss Worley, it seems you have a good relationship. Professor McGonagall. The 4 conspicuous bags quickly stood up and greeted politely. Riels has a very good impression of Professor McGonagall, an older cat lady with a kind heart and a kind heart. Most of her emotions are sympathy or pity, which are emotions from her heart. He had been in the orphanage for so long, and he had never met anyone as pure and kind as Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall responded with a smile. I guess I'm not that scary, right? Why did you all stand up when I came over, Ada? Riels, remember what I said? You will make many friends here. This is your world. She didn't notice Riels sitting with three little Lolita. Even if Hermione and the three of them were not in the same college, she didn't think it was a big deal. She knew what happened to Riels in the past and felt very happy that he could become friends with the three little Lolita. Professor McGonagall is happy +1 gratified +1 Hermione is happy +10, Pansy is happy +9, Cassandra is happy +9, curious +7. Well, Cassandra is indeed Cassandra, she is always so unexpected. Before, I only thought she was a good eater, but now it seems that she is still a curious baby. As for what he is curious about, you can guess it without even thinking. He must be curious about his previous experiences. Riels touched his nose and said sincerely, Professor McGonagall, you are right, it is indeed much better here than in the orphanage. I can't say it's much better, I should say it's a huge difference. He worked hard in the orphanage for 2.5 years and barely gained more than 2,000 emotional points. But he had only been at Hogwarts for a few days, and the emotional points and rewards he had received were 2 or 3 times the previous total. If he continues at this rate, it won't be long before he can really hold Voldemort with one hand, no, rub Voldemort with one foot. Voldemort. My lawyer? Send him to Azkaban for rehabilitation and medical treatment. Professor McGonagall suddenly frowned and said, Hermione told me that you and Mr. Malfoy are going to duel? Riels, I think you shouldn't be so impulsive. You should tell Professor Snape, or other professors, including me. She didn't know about Riels's great achievements in Slytherin, she just thought he was an ordinary little wizard of Muggle origin. Malfoy's parents are both very powerful wizards. Under their guidance, Malfoy can learn many spells in advance. Riels was only born as a Muggle, and the only spells he had access to were those elementary spells in the spellbook. The gap could only be described as a huge gap. Although I don't want to say it, being a pure-blood mixed-blood person is indeed not on the same starting line as a Muggle-born wizard. Of course, this is just a different starting line. The track is still the same. Whether you can overtake or not depends entirely on your own ability. Professor McGonagall is worried +1 Hermione is worried +1 Pansy is funny +9, Cassandra is amused +9. Very good, it's back to the familiar taste again, this is very sexy. Riels glanced at Cassandra, who looked calm, and then turned to look at Hermione, who looked worried. Just as he was about to say something, Pansy on the side spoke before him. Professor McGonagall, Hermione, I don't think you need to worry. Riels is now the hidden prefect of the first year of Slytherin. He defeated all the first-year snakes, including Malfoy. Hermione and Professor McGonagall both looked at him in surprise when they heard this. Although Hermione didn't know what a hidden prefect was, she could tell that Riels became a hidden prefect after defeating many people, and one of them must be Malfoy. Professor McGonagall knew the Slytherin system very well, so she was not only surprised, but also became very curious. Does Riels know any special spells? How else could he defeat a group of pure-blood and half-blood hidden prefects? Riels touched his nose and smiled incredulously. Everyone has seen it, this is not what he was pretending to do. But there are some cases where you have to pretend even if you don't, like this one now. Professor McGonagall was surprised and revealed the reward, transformation spell, close black lens bracket. Hermione is surprised +1 Pansy is happy +1 Cassandra is happy +1. Pleasure is good, surprise is good, happiness is good, and surprise is even better. Riels smiled as he accepted the information about the transformation spell in his mind, and his smile became even bigger after receiving it. Very good, I have obtained another very practical magic spell. The most important thing is that this magic spell is for free. Riels was in a happy mood, with an unmistakable smile on his face. Now he just wants to shout something and pretend to be innocent. No, this is not called showing off, this is called showing off to others. Professor McGonagall looked surprised. You. Just when she wanted to ask, the bell for class happened to ring, and a group of little wizards rushed outside the classroom. Most were Gryffindor lion cubs, with the occasional Slytherin cub, including the Malfoy trio. Malfoy had a long-lost smile on his face. When he walked in and saw Riel's, his smile froze and then grew bigger. He subconsciously wanted to go up and say something. As a result, before he even took a step forward, he saw Professor McGonagall. In an instant, he changed from a high-spirited little rooster to a discouraged little quail. He didn't say anything he wanted to say, he didn't even dare to look at Riel's, he just looked for a place to sit down. He didn't want to be targeted by Professor McGonagall again. Last time, he was severely reprimanded. They even deducted a month's pocket money from him, so that when he asked that person to help teach Riel's a lesson, he could only use his own small coffers. When he thought of the strong foreign aid he had hired, Malfoy suddenly beamed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Well, I look forward to it coming soon so that Riel's can know what will happen if he offends the noble Malfoy. Malfoy's resentment +1 2, expectation +1 4, excitement +1 1, Professor McGonagall's regret +1 2, Hermione's regret +1 1. It's so hot. The white-haired young Master Malfoy is so hot. Riel's, who was already in a good mood, was even more happy at this moment. As for why Malfoy exploded, he knew it without guessing. It's just that Malfoy thought of a way to prepare to carry out cruel revenge on him. It is very likely that he found a little wizard from a senior year. It was a very normal school bullying sequence. He couldn't beat it and found someone to avenge him. But he didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. As soon as he got a new spell, a sandbag came to his door. Who is happy if he is not happy? The white-haired young Master Malfoy. Well, the white-haired young master is indeed very happy. So this is a win-win? Riel smiled and shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and started to concentrate on the lecture. Although he possesses the talent of high-grade transfiguration and also possesses the transfiguration spell, he still benefited a lot from what Professor McGonagall taught. Although he is a little arrogant, he is not mindlessly arrogant. That kind of pride is not pride, it is a pure fool. The transformation spell can not only be used in daily life, but can also be used in duels. Now I will teach you. Chapter 65 Improved Animagus and turned into a dragon? The level of the transformation spell is not high, but its functions are very complex and wide-ranging. The fact that it can be taught in a separate class at Hogwarts shows that it is special. The transformation spell can transform objects into daily necessities such as water cups and silver needles, which can be used in daily life. You can also change any object into a creature and use it in battle. Although they are still not alive, they will have the characteristics of those creatures. For example, if the silver needle is turned into a cheetah, it will have the explosive power of a cheetah, and if it is turned into a crocodile, it will have the bite force of a crocodile. Moreover, the transformation spell also has a higher level curse, the Animagus, which allows the caster to obtain an animal form. The scariest thing about Animagus is that after transforming, you can actually obtain the abilities and characteristics of the transformed animal. If you become a cat, you can gain the flexibility of a cat. If you become a dog, you can gain the sense of smell of a dog. If you become a mouse, you can dig holes. Although they are all in the form of ordinary animals rather than magical animals, it is undeniable that Animagus forms are indeed magical and sometimes very useful. But compared to these ordinary animal forms, Riel's is more interested in magical animals. If this spell can be improved and allow people to take the form of magical animals, like a dragon or something, then wouldn't I become a dragon? Think about it, when you are fighting with an enemy, and the opponent uses Expelliarmus to surrender your wand, what will you do? Casting spells without a wand? No, 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 that thing is awesome, but it's not tall enough or awesome enough. If your opponent means that he is sure of victory and taunts you with cruel words, you can turn into a giant dragon directly in front of him. Then, under his stunned gaze, he pinched him up like a little kunzi, leaving his exposed little coon to kick around but unable to do anything. I could only be pinched to death by you in an understatement. Didn't that force rise immediately? Even if you are very strong, I may not be your opponent, but if I transform into a dragon, how should you respond? An adult giant dragon requires the cooperation of several elite wizards, 330, to deal with it. Fighting alone is absolutely invincible. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter a wizard like Old B who is as powerful as the sky. Riel's rubbed his chin and looked thoughtful. It's true that I can do it, but I don't know if there is anything in the system mall that can help me. As long as Animagus can really advance as he wants, his strength will definitely become geometrically stronger in a short period of time. Riels shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was too early to think about it now. He didn't even learn the Animagus, didn't even know its principles and spells, let alone advanced it. But once he said it, he felt that his idea was absolutely feasible and he could try it out in the future. Why is Mr. Thomas shaking his head? Is there something wrong? Or is there something wrong with what I said? Professor McGonagall's words made the little lions and snakes in the classroom look askance. In these looks, there is doubt, displeasure, ridicule and disgust, as well as schadenfreude. Well, without even thinking about it, I knew it was you two, Malfoy and Ronald. Professor McGonagall is displeased +1-1, Hermione is puzzled +10, Pansy is confused +9, Cassandra is curious +9, others are displeased +6-4, disgusted +3-1, gloating +2-2. Very good, he just said that the little lion and the little snake are in the same classroom, so this classroom is a paradise for improving the emotional value, right? After gaining another 200 mood points, Riel said cheerfully, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I was a little distracted just now. I was wondering when I would learn the Animagus, you know, that's a great and fun charm. He didn't mean to avoid it, or he said it on purpose. If there is a place at Hogwarts where you have the opportunity to learn about the Animagus, it's definitely Professor McGonagall. Learning Animagus involves certain risks. It is very likely that after learning it, you will not be able to change back to human form, and you will only be able to maintain animal form for your whole life. Therefore, there are very few wizards who know this magic spell, and few wizards are willing to learn it. There are currently only 7 legal Animagus recorded in the wizarding world, and one of them is the elderly cat lady Professor McGonagall. Of course, there must be unregistered Animagus, but the number will not be very large, and it will not exceed the number of dry fingers. As soon as Riel's words came out, there was a moment of silence in the classroom. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes, especially the little snakes, who all had weird smiles on their faces. The Animagus is indeed magical, but the risk of learning it is too great. I didn't expect Riels to actually want to learn it. Isn't this a proper attempt to commit suicide? The little lion didn't realize that the little snakes were born pure blood and knew a lot of things, but most of them were mixed blood and had heard of Animagus. There were only a few young wizards of Muggle origin, and they didn't know what an Animagus was. After listening to the introduction next to them, the eyes they looked at Riels also changed. This Slytherin is so cruel, I want to learn this kind of spell. Professor McGonagall is surprised +19, happy +12. Others are worried +34, shocked +78, sarcastic +41. Close black lens bracket. He didn't need to think too much if he was worried, it must be the 3 little Lolita, and he didn't need to think too much if he was sarcastic, it must be Malfoy and the others, this was all within his expectation. The only thing that he didn't expect was Professor McGonagall's reaction, which unexpectedly showed an emotion score of 19 points. According to his speculation, if a single emotion value exceeds 20, a reward will be released, which means that what he just said almost made the older cat girl receive a reward. Riels then thought about it and understood why she was so excited. The reason was that it was so rare for people who wanted to learn Animagus. After all, there are not many people who would not be able to think of becoming an animal instead of being a good wizard, even though they can obtain the Animagus form after success. But the risk is too great. Rather than betting on the probability of Animagus's success, it would be better to learn other spells. That would be a better choice, wouldn't it? Animagus? Do you want to learn from the Animagus? After asking, Professor McGonagall realized that this was the Transfiguration classroom, and there were a group of students waiting for her to start class. Helplessly, she could only endure the excitement in her heart, first casting apologetic looks at the little wizards, and then looking at Riels. Riels, if you have time, you can go to the Gryffindor headmaster's office to find me. I will be happy to tell you about the Animagus. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether you want to learn Animagus or not. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he turned back to the podium and continued to explain the transformation spell. When the little lions and little snakes saw this, they stopped paying attention to Riels and began to listen carefully. The Transfiguration textbook is very interesting, and Professor McGonagall's teaching style is also very lively, so it is very popular among young wizards. Professor McGonagall's surprise period. Hermione is worried +1 4. Pansy is worried +1 3. Della is interesting +1 1. Others are looking forward to +24. Riels frowned, and then he realized who it was that everyone else was looking forward to. Malfoy and Ronald, could you please tell me what you are expecting? And Cassandra. Why does she act in a unique way every time? Is Cassandra's brain circuit really different from that of ordinary people? The corners of Riel's lips twitched slightly, and after glancing sideways at the expressionless Cassandra, he shook his head and began to listen carefully. Sister Kaw's acting skills are really natural. If there were no system prompts, he would have been deceived. True Cassandra, queen of movies, melon-eating people, curious baby worry. A class on transfiguration ended in a hurry, and when the bell rang, the little lions and little snakes were still a little unfinished. Not only because the transfiguration spell is interesting, but also because Professor McGonagall's lectures are lively enough. But it is a pity that Hogwarts does not have the traditional virtue of dragging the hall. No matter how much they wanted to do, they had no choice but to get up and walk out of the classroom. Riels, you can learn more about the animagus. Although this spell is interesting, the risk is too high. Even I can't guarantee that you will be able to succeed in cultivation. Although I don't want to say this, I think you should think about it carefully. Professor McGonagall held the textbook and said regretfully, if you have thought clearly, you can go to the Gryffindor Dean's office to find me. It's rare for a little wizard to be interested in animagus, and she really doesn't want to give up. But as a professor at Hogwarts, she knew that she couldn't be so selfish and should be responsible for the little wizards. Although animagus is good, the risk is too great. No matter from which point of view, not learning this spell is the right choice. However, if Riels really wants to learn, she will guide him to learn, from the basic transformation spell to the later animagus. Try your best to ensure that he can learn it successfully and there will be no accidents. Riels said very firmly. I think I will go to Professor McGonagall. If I have time, I will definitely go there. He must learn the animagus, but he is not ready to learn it yet. What he wants to learn is to be able to transform into the magical animal animagus, instead of the current animagus, which is extremely risky and can only transform into ordinary animals. So he won't learn it now. Of course, it is necessary to obtain the spell. After all, if you want to improve the animagus later, you also need to know its spells and magic paths and principles. He has no ability to improve or create magic spells out of thin air, especially when he only knows the name of the spell and doesn't even know the principle of the spell. Everything requires accumulation, especially improving or creating magic spells. It is absolutely impossible without a little bit of background. If someone really did it without any knowledge, why would he be considered a wizard? Just go to Hemerlin and learn how to do it. He didn't have the ability to fight with Merlin. All he could do was study this curse and then think of ways to improve it. Then I will wait for your arrival. Professor McGonagall finished speaking with a smile, nodded politely to Hermione and the others, turned around and walked out of the Transfiguration classroom. Riels's answer made her very satisfied, and she became more determined. As long as he wanted to learn, she would do her best to guide him in the correct cultivation of animagus. Although she can't guarantee success, as someone who has been through it, she still has a lot of experience, not to mention that Dumbledore is here. Professor McGonagall thought of this, suddenly stopped, turned around and walked in the opposite direction to Headmaster Gryffindor's office, which was the headmaster's office where Dumbledore was staying. Professor McGonagall was extremely happy and revealed the reward: top-grade transfiguration talent, close black lens bracket. Hermione worries +1 2, Pansy worries +1 1, Cassandra hesitates +9. Huh? Listening to the system prompts, Riels was a little stunned. If he remembers correctly, he should already have a talent for high-grade transformation, right? What does it mean to reveal another one? Riels's face darkened, and he was just about to question the system in his mind whether it had swallowed his reward, when he heard the mechanical sound of the system again. It is detected that the host already possesses the high-grade transformation talent, which meets the talent upgrade conditions. The top-grade transformation talent has been integrated and upgraded to the top-grade transformation talent. Hiss, you've unlocked new postures, family. This thing can actually be upgraded. Riels suddenly felt a bit of toothache. This system is very good, very. Deserve a beating. If there are any functions that the host needs to unlock by itself, it's a bad review. It must be a bad review. Riels silently wrote down another note for the system in his little notebook. He must retaliate against it severely in the future. No, several times. Banquet hall. Riels absent-mindedly gnawed on the chicken legs and drank the semi-sweet pumpkin juice, focusing all his attention on the light curtain that only he could see. He was checking the system mall to see if there were any methods or props to improve Animagus. It is very difficult to improve high-level magic spells like Animagus, and the hope is even slim. Even if you master this magic spell, there is still little hope. But unfortunately, he was cheating. Sir, times have changed. Do you really want to learn Animagus? The benefits of that spell are out of proportion to the risks. There are many magic spells. You don't need to take the risk to learn Animagus. Once you fail, you will never change again. Pansy was silent for a long time. Seeing that Riels had been in a daze without saying a word, Pansy finally couldn't help but speak. Upon hearing this, Cassandra also turned her head to look at Riels. Her red lips slightly opened and she wanted to say something but didn't. Although she doesn't think Riels is a person who takes risks, but what if? What if he becomes impulsive when his head gets hot? Pansy is worried +13, angry +9, Cassandra is hesitant +11, worried +10. Hearing the system's beep and Pansy's words, Riels closed the system mall and came back to his senses to look at the two little Lolita. Seeing the deep worry in their eyes, Riels was both touched and amused for a moment. I just said that I wanted to learn the Animagus, but I didn't mean to learn it right away. Even if I wanted to learn it right away, Professor McGonagall wouldn't agree, right? Don't worry, I won't do anything risky until I'm absolutely sure. Well, except for provoking Voldemort and Quirrell. This is Hogwarts, and as long as they don't make them anxious, they won't dare to fight to the death. But it's a pity that Quirrell hasn't been seen since he entered Hogwarts. Otherwise he would definitely have gotten a lot of good stuff. When Pansy and Cassandra heard this, their tense nerves relaxed. They didn't think Riels was lying, and there was no need for him to lie, right? They understand that Riels will only do things he is sure of. This can be seen from the fact that he is still alive and well despite his crazy attempts to die. Pansy is happy +11, relaxed +9, Cassandra is relaxed +12, happy +9, Malfoy is disdainful +13, others are ridiculing +22. Riels paused while chewing on the chicken leg, then turned around to see the Malfoy trio standing not far away, with their arms folded and mocking expressions on their faces. Pansy and Cassandra saw this, turned around and saw the trio, and subconsciously moved closer to Riels. They are not afraid, they just want to give Riels more confidence, which is a subconscious behavior. Goyle, Crabbe, did you just hear that? It's not dark yet, and our hidden prefect is dreaming. For how many years, no one in the wizarding world dares to say that they can learn the Animagus with absolute certainty. Not even Professor Dumbledore can guarantee it. Malfoy deliberately raised his voice. Do you think you are stronger than Professor Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore, currently recognized as the strongest wizard in the wizarding world, bar none. Moreover, Dumbledore is also the principal of Hogwarts and is the idol of all young wizards. So as soon as Malfoy said these words, the banquet hall fell into silence. The little wizards from the 4 major branches all turned their heads to look at Riels, with a little evil in their eyes. Harry, do you know the biggest joke I've ever heard? A first-year Slytherin actually competed with Professor Dumbledore. There's nothing funnier than that. You know, Professor Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard. No one can compare with him, no one. Dumbledore is a Gryffindor, which has always been something Ronald is proud of. Dumbledore was born in Gryffindor, and he is also in Gryffindor, which means that he will definitely become as great a wizard as Dumbledore in the future. Ronald, Riels is not that kind of person, he will not say such things. After Harry Potter said this, he didn't speak again, but looked at the white-haired young master not far away with complicated eyes. He was debating whether to go up and ask Malfoy. After all, the characteristics described in that book matched those of Malfoy. That means Malfoy must be related to his fiancée.